PKA 583 with our guest Drifter Taylor.
This episode of PKA brought to you by Blue Chew, Feals CBD, and of course, Lock and Load. You can find all those links below. Code PKA for 20% off the Lock and Load product and all the other Gorilla Mind stuff. Drifter, thank you so much for rejoining us. So I was over at your channel today, getting the kind of feel for what's up with you. And everyone who watched the previous episodes, which I'm sure as most people know, that you were going through some serious like endocrine system hormone problems, and you seem to be out of the woods. Is that correct?
I hope so. I'm definitely a lot better than where I was. I have no more answers than I had then, despite a disgusting amount of medical tests, including a very expensive full genetic breakdown. The doctors wanted to see if I was an intersexed indivial. So that was really fun. No, I was actually perfectly normal.
Did you get it? Like it's a prize?
It's like a prize win, yeah. No, it's been wild. It's spread to my hands and arms, and they've more recently come back. The issue these days is not the overall quality, but some unpredictability. They're just bad days here and there, and nobody knows what's going on. I've done every reasonable, sane thing anybody recommended, and it went pretty much nowhere. So I've moved away from all of that, and I'm just decided I'm going to live with whatever's happening, or it's going to kill me, but I can't waste all of my free time hunting down medical mysteries, because that's
You're not doing testosterone? You did that for a bit, right?
I did not. I tried almost everything else because the purpose behind it was to do things to my endocrine system to see how it would respond. So if it responded interestingly, we've learned something. And I've lost track of how many different things they made me do, and we got nothing interesting whatsoever.
Okay.
Well, that sucks. So like you're feeling good now? Is it like a physical feeling good, or is it like a mental, like I'm not dealing with this shit anymore, I'm just going to ignore it?
A little bit of both. A little bit of both. Okay. I mean, obviously, when you're not feeling like shit all the time, it's easier to be normal, have normal thoughts, do normal things.
Yeah. Well, that's good. I mean, it seems like you're in a much, much better place. 2 times ago when you were on, you're like, yeah, I wake up in cold sweats and I can't eat and my tits hurt and my like. It
was all sorts of crazy stuff. The big one was that whatever happened made my hands kind of paralyzy for a little bit, but they're back to relatively normal now. So hopefully, maybe within a week or two, I can go back to playing games, first-person shooters, though I don't think I can necessarily go back to being the man I was. And I think a lot of you are very familiar with this. When you step away from the YouTube space for a long period of time, you can't just come back and refill your old shoes. Somebody else has already filled them. The audience has moved on. People see you differently and may not even just generally have a desire to. So I'm going to have to transition from a nerdy, analytical COD stat guy to a broader gaming YouTuber, or perhaps even a much weirder YouTuber. We're doing a lot of marijuana content on the channel, which has been fun.
So your hands were so paralyzed you couldn't like do Xbox?
I had difficulty wiping my ass.
Oh,
I couldn't eat dinner unless I had a baby fork. I couldn't even use chopsticks.
Thankfully, he's hairless.
Well, lots of people can't use chopsticks.
Chopsticks thing. I got that too.
It's been weird, but that's kind of a dead horse I no longer desire to beat into the ground. I'm just trying to live with whatever in the world is going on and move on with my life.
Yeah.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear it, man.
And how's the shadow people? Have you been? How are they?
The true question.
Very little. I think I saw one shadow person very briefly a couple of months ago. So my office, the door is kind of right over here, just off camera. And I was just sitting here doing my thing, and I saw a humanoid kind of shadow walk by. I looked at it, and I looked down at the dog, and the dog didn't look. And I was like, well, that's probably not real. And I kind of went back to my editing.
That's not too bad.
No, it's not. It's not.
Let's hope that dog hasn't gotten used to the intruder living in your home.
No, I've always had to rely on pets for a little gauge of reality. If you hear a weird noise or see a weird thing, is the dog interested in it? If the dog's not interested, it's probably all up here.
You've got a whole canary in the coal mine thing going on for your hallucinations.
Yeah, pretty much. Those are extremely infrequent as an adult. As a kid and a teenager, not so much. As an adult, very managed.
Yeah, mine are very infrequent. I had none. And then, we're hoping that it stays that way, but you never know.
Dude, this is just the other night. Like I had just watched, I watch a lot of like campy, shitty horror movies late at night. I enjoy them. I like them. But like you still like if there's a ghoulish face or something, it might stick out to you. And like I don't really get spooked too much. It just holds my attention. And I was going to bed and like I was looking at, those like side, like taller windows that are to the side of your door that you can, like, kind of see through. I was walking down my hall and I looked and I saw like an angle off of it that looked like the same ghoulish face of that monster from the movie. And I was like, didn't respond, but I felt my heart rate go like pop, 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 pop. And then I like looked a little closer and it was like, oh, that's the light playing tricks. And then I went to bed. I can't imagine spending the rest of the night with what you did, where you're like, it's probably not a demon. Probably, it's almost certainly not a demon. Like,
so I think this is a thing that men do and women don't do when they see something scary at night, because I've always do the same thing and I don't know why. When I see something that I don't know what it is in like the dark, I freeze and I stare.
I don't want to let whatever it is know that I'm afraid.
Yes, but what it really is I'm computing in my mind. I'm like, my mind is like taking that smudgy figure I see and like, like fucking moving it around,
CSI,
and transposing it, trying to figure out like coat rack. Yep, it's a hoodie on a chair. Okay, hoodie on a chair with a demon mask next to it. That's not my mask. Oh no. You gotta figure that out, right? Like real quick. I've noticed when my girlfriend would see something scary, it's always and run. Like I think it's the difference between fight or flight. Not that I'm down to do combat with a demon. I want to run too, but it's just not my first inclination. I'm always just like, how a dog will do that like instinctive like pointer thing where like they all stick their tails out and like I think there's something like that with us too. I think maybe so. I hate
hunting instinct, investigation, evolutionarily just built in. It defaults to most men. Also a desire to know what the fuck is going on, because if something is actually wrong, it would be best to know what is actually wrong instead of I'll just go to bed and not think about it.
I saw this really cool thing on YouTube, and they were what they did was they take these blurred images of animals and they show them to people, and at first it's so blurred it's just a jumble of nonsense, and eventually it's a clear picture of what's being shown. And on frame 3, people can identify the snake, because we've our ancestors, the primates that we evolved from, the simians, were so keyed into like evolving the ability to pick out snakes in their environment. They were such a problem. And they said that the eyesight in Asian and African simians was especially acute, because those were the ones that did evolve alongside snakes. Whereas the primates from, I can't remember the other region that they pointed out, but like those guys didn't have any snakes. Oh, it was those little fucking cute ass monkeys on like in New Zealand or somewhere like that. They're like, these guys can't see for shit because they don't need to. but like on
is it the like lemurs of Madagascar,
something like that? But they show the viewer, like in the video, they've got these frames, and it's like, dude, I didn't know that was a bird until like frame 8. On frame 3, I'm like you can see like the coil and like that threatening pose. It's pretty cool.
I wonder if
it can't beat a human.
Oh, and then they did these brain scans of
fighter pilots, bombers.
Then they had like
you got me, Superman.
Oh, for 3. Strike. Just too high IQ. That's definitely true. Like, I would imagine spiders. Did they do a spider part of that test, Kyle?
No,
because snakes and spiders are two things that like you could easily step on accident back when like we were in ancient times, prior to ancient, like we're cavemen with barely any communication.
Monkeys in the trees.
Yeah, monkeys in the trees. They scream about snakes. They scream about birds of prey too, because they're they're smaller, like macaques or whatever. Macaque, is that what those are? Those little tiny African macaque monkeys. But yeah, they can get like scooped up by birds, and so they have like different phrases and sounds, whether they're like "hey, snake" or like "bird." Like they make different chirps based on that, which is really cool.
Don't forget, monkeys are dangerous too. Monkeys will fuck your world up in certain parts of the world.
Hit
you with rocks and steal stuff and jump you. So my wife's father grew up on an island, and he had to walk the trail where there were monkeys every day. And he would usually walk around the outskirts of the island to avoid the monkey trail, depending on the time of day, or he would have little bullshit to throw.
Monkeys.
They were so jealous.
Yeah, but there's like 50 of them, and I didn't really believe them. And then I went to go visit the home island, and lo and behold, there was like 40 motherfucking monkeys just sitting in trees watching me.
Oh yeah,
this is not a problem.
Well, it's Woody, because they're sneaky. Like you'll be sitting there with chips, and one will distract you on purpose, and the other will come to steal chips from you or pocket change. They learned, I was watching some David Attenborough shit, that in some resort, the monkeys learned that if you take a phone, that the person will do anything and give you anything to get that back. And so they'll see you with a drink or a snack and they stop stealing the snack directly. They run over and grab your iPhone and run away. And before you know it, you're like having to make a peace offering of all of this food and like treats to get your phone back. And then it'll like grab the treats, throw your phone down, run away.
Oh, looks like monkeys have discovered taxes.
Yeah, have you? There's that other that study where it took the monkeys, like they had a vending machine and coins, and it was a little society of male and female ones, and you could put your little coin in, and you could get some grapes out the bottom, and they figured out the female monkeys almost immediately, along with the male monkeys, invented prostitution, where all the females were like, "You can fuck me if you give me your coin," and the men would go over, give her the coin, they'd fuck, and then the women were all just flush with grapes. So
they had a set price too. I remember reading this study and it was weird because they had a fixed price for grapes and they had their own little monkey economy, and like different females had different values or different if it was like late at night or they knew they were hungry, they would charge more and squeeze them a bit, and it was kind of interesting. I guess we're not that different than them.
It's super
price gouging.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. Those dirty, slutty monkeys. When Taylor's face lit up like a child when you described a scenario where a man had to walk through a monkey path to get to school every morning. He was just like, that could have been me. Imagine the Taylor who walks through monkey paths to school.
You know what I was picturing? I was picturing myself in like Steve Irwin shorts, Steve Irwin vest, Steve Irwin hat, like learning along the way, but really I'm just like sunburned and tired, and the monkeys aren't novel anymore.
You're imagining one is like your close confidant monkey. He gets on your shoulder and like whispers in your ear and then goes and talks to the others he bridges the gap.
I imagine I want them working for me, bringing me other people's iPhones.
One day some like bullies like roughing you up outside school, or maybe a more likely scenario, like a dozen smaller children who you'd been bullying have banded together, but your monkey pals see this going down and they come to your aid, but they go a little too far because they're monkeys, and they scratch like the rich mayor's like son's face, just a little superficial thing, but now he wants to put your monkey asleep.
Or they bite everyone. They bite all the kids and give them HIV.
Sounds like a Netflix original.
Okay, well, I was making a little fun 3-episode show out of this that we could
one
sell,
episode.
But you turned it into the
HIV.
If the kids have HIV, then we need to put these monkeys down immediately. I didn't know these were
local man accused of training a band of HIV positive apes to do his bidding. We suggest avoiding the man as he and his compatriots are remarkably dangerous and infectious. This shows me like throwing monkeys at journalists, trying to.
And then as soon as the news breaks out, all the bug chasers just like flood to you guys. And they're like, yeah, send your monkeys all over me. I want to get all the AIDS.
In a huge backfire, he's canceled the monkey project. There's a bunch of we talked about that bug chasing shit like years ago. Ooh. There are some just. We're not going to get into it because I read some stuff from some forums about bug chasing. If you look around online, you can find forums from like 2006, 2007. Everyone there is posting is clearly dead by now. But
I was about to say, how many users are still active?
It's people just making post after post, like whole accounts. And you know how you go on a forum about woodworking, and it'll be like Sammy Woodworker posts 8,000 joined 2002. This shit would be like 35,000 posts, joined 99, and all of them are like, got my 976th guy paused up today, just got an IRC chat from him that he was positive.
So these guys are infecting people. I thought bug chasers wanted to be infected. These guys
are two sides of the same coin. So there were people
you have to have an infector and an infectee.
Yeah, there were people on there who were like, please, I want AIDS so bad. And there were other people who were like, hey, I'm just handing out AIDS here. And so, natural community.
Any of you guys familiar with Continuum magazine?
It should be a crime.
Yeah. It should be a crime.
You guys will like this. In the early 90s, there was a magazine called Continuum, and it was sort of like an LGBT news magazine. And this was like in the height of the AIDS crisis. Nobody knew what was going on. And they just sort of like denied that HIV existed and ran a whole bunch of sort of pseudoscience articles. And the whole people behind it were real believers. The magazine shut down in February 2001 when all of the editors died of HIV.
That's, poetic,
Yeah. Kind of like our leopards ate my face.
Shocking.
Was there like 8 guys in the writer room, and like 6 months later there's 2 guys, and they're like, I don't know, like They all did seem pretty AIDSy.
Oh,
and
oh,
I'm
and
feeling
It was just
kinda
like a thinning out. It just less and less every day, you know.
Yeah. I got a
Oh,
cold and I was crippled for 3 weeks because my immune system's dead.
Zach pointed out that knowingly and intentionally transmitting AIDS is definitely a crime. I knew that, but I was even saying that like maybe like intentionally getting it and then being a strain on like your insurance provider or the healthcare system in general or whatever, you know, seems criminal to me. It's like, I don't know if I'm hurting myself, like it seems like insurance fraud, right? Like
I get it.
to do
I
that.
think should you be allowed
Somehow,
to give someone AIDS if they consent? I
Well,
feel
that's like the
there should be
German cannibal,
consent.
the
Fuck,
guy that
that's
consented to
different,
being
though.
eaten. He consented to being eaten and also ate part of himself. So
Yeah.
So I
if you
think
consent
I
to
was
being
okay
eaten,
with that.
I'm okay with that.
I was
Yeah.
okay with that. But because I don't have to, well, it was in Germany, so it wouldn't matter anyway. I'm not responsible anyway, but you know, like we're not having to foot the bill for this burial, I would assume, because that's the aftermath of this. But if someone is like,
because then the next step to that is like, well, people who are skydiving, playing collision sports,
I don't
people
know.
who are overweight,
Well,
people
I
who
was going to
smoke.
say you're getting
Like, you
dangerously
could draw the
close
line
to,
anywhere.
like the
No,
people, the
no, I
anti-vaxxers.
draw
Like,
the
should we
line.
treat anti-vaxxers at the hospital? It's sounding kind of like that.
we should treat them differently.
Yeah,
at the
everybody should get
hospital.
treated at the hospital. Jesus Christ.
No,
Everyone
you
should-
should not treat people differently.
It's triage. It's called triage. It's like a cornerstone of
Well,
medicine.
that's if there's like a disaster to where like you have to choose who
Like a
lives and who
pandemic?
dies. Like, yeah, like, well, there were hospitals that literally went to triage mode, and doctors
I
did
know.
have to decide who gets treatment and not. But broadly, there's a movement of people, clowns, I believe, that want to deny healthcare to people that don't vaccinate. And I'm more of a believer in that everybody gets equal access as long as they can. In a disaster, that gets more complicated.
How about this though? Why should their insurance provider have to cover their hospital stay if this person is refusing to get vaccinated? It's like easily preventable. It
No, it's
doesn't
not. No, it's people. Tons of vaccinated people get COVID.
Sure, but it's not near the hospitals. You could do some easy math, right? The hospital stays a lot less expensive for those that were vaccinated versus
What's
unvaccinated.
the burden like obese people? Is it about the same as the
But that's
unvaccinated?
what
or is it-
about-
You're preaching to
That's
the
why you-
choir.
that's why you
Taylor.
pay
I'm glad
more.
you agree with me. We should get them lumped into this too.
I'm saying you don't want to draw
No
any
pun
lines.
intended.
The people who want to
No, I'm
skydive,
with you,
if they
Taylor.
shatter their legs,
Fat
they need to be
people-
okay.
Skydivers are okay. No, you're wrong about that.
No, I was
Cookie,
saying they
take his
should
fun
take
away.
care of them. How are they going to risk their life again if their legs are shattered? Put those things back together. put
Shattered
some
legs is
staples
the
in
last
there.
thing you're worried about skydiving. You turn into a pancake if it goes wrong.
Yeah, if
Look,
it goes wrong and you end up with shattered legs, that was a really good wrong trip for skydiving. You know.
All right. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're wrong. I don't know. I just don't. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. I feel like if you're unvaccinated, I don't know. Like maybe you just go to a different line, Taylor. See,
Think
separate
so?
but equal. You're okay with that, right?
No,
Oh,
God,
I'm
You're
not separate but
always
equal.
saying that. Separate but
Yeah.
equal. Pals.
You're
I
all
know
like,
one thing
"What?"
about Taylor. It's that he approves of separate.
But now when it applies to you,
Dude, imagine,
yeah, now,
I don't
now
like it.
suddenly Taylor's
Dude,
involved. He's
imagine if
unvaxxed
like
and
that
it's not
was
okay.
imagine if that was one of my like hardcore over the years beliefs, separate but equal. You know,
And
I
all
can
of a
get along
sudden,
with most
he's
things, but
separated from the
separate
equal.
but equal.
Yep.
Yeah.
no, I'm teasing. We should treat
Of
everybody the
course.
same because when we start drawing lines, first of all, who draws the lines, right? We're gonna get a
Insurance
committee
companies.
together and start figuring out who draws the lines. Fuck all those people. No lines get drawn. Everybody
Yeah.
gets treated the same. All jokes aside. Speaking of all jokes aside, I have gotten to the
Ooh.
bottom of the Wings Redemption nonsense that's been going
At
on.
long last.
Okay,
Oh,
All
my
right,
goodness.
demystify this.
I had to talk to so many people to get to the bottom of this nonsense, and like when you hear like what's actually happened here, you're going to like shake your head like what the fuck, like who's the good guy and who's the bad guy? And the answer is there probably aren't any real good guys here, but except for us right here.
Always.
Yeah, clearly the PKA crew. is
So
the good
I do want to apologize to like whoever I just refer to you guys as internet guys, but I guess it's like Wingtings and that crowd over there.
Sean Ranklin.
You guys did not edit that video in a way for it to be misleading. That guy is a liar. I trusted that gentleman Wings friend who was sitting, I need to start at the beginning. I need to start at the beginning.
Yeah.
Wings is being accused of doing something sexual to his sister by a longtime family friend. Someone Wings has known in real life is accusing Wings of this, saying that through hearsay, mind you, he's saying that he heard this, that, and the other. that Wings did something to his sister, and that's why all these other little things fell into place. And so it's like brought up this huge thing. And so Wings is like, bullshit, bro. Come to my house, sit next to me in a fucking chair and answer for what you said about me on the internet to these people. And so the guy does so, sits there next to Wings in a chair and denies it all. I didn't say that. No, they took what I said about someone else. They edited into here. They clipped and copy pasted. And I couldn't imagine a scenario in which this guy is sitting next to Wings lying to his face about things that are easily disproved. I couldn't imagine that to be a thing.
That somebody would lie to Wings?
No, that someone would lie about something so easily disproved right next to Wings to his face, because 5 minutes later, the people are like, actually, here's the 4-hour interview, all unedited. And here's you, like, you know how like pulling something out of context works, right?
Yeah.
Like in a bombastic moment, you could be saying something ridiculous and you like plug that into another sentence and all of a sudden you look like Hitler or something like that. These are full sentences where he's mentioning people by name and like mentioning dates and stuff. He's like, this person's mom said this to my mom about this person. And it's name, first names of all these people. You know, this guy is, this is Wings' longtime real life friend, really a friend of Wings' brother. They grew up together, elementary school and shit. What it really seems like is Wings used to like bully this guy as a kid or something like that, or maybe when they worked at Domino's together, because they worked together as like teenagers at a Domino's for like a good period of time. These guys know each other,
so they were friends
this guy,
for a while. Okay,
yes, and this grown-ass man approached like, you know, the investigators from the internet, is like spamming their inboxes on Discord with these paragraphs of like, hey, I'm this guy, I know this about Wings and that about Wings, and I know I grew up with him, and I know his brother, and I know
what
his
a
sister,
fucking
and
loser.
like he's and like finally he says something like, and I know something no one knows about his sister, and it's that moment where they stop ignoring him.
The guy desperate for attention, willing to say
the guy
anything.
who's desperate for attention and like trying to hurt Wings, I guess, for some reason, says this, and so that gets their attention, right? They're like, all right, wait, what the fuck? And so for 4 hours, they sit and have a recorded conversation with this guy where they told him it was being recorded, mind you. Don't let him fucking slip out of that one either. Here's the thing that nobody wants to say, because whenever like this guy, I don't know his real fucking name and I don't want to, the guy who grew up with Wings, whenever he's like talks about what Wings supposedly did, he's like, oh yeah, they said he did some. And then he gets quiet, like it's too dirty to say, right? You know, like, oh, I'm here to talk about child molestation, but it's too dirty for me to say the things Wings did.
Lying and implying.
It's like, lead with the fucking story, bro. What the fuck did he do? What the fuck did he do? He said something. What did he say? Did he say that he did something? What did he fucking say that he did? Right. This guy's such a pussy.
Important clarification fact, this guy was giving specific dates, and internet detectives did a little quick search, and the dates that he was giving would also make some of the people underage. So they're basically accusing Wings of being a pedo.
Yeah. Here's what happened. Wings, at one point, being the uncouth motherfucker he is, said to his sister, hey, you've got some feminine odor that you need to take care of. That hurt her feelings. She told mom. The mom was like, hey, you can't say that. And he's like, we're all living here together and it smells. All right, boys, that is it. That is it.
That's what he did.
Wings said somebody's pussy stank, and everybody's too embarrassed to fucking say it. So everyone's minds run rampant. Like, oh my God, can you imagine the positions and the contraptions they must use? Like
the whole thing was him saying like, hey, your vagina is, you know, kind of rough right now. We would love that summer fresh. Get some, we get some midnight summer's eve, whatever the fuck that brand is.
It's like a young girl's on her period and she doesn't quite have feminine hygiene maybe worked out. Or look, I don't have a vagina myself. Like maybe sometimes there's just nothing you can do about that bad boy. All right. I don't know. Maybe sometimes they just are unruly. All right.
Yeah. Being a guy rocks.
I've had swamp. Maybe it's just like a case of swamp ass you can't get away from. I just don't know.
That's what I imagine.
Yeah. So
basically, Wings was defending the hygiene of his home.
Okay, saying, that's unbelievable in and of itself.
So look,
like, how bad do you have to smell before Wings says you smell?
Now look.
Kyle will tell you. Wings. Apparently, I've never met him, but apparently he smells very nice.
Really?
No. That's something that Wings put forward. That's the
thing that I stick to. No, that's a Woody thing. I went on this. I I forget what it's called. Alki David flew us out to Beverly Hills. And
Oh,
played
Bash or
Millionaire
something?
Bash thing.
Yeah, something
Oh,
like
dude, I
that.
skipped that one. I heard that one was weird as fuck.
Yeah, that you heard right. But I was around Wings for a weekend plus. The man smells good. Don't let anyone tell you Wings smells bad. The guy's got it on lockdown, or at least he did that weekend.
You know, things come in streaks, I guess. You know, there was this one time when, like, every time I would walk past the kitchen, I would throw my Coke can, like, not even trying, right fucking in. Odds had to be 1 in 100 that I'd hit it 10,
yeah.
like all day long. I was hitting it. That's how Wings smelling nice for you is. He just hit it all weekend long somehow. Somehow he did not perspire, or maybe only Use Me Blade was sneaking up behind him with some axe. I don't know. But
in fairness,
God,
when you were
Blade.
around him, Kyle, it was the boot camp. He's gonna be sweat. If I was doing Kyle
True.
FPS boot camp and it's me, I'm gonna smell like dog shit because I'm gonna be pushing tires over and running around in the yard in
you know,
Georgia.
when you force me into a corner like this, I have to give anecdotal evidence,
Yes.
and just tell you that he smelled so bad that we wouldn't go out with him, and we forced him to bathe one time. I was like hinting at it, like, yeah, I'm gonna take a shower, and then
Let's
or-
all take
yeah,
showers.
yeah, one of those things that's like, hey, I'm gonna hop in the shower in like 10, or do you want to get in now before me? I don't want to use up all the hot water. You know, you do one of those things to
Yeah, yeah.
politely nudge, but at the core of that, what I just said is like, we're all taking baths before we go out. What order would you like your bath to be? It wasn't, would you like a bath, sir? It's like when you're selling a car. What color do you want your car? Not, do you want a car? You know?
And he's like, no, and you're like, oh, I insist. You
I
have to
literally-
feel the water pressure.
Insist didn't cut it because he said, no, I'm good, brah. And so I said, you stinky motherfucker, take a shower or I won't go. And so that got it done. You had to be direct like that. And I know now that Wings appreciates that kind of directness. When you come right at someone and say, hey, you smell bad, fix it. Okay?
Yeah.
Because that's
Some
all he
people
did.
need that. Some people
And
really
look-
just need to be straight up told you can't dance around it.
But look, to Wings' weird fucking real life friend who's like way too obsessed with his life, dude. What's your deal, bro? And to the guys on the internet who, again, I apologize, you didn't misquote this guy. He was just a maniac.
So this guy
I'm surprised.
went on. So this guy did a 4-hour conversation
Yeah,
where he basically would lead up to an intense story and then just imply something happened.
Well, the
then
thing
he
is that,
doubled
like-
down, said that everyone was lying and the clip channels took it out of context and that Wings was
Yeah.
only viewing the clip channels. And now it's come out that he did say all this shit and imply it, and the clip channels were literally just taking his lies and making compilations of it.
yeah, pretty much. That pretty much cuts it. And look, if I'm wrong about anything still, I'd love to get to the bottom of it. But I watched all the videos. I watched an hour of like the 3-part series, and then I watched 2 more videos. I watched some old clips of Blade that were really good.
You mentioned that. What was what were these clips?
Man, I miss old Blade. I Blade's been having such a rough time of it that like I had forgotten what a chill, like smart guy he is deep down. That he doesn't really do that much anymore because he drinks a lot. But like, I don't know. I was watching him talk about Wings, just completely throw him under the bus one time. You know, there was an instance where they were doing their podcast or whatever together, and Wings just didn't show up one week because Blade was going to be the guest. He just wanted to avoid Blade, so he just pretended like he was sleepy that week. And so Blade had this bit of like stupid internet drama where somebody like photoshopped one of his tweets to make it seem like he had said something about hanging a certain group of people. You know how that goes. But
yeah.
it's like a goofy bad Photoshop that like, and Blade's saying this. He's like giving like a whole monologue. He's like, no one thought that was real. No one did. No one messaged me. No one tweeted me. No one even chuckled about it because it was such a bad fake. Wings, and then it cuts to the clip of Wings doing it. He's like, I can't believe y'all replaced me last week with that racist motherfucker. and then all of Wings like co-hosts are like defending Blade. They're like, Blade had a black man with him when he was on. Like his roommate, I think, might be black. Like, I don't think he's racist, man. And Wings like, pull it. You know how he is when he's confident. Pull it up. Pull it up. Pull it up. Yeah, let's look at it right there.
What if Wings made it? You said it was badly photoshopped, right?
No, not
and
that
it's in
bad.
like
There
Comic
was no
Sans,
crayon.
not centered under the username. Like,
There was
just
no
not
crayon.
even close.
Okay.
But it was just this terrible. And Wings was so quick to like with a little bit of nonsense evidence to like throw Only Use Me Blade under the bus. We should never have him on our show again. We should never talk to people like that again. And it's like, that juxtaposed with his current situation is one of those million things that makes it so hard to be on his side time and time again. Where like when the shoe was literally on the other foot, he was so quick to judge from like nonsense evidence and like try to like and throw somebody's reputation under the bus as being
funny,
a racist.
like,
only to be Blade is a lot of things, but he is not a racist.
I was trying not to mention
and
those.
it seems like most of his friends are black.
But Kyle, you sent me that video earlier today, like the compilation of everything, the Wings compilation, and like you're right. Like Wings will sometimes lash out with no evidence. You know, not that I've never done that. I've done that many times. But like usually I'm trying to joke, make a meme or something, make a bit. But basically, like you sent me that video, and I like my gut reaction to all like the people calling Wings a pedophile shit is fucked up. Like that's so not true. It's really messed up to put that onto somebody and say that. And when there's no evidence that he did that or is planning to do something like that. But like, so I always have that instinct of like, come on, lay up on Wings, take it easy, like stop fucking with him. Like he's had his share. And then I open this video Kyle sends me. The first like 5 clips are like, fuck Merca. Merca can go fuck himself. All Merca did was show up and then steal all the money from the show that I made. That's all Merca Durka did. And it's like 5 clips back to back of like, he's shooting. It's like, what's that, Merca? Fuck Merca Durka. Merca Durka can kiss my ass. He stole my money. And I'm watching that like, you know, Wings, I'm kind of one of the guys in your corner, but I didn't even steal your spot on the show, you fucking retard. I took a different guy's spot.
It was Lefty, right? Didn't you replace Lefty?
Yeah.
It was Lefty.
Right. I've been a host 7 years. 2014. I started being a host on this show, and he still thinks I took his place. Come on, man. That was 2 presidents ago.
Hold on. What if Wings is like that kid that never is always bullied in school, and then he gets to be hall monitor for one day and just uses this tiny bit of power to just shit on everybody? Because Wings gets trolled constantly. He's been trolled for years. It's honestly not even funny. Like, it's kind of sad. I feel like you just leave the guy alone. Like, he's suffered enough. But then finally, a break, light at the end of the tunnel. Wings sees the ability to talk shit and troll somebody else and just jumps on it instantly and unloads every ounce of repressed emotions and trolling into whatever, evidence or not, just going to lash out at somebody. That's my theory.
Let me read you an Only Use Me Blade paraphrased quote. I wrote it down today that I thought was so cogent. When you're so fat you can't get on an airplane and simultaneously such a small man you can't get into a Skype conversation to apologize. Wings of Redemption.
Ooh.
When you're so fat, you can't get on an airplane, and simultaneously, such a small man, you can't get into a Skype conversation to apologize.
Was this following when
it has to be an old quote because it's about
tweet?
Skype.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be like what, pre-2017 kind of?
Yeah, and be a small man for not hopping on AIM and hashing this out.
right.
No, it's
so small they can't get on Jabber.
For not hopping on your landline, dialing up the wheel and hashing it through.
I don't miss that at all.
But that was your carrier pigeon, right?
That was in reference though to like, you know, the previous instance they'd had where he threw Blade under the bus, and it was like, dude, you always hear that phrase, "You owe me an apology." Rarely do you mean it. Mm-hmm. I feel Blade is literally owed that. He is like it's like, hey, you owe me an apology. Like to this day, I guarantee Wings has never been like, hey, I was wrong in that moment 8 years ago. Fuck, what was I thinking? I'm so sorry. That's what I would say. Like, Jesus Christ, you like threw him under the bus like that for no reason. Anyway, if I'm still missing some pieces to the puzzle, I'd love to know. But boys, like, and I'm talking like all you investigators or whoever out there, like, am I wrong? It's because it seems to me that like everybody always tiptoed around like what he'd actually done. It was always like somebody said he said a thing about somebody and somebody thought that was bad, so we all did this. And it was never like, oh, he'd do every night. It would be this, that, and the other. I never heard anything like that. I just heard the one thing. He said a thing that people didn't like. His mom didn't like the thing that he had said to his mom or to his sister or something like that. And when it finally boiled down, it seems to me the only thing that's even borderline here between Wings, his sister, and like drama is him complaining about a smell. And I know everybody's eyes got weird about that, but like
it's not even that weird. Like, and if it's your like, I don't have a sister, and but I have brothers, and I know it's not the same. But like if one of my
It's not.
brothers, like after hockey or something, smelled like shit and he wouldn't shower, I'd be like, dude, come on, you smell really bad. Like he wasn't saying it in any other way than that, I would imagine.
Can I just jump in and say, look,
Yeah.
we're not going to be able to like put ourselves into a position where we can make this make sense for us. And,
Yeah,
and
we
what
would
everyone
never do
needs
this.
No,
Yeah.
we would never do this. So like it doesn't even make sense to try to run the scenario. The issue, what you've got to always keep in mind here is you're dealing with a very odd man.
Yeah.
And like
Two odd men in
and
this case.
I'm trying not to like say something really cruel here about wings on the internet, like something actually like mean here, but like maybe he's not picking up on everything that you guys are laying down all the time. I talked to somebody today about this and they were like, oh, I bet Wings is loving this. He's raking in the money and the views. And I'm like, you have such a loose grasp on Wings, or maybe just reality, that I'm getting a little mad at you.
Finance,
right now.
like how do you think money works?
Wings is so afraid right now because people are calling him the worst thing in the world, that he's trying as desperately as he can to clear his name, but he's too much of a dum-dum to be like, what? Tell me what I said. Tell them what I said to her. Tell them what the big bad is. What did I do? You said her pussy smelled. I sure did. 8 years ago, I told my roommate / sister that she had BO. Is that why we're here? Yeah. All right. Anything else? Anything else before you like try to ruin my life another step further, you roach? Like that's what he should have done.
See, that's all that it would take to I'm curious with you guys. So like if I like I said, I don't have a sister. If I had a sister and I'm living with my sister and my mom and I'm worried about a pussy smell, in no world do I like knock sis. Like I go
you go to the arbiter of pussy.
I go to my mom and I would be like, hey, this is so uncomfortable, but you know, Stacy, I think there's some smell coming from her. Can you have a talk with her? Don't tell her I told you. I don't want her to be embarrassed. Like that's the way a normal adult would handle that, right? Is that the way you guys would?
Sister.
I think I would have talked directly.
She smelled fine to me.
But no.
Woody's gamer tag enters the argument. No. Gaslight Woody, or no, we gaslight Wings into thinking his sister's pussy was never smelly.
I did meet her, and she didn't smell.
There was no noticeable odor when I met her.
Right,
and it could be an older brother bullying his younger sister.
The home did smell strongly of some sort of Lysol product, though. So
they cleaned up. They had guests coming. You know.
Yeah, his mom smoked all the time, right?
It's like in the movies. You know, in the movies where they just barely get the crime scene cleaned up in time, and you get the investigators get there, and they smell bleach, and that's just as damning as a pussy smell. Like, I think that's what happened. We got there and we smelled cleaning products. They had been hiding that stink from us.
You think they bleached that poor girl or woman? I don't know how old she was.
You know, the original douching products were made by Lysol. It's like Lysol douche. And like Google the old product photos. It's really funny stuff. It's almost
didn't it do bad things to the inside of your vagina because they would use pretty strong chemicals there.
Terrible for your pussy.
It really fucks up the pH levels if you do it too frequently. But it's because you're supposed to be using it when the pH levels are out of whack already. Like that's the kind of the idea. So to use it to just I don't know, freshen things up on a Saturday afternoon is overkill.
Like it's funny those products that used to do so much more stuff. Like there's the old stuff, like the opium tablets and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah.
Lysol, this is one of them. It does
Lysol.
everything.
Feminine hygiene facts. And I think that back in the day, Listerine was like also a feminine hygiene. Listerine, they used to say, was for everything. They're like cauterize or sterilize wounds, fix your mouth, fix your pussy, fix your ass, clean your hands, scrub your floor. You know, Dr. Lister's ultimate ointment. And like, that's what it was. It was just like, get drunk in the street because it's prohibition time. Or like whatever else you could do with Listerine. I remember like when I was maybe 7, 8 years old, we would have chores every weekend. And like my mom would be like, all right, Taylor, you're on bathroom duty. You're on kitchen duty, like scrubbing the floor and stuff. And one time I unknowingly mixed bleach and vinegar, not knowing, that makes chlorine gas.
Bleach and ammonia.
Is that it? Mm-hmm. Bleach and ammonia? Whatever makes...
I've made my share of gases.
Okay, well, it was bleach and ammonia then.
I've used them for rats before.
I remember like I'm a little kid, and I like start wiping the countertop, and I'm like, I feel sick, and I just left the room, and I nothing ever came of it. It's because I didn't make a big pot of it. I was just like a kid, and so I was like, multiple cleaning agents. I'll be done twice as fast. And
Yeah,
so
that stuff's
just
really
spraying
dangerous.
them onto the wall. Thank God it was a tiny like spritz amount of it, but that still makes enough to like get you coughing and feel sick.
I guess that's chlorine gas.
I think so.
Have you ever seen the video, the black and white video of World War I, when they would unleash a big wave of it? They would do it on a day where, I don't know, air pressure was and the wind direction was conducive to this, but they would basically just have like giant vats of it poured together on the battlefield, and like because of the weather conditions, it would create this low-lying fog because the chlorine gas is so heavy, it gets low to the ground in this thick little
fill the
fog,
trenches,
and it flows.
Yeah.
It starts creeping toward the enemy lines. And there's nothing to do against it except for piss in a rag and throw it on your face, or use that gas mask you were issued 8 months ago, right? Like,
it sounds
like
terrifying. Imagine seeing the death fog just rolling in, and you know that's a slow, painful death. You might not even be able to outrun it if you just totally abandoned your station.
All your mucous membranes go into like overdrive, and the ones in your lungs especially. So you begin drowning on your own like fluids essentially, while like your eyes, nose, throat, everything are just like foaming.
They should make it so you can be safe on top of the trenches, right? Like all you need is a little sandbag so that you can get above the trench, right? Am I crazy?
Not like they didn't have.
then
that's where the guns are.
That's where the bullets are
But no,
flying.
but the guns could, all you need is a small hill above the hole. Like if there's just a hole, then you get out of the hole, you die. If there's a hole next to a small wall, then you can be out
I
of
feel
the
like
hole.
it'd be like
build a
everybody's
wall.
in the trench and they're like, smoke's coming in, head for the hill, and the Germans are like, they're all running for the hill as planned.
No, I'm just picturing like a sandbag wall a couple feet away from the trench that you can be on the ledge.
I think the issue is that you've got like a trench that's like miles and miles wide that has to be manned all the time because they're, you've been butting forces, somewhere in France with the Germans for
I think I'm not explaining myself. When you make a trench, you have excess dirt.
They put that in sandbags and they pile them up.
And now you can exist outside the trench behind the sandbags.
No.
I don't think that's as safe.
No.
I don't know.
I would say if the trenches didn't work, they wouldn't have done them because they didn't seem like fun.
No, but I feel like they were
But the trenches
figuring
let you
out
stand
warfare
upright.
again.
Anyway,
You also would have lived in the trench. People would have got chlorine
I need an
gas
artist
during their
rendering.
nap.
I'm not opposed to the idea. I just need a drawing.
You're in luck.
Can we take 10, 15 minutes?
On a first grade level?
Dude, Woody, I want one of those like 4chan level MS Paint drawings of how you imagine the hill, the trenches, do all that.
Bro,
like I could even do that.
No, the worse it is, the funnier.
Because if you think that let me ask you this, Woody. Do you think that if you could go back to World War I in a time machine and you could give them this tip, do you think that you could save lives?
I'm processing it. I think that it's not that I'm smarter than these soldiers of World War I.
Of course not. No.
It's just that I have a glimpse into their future, which involves chlorine gas. So rather than put the sandbags at the edge of the wall, push them back. See what we have here? A wall. Where did all the dirt go that made that trench? Zach, put your mouse in, like your in front of the guy. There should be like a sandbag with holes in it that people are shooting through in front of his face.
Okay,
it might have been a resource issue
let's
because you're
imagine
building
that
miles of wall. If you have miles of wall, you can't double your effort to build sandbags and shit when the hole blocks all the bullets.
Where did the dirt go they used to make the trench? They removed dirt
it looks like
from
Woody
the
ground
trench.
line on the right side.
See, they put it behind them. That's a terrible mistake. Put it in front of them, and then they.
No, Woody, they're making a little hill behind them to your specifications.
It's in the wrong spot.
Woody, I just don't understand in what scenario
you can shoot through the hole in the sandbags. It's gonna be delightful. You're gonna love my trench idea.
Well, I mean, I'm sure that was done many times. But let's just say we put some sandbags with a hole in front of them in front of this man. How does that save him from chlorine gas?
Because he can climb out of the trench and be behind the sandbags.
No, he would have to it's going to flow over the top and then down into the trench. So it's going to flow over the fucking sandbags and over wherever he is and keep going down in a massive wave that probably lasts for like an hour.
Wait a
so
minute,
unless he's standing on his tiptoes on top, like stretching up out here, he's gonna choke on it.
Zach, bring the image back up.
Bring the image back up because we have misinterpreted this image entirely. Look at what this is showing. This is
the guy
showing
in the back shitting.
No, they're showing a scenario in which this man can go prone and like be underground and shoot through a fucking hole, right? Is that not what I'm looking at? Look at how he's in position
basically.
B right now. Look at what C, B, and A are. In A, he is in a prone position, firing through some sort of hole.
Wait, no. But look at that. That's like follow the ground line, and it shows depending on where the ground line is with that dotted line, the different positions you would take. So A is if the ground line is barely lower than the shooting position. B is if it's medium level, and then D down there, or C, you can see his right leg up, and then D, both feet down in the deepest trench. You see what I mean? That ground line.
Yeah. You can tell by and like see the M there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The fuck is that?
That is for it's like passing treats, snacks, trinkets.
Oh, okay.
Mustaches.
Oh, they got it's no. It's like one of those sushi conveyor belt things. They got a string.
Yeah.
And it's just grenades, and it's like, oh, I think I will
what the
have a
hell
grenade.
is M for?
I think
really
it's
baffled.
I think it's for like passing stuff between the two sides. So you don't.
Am I the only one that
when you pass it on the
like
other side
looking
of
at
the wall?
stuff like this? Like I feel like I don't look at L and G. There's some kind of a fucking crawl space underneath.
There's a bunch of stuff. So war isn't like they knew what people were doing. They built these things sequentially. They would build something. The other side would come up with something like chlorine gas that would destroy the trench's usefulness, and then they would build their trenches differently to survive the chlorine gas or do gas.
You didn't address
masks.
LNG at all. I think they're just storage areas, Kyle.
Well, L was a retaining wall to like keep it together. I think.
Okay,
Thank you.
Can we please? Oh,
color.
Well, we're in color now. Okay, so Woody, please show me how we defend against the.
They're kind of doing it here. Do you see the sandbags? All he needs to do is lay down behind the sandbags.
You still die there. Where the fuck do you think the chlorine gas flows over?
Drifter.
Sorry.
I need a chance to talk too. My theory was that the gas was heavy and going through the trench to get to you. It was traveling in the trench, not that it traveled over the.
Oh, yeah. No.
So that's where my mistake comes in.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, it's traveling toward your trench, perpendicular to it from the
very
enemy.
Heavy. Mm-hmm. I thought that it had seeped into like the first heavy thing it found, and then it was traveling via trench to.
No, it roils along the ground, and it finds all the hidey holes and tunnels. Like it goes down and like.
That's why, like each side.
But
use
that
it
wasn't even the
the
most effective way to use it. I'm describing like one instance where I watched them do this thing where they just combined it raw and like created the gas and let it flow like that. That's the shitty way to do it. Eventually, they used artillery shells to deliver it and mortar rounds to deliver it, so they could pinpoint accurately, explode the gas right amongst the enemy, and do it in such a cluster that like instantly a whole line, like hundreds and thousands of people are getting exposed to this gas and going blind.
You asked Woody, you were like, if you go back in time and you share this info, do you think you could save lives? I go back in time to World War I. They go, we're about to send troops. We're about to get moving. I go, guys, don't even waste your time on this one. Let it happen. There's going to be another guy in about 13 years. Save your resources for that guy. I'm telling you. Like, no, we have to get over there. Trust me on this. Let this happen. Let World War I play out. We save up all our resources for World War II. You know how much we took advantage of the UK, France, all those countries, us giving them huge amounts of resources for loans they couldn't possibly pay back. That then we made them take like manufacturing contracts in our country in the 50s, like, and that helped like our economy grow in a big way. Like we could do that to an even bigger extent. We go, nope, sorry, World War I, we're not jumping in. We have a hunch because of this really smart guy with a normal size head and normal BMI came back in time and he told us not to waste time because there's a mustachioed motherfucker coming up in the next 13 years. I would be a hero.
To be fair,
you sure that there would be a World War II if you prevented World War I?
Well, we don't know.
He's going to prolong. See, the problem with that is Hitler's fighting in World War I, right? Well, it's his main. Everybody jokes about the art thing, but Hitler was upset about the way World War I ended, and he felt that that Germany was a military power that, at the very least, could have sued for a better deal at the end, because Germany got really fucked at the end. They were just like, whatever you want, take it. They did one of those when, in reality, they could have been. They had a better bargaining position.
Is that the Treaty of Versailles? Right?
And I don't think so, but I'm not great with that. I thought Versailles was World War II, but I'm. No, it's the pomp. It's the what's the one from Sopranos? They make fun of it. Like he couldn't. He said it wrong. but I'm not gonna. It doesn't matter.
Something Accords.
Yeah. It's the one where Stalin and Churchill and FDR are all there together.
He's a fucking interior designer from Czechoslovakia.
It's like the
what you're talking about.
It's like the compassed, fucking can't roll off my tongue thing.
Potsdam Agreement.
That's it.
Did I get it?
You got it. Yeah. No, that's what I needed. I'm just too lazy to fucking do it, apparently. It's better if I struggle for it.
I like to tap keys while I think. I'm sorry, it's a nervous tick. I tap keys and I dart my eyes around when I'm thinking.
Okay, do you guys ever notice
like
that your hands will like type what you're thinking sometimes? If you're just like thinking about stuff, your fingers will just type it a little.
Yeah.
No?
My N key is worn out.
The G fell off so long ago. It gets worked at least twice as hard as the N.
Just some racist guy always typing it. some racist Rain Man always.
Is it okay if I shift to a TV show real quick, or do we have more like important? Like, I mean, obviously we've got like the global pandemic, as bad as it's ever been. Vladimir Putin's moving 7,000 more troops to the border with Ukraine.
Dude, the Ukraine news coverage is making me crazy.
Oh, I've been watching.
Here's what happened. Fast forward, what's happened in Ukraine? We sort of laid it out last week. Ukraine used to be part of Russia. Now Ukraine kind of wants to be part of NATO. Russia's like, no, I'm your jealous ex-boyfriend. I want you to come back to me. And they're like, I'm really kind of feeling these NATO guys. They look richer than you. And Russia's like, well, I'm going to force you to be my girlfriend. You can't leave. All right. So that's the Ukraine thing in a nutshell. Biden is like, no, you can't just invade other countries. If you do that, then China's going to do it and everyone's going to do it. We're going to have all this like lack of peace. America being the world's police force was a cool thing. And all the Americans are like, actually, we don't really want to die over this. Why are we protecting Ukraine's borders? That kind of sounds shitty to me.
Yeah.
So Russia says, hey, we're pulling all the troops away. And here's where the news coverage got me angry. The Republicans were like, you made a big deal over nothing. They really had no plans of invading Ukraine. You're lying to us. And, fuck you for acting like invasion was imminent. That's it. And the left is like, we did it, boys. We stopped Russia from invading. They're pulling away now. So there's it was never real, and we succeeded for a brief period of time. Now it turns out Putin was just lying. He didn't actually pull any troops away. He just said he pulled troops away.
And they believe.
Wait. How would we not know that? Because I thought all that news came from satellite shit, where they'd be like, we're noticing patterns of retreat.
Putin said it.
Oh,
yeah.
Putin said it. And it took us a little while to sort of disprove it. And we're like, hey, wait. We're watching. And you put more troops on the border. You said you sent your troops home, but what you actually did was deploy more troops getting ready to invade Ukraine.
Did I?
That's kind of like when he said there was a genocide going on in this area of Ukraine and terrorists, but as it turns out, it was mostly Russian spec ops and mercenaries doing the genocide.
What?
So where we stand right now is it seems like Putin is going to invade Ukraine, and we'll see if he does.
I'm never going to take a trip to Ukraine. I don't care. That's on that's number 69, 70, 71 on vacation destinations worldwide.
I'm watching Long Way Round right now. This is the motorcycle TV show. It's 10 episodes where they ride their bike from the UK around through Europe, Eastern Europe. They go through Mongolia, Russia, Alaska, Canada, America, back to UK. Can you picture this?
Yeah,
long way round. They are currently in the Ukraine. And I am learning what Ukraine was like in 2003 via TV show.
Well, in Ukraine,
backwards.
when you were like, they're biking through the UK and Ireland and France, and I'm like, okay, long way around. And then you're like, and Russia. And it's like, dude, just biking through Russia would take
Dude,
half a
I left
lifetime.
some out. They spend a lot of time in Kakistan and Mongolia and Russia. Like
Kazakhstan, where like Borat's from, that's a big country
you
too.
can't just make up countries, Taylor.
Surprisingly,
You just said
big. The
Kakistan.
It's the largest. Well, it's either Kyrgyzstan or
You say tomato, I
Kazakhstan,
say
based on what he said.
potato.
But Kazakhstan is the largest landlocked nation in the world, so you're spending a lot of
Pakistan
time.
is?
Driving. Kazakhstan, yeah.
Don't they have like
I don't know. I can't get it right.
Kakistan,
I don't know.
yeah, and it's the
But
largest
another
and
country
then,
I
like,
wouldn't to go to on vacation to. I don't care if they have war.
and
I
then
would
like
go.
another weird stat is like the army of Turkey is apparently just fucking gigantic for some reason.
Is it?
Turkey has an autocratic thing going on, and I know Kazakhstan has a really important spaceport because they're at a good like launch angle or whatever. What is it?
Oh, I didn't know
Baikonur.
All those Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan.
You can
Man, I don't know what goes on this corner of the world.
Stan means land of, so
Well, I know
Either
war
that or
that we
Stan was very
cause
busy.
happens around here, but I thought Mongolia had a lot more greenery. That looks pretty desert. I always picture like horse riders in Mongolia. I guess that's just the
Can you share
northern
that?
part.
I think that might be modern day Mongolia, and whereas like maybe the Mongol Empire would have been like that whole fucking map there mostly.
Maybe. I
So
don't know.
definitely.
This map isn't perfect because it I don't know why it acts like they gain altitude with between every stop.
They are taking the long way around.
But
flying.
it's a pretty neat motorcycle trip. You can sort of see like,
Oh, dude, that's a motorcycle trip?
yeah.
dude.
Holy shit. I thought I didn't know what it was at first. That's really cool.
Yeah, it's a motorcycle
It
trip,
is.
and it appears to be a large chunk of it is off road. Like,
Are you
by
considering this?
necessity. This got me inspired to do it. I think it took them a little more than 3 months, and that's
Yeah.
more than I could.
Can I make a
do.
suggestion? Don't do this.
Can I
you're
counterpoint?
going-
Do it.
Like I mean, you like a bumpy road. Okay, I think that's a good way of like describing you. You like a bumpy road.
I like a bumpy road.
This road looks like it is fraught with peril.
That's what they said about hitchhiking in Mexico. It went
No, I would hitchhike with you with our assholes showing in Mexico. But before I took you, all right, so let's start with London to Brussels, right? Fuck yeah, let's go. By
Right?
the time I'm gonna have 3 STDs by the time I get to Kiev. Okay, like new shit. That
Well, then
I don't
I'm
even know
gonna
about.
have 3
That's
because you know.
That's because
Well-
of your own carelessness.
That's probably I'm a bug chaser.
Well, what's
It-
the
it-
most dangerous area of this trip?
That's what I was getting at. I think
Yeah.
when you
America.
make that bump from like
Chicago, genuinely, yeah.
from like Almaty, yeah, it's that layover in Chi-Town. they don't play.
They do say that the most like the like I guess it's I don't know if they have crime stats or what, but they were saying that camping in America was actually the most dangerous part of the trip. I don't know. They say it, but
That's some pussy ass shit. Then what I'm afraid of though is like. I mean, again, this is my ignorant American point of view. But look, these are some big, long lines that I think go through some lesser developed countries. I'm worried about if you get hurt in one of these places that they don't have that magical doctor who puts the perfect screws in your leg. And like when you wake up, you've got like some weird fucking Soviet implant in your hip.
Yeah. In fairness, these guys brought a doctor and a film crew.
Okay.
In the chase truck, right?
Oh,
so I
shit.
don't. Unless I have that, it's not quite the same.
That's a
thing.
better way to do it.
Can you imagine? We'll give you top of line hip. It's the same hip they give linen.
Dude,
When you stop for your trip in Chicago later, you will be much faster, more fleet of foot, able to escape potential aggressors.
No, they did, but they
It is
do,
not
like,
safe like it is here in Volgograd.
you're like, all right, I could deal with that, but why did you replace both hips?
2 for 1 special.
We make you 6 million ruble man made of jelly beans and rubber bands.
Ruble man.
You're mostly made of
$12.
your
That's
heart
like
is made of one
400
of
That's like $400,000.
No, that's worse. It's $78,000. You're the $78,000 man.
It is not a pacemaker. It is one of the batteries used to work those Lego cranes. You know,
Bionicle.
So 6
yeah, it's a
million-
bionicle heart.
So 6 million rubles is 78,000 US dollars.
The 6 million ruble man.
That is not a very impressive.
He is made of He is
Right?
made of cardboard and particle board.
I mean,
PVC pipe.
I bet my ankle cost. I don't know. What do you think 2 broken ankle surgeries cost in some rehab?
I have no idea. Hopefully,
Depends
I never
on
need to
where.
find
In
out.
America,
I
everything you got.
$18,000.
2 surgeries? I went under twice. I don't know.
I don't think it's as crazy when it's like your foot or something. I don't know. My people that I know in the medical field, we talk about this sometimes. When they got to open you up, it's when it gets wild. And that aftercare, if there's a lot of aftercare, that's pretty stupendous as well. And then certain scans, depending on your healthcare provider, can be obnoxiously expensive. But I don't know. Both of y'all would know more than me. I don't
remember. The average cost for ankle replacement surgery is $24,000.
All right, they replaced the fucker. Like,
Yeah, they replaced it, right?
Actually, think about that. Like $24,000 is pretty good.
For a new ankle, it's worth
You can't even get a Mustang for that.
That's true.
You can't buy a used Mustang for that. Used car prices are up like 40%.
Dude, I keep reading about these car prices. It's outrageous right now. I guess Ford has started working with their dealers. They're doubling the prices of some vehicles because the supply is just that short. People are, it was actually 80% more, not 100% more, but it's outrageous.
Too close.
Yeah, I want to do an example, but yeah. So a $20,000 car is like $36,000 maybe, and Ford is threatening to take away people's dealerships for this kind of activity. You okay, Kyle? What'd you do?
I went to take a sip of the stupid fucking energy drink, and it like, when you take a shit and the water splashes just right to hit you in the asshole. Like, if I took this sip and the water splashed right into my fucking pupil. It's not water though; it's this stupid Georgia.
But did it burn energetically? Right? Like it was. I've had toothpaste in my eyes, and I'm like, somehow it's a minty burn.
It burned like Georgia peach bang with creatine and EAAs.
Nice.
I don't know why my eyeball needs
your
EAAs.
vision's going to get better.
It's going to be in great shape.
Yeah, that's for those eye gains. Oh, speaking of like face gain, Peacemaker wrapped up. Have you seen?
Oh, don't spoil it. I have to wait. I have to wait a whole week for my wife to come back so we can watch it together.
Speaking of face gains.
Yeah, he's got that. There's a
face
scene
exercise,
There's a scene in Peacemaker where like he's crying and having like a full-on meltdown over his life in general. He's hurting himself. He's so mad at himself for being. He's like, you push everybody away because you're such a piece of shit on the inside. And he's crying out loud. And like his friend is like peeping on him through the window, and he jumps up. He's like, "Bro, were you crying?" He's like, "No, I wasn't crying. I'm doing my facial exercises to make my face more muscular and jacked. I can tell by looking at your little face through that mask. Yours is all bony and angular. It's fucking gross." He's like, "Well," and the guy's like genuinely like, "Well, would you teach me those exercises?" Yeah.
There's another part later in this series where he's crying, and his fucking autistic partner is like, I guess if you're gonna have a face that jacked, you got to do it all the time.
Yeah.
That show's great, man.
It is great. Peacemaker's very good.
I can't recommend it enough.
John Cena, surprisingly good actor. It's mostly comedic, but he does the dramatic really well too. And I thought he was really good in Suicide Squad. As a spoiler, when he makes that swap to being evil really fast, that was a big turnaround.
So they did one of those things. You know, there's multiple YouTube channels do it, but I think GQ is one of them where they like interview the actor and they show a bunch of. They do it always as promo. Obviously, they got a new thing coming out, so it's like, hey, here's Danny DeVito's like take on his whole career. To like promote maybe a new season of It's Always Sunny or something like that. Well, they did that with what's his name? It's fucking the guy we're just talking about.
John Cena.
And it's really interesting to see him like out of character completely, like discussing this stuff because he's talking about the character of John Cena, and that's really interesting. He's like, they told me that he was going to be really into hip hop stuff, so. That's what he was. They tell me what to do, and I just fucking do it. And he talked about like his first movie, The Marine, and it was like really thoughtful stuff. Like he's just like, that movie was supposed to go to Steve Austin. 2 weeks before it was supposed to begin filming, he canceled, and Vince McMahon said, "I need you in Australia tomorrow." And I said, "Why?" Because I'm 24 years old and I'm loving being the champion, the wrestling champion. He said, "Oh, well, you're going to be in a movie called The Marine." He's like, "Well, I'm not an actor." He's like, "Well, you are now. Your tickets," and like just fucking shipped him off and like had him making a movie in a couple days. So he was really interesting to hear from and see. Like, seems like a really great guy in real life. Like, I don't know. I just like watching that quick YouTube video, I took away from it that he's thoughtful and intelligent and puts a lot more thought into like what I think most people think of as like goofball roles, like WWE stuff, than you would imagine. I really liked him. The first thing I saw him in was in that Amy Schumer movie called The Hangover, I think. Something like, it wasn't The Hangover, it was something else. It was the disaster. Trainwreck. That's what it was.
Okay,
like
Zach. Thank you, Zach.
Yeah, something like that. And I'm not a big Amy Schumer fan by any means, but that's a good movie. And John Cena is a big part of what makes it funny. Like his physical humor, like him being kind of goofy and quirky and vulnerable, while at the same time being like a Hulk of a man, like in his tidy whities. That juxtaposition is really comical and funny, and something that like Arnold was never willing to do. He didn't want to be the butt of the joke.
Mm-hmm.
If anything,
Kindergarten Cop and
that's what I was thinking. Did he
no,
like
but
he was kind of the hero. He beat up the.
He's fish out of water. That's fish out of water. That's not butt of joke. Because whenever like there's a confrontation, like there was the
he
one.
Wins.
What about Jingle All the Way? He got fucked up in Jingle All the Way and was like a putz of a dad.
Yeah, now that's an abomination of a film. Like that. That's the one where like he's trying to get the Sinbad is in it, maybe.
Yeah, Sinbad.
All right, well,
Damn.
yeah, that's him doing a kids thing. That's just schlock. That's not even.
Sinbad might be dead. I haven't heard of him in so long.
Have you guys seen John Cena's reality
Black,
TV show?
Overweight.
I have
at
not
least 60.
seen John Cena's TV show.
Okay, I watched a little bit of it in the gym, and it was actually kind of fun because the one episode was his girlfriend was mad at him because he was more famous or whatever, so she wanted to challenge him to something. And obviously, he's like you said, a Hulk of a man. She can't win anything, so it was like checkers and putt golf. And no matter what she did, John Cena just crushed her, like dominated her at putt. And then he's like, you know what? We're gonna do go-karts because you're like 300 pounds or something, and I'm a little model. And he like picks out the fastest cart so he has a better advantage, and then immediately like takes her and like blocks her and like won't let her pass the entire way. And it's like a whole episode of him kind of being a playful dick to his girlfriend, and somehow it was very endearing instead of as abusive as I am describing it.
No.
Well, it doesn't sound abusive. It sounds more like they were laughing. It's not like he was like, "You stupid cunt, you'll never win."
Like she would just pick things that she would need like dainty hands for, or like little challenges, and like huge John Cena would be like, "Come in, I can sew too."
Yeah, yeah,
I can sew too. And it's like those Michael Jordan Mia Hamm commercials.
Endearing is a good way to describe John Cena, because that's what I took from that GQ video that I watched of him. And man, I really dig this show. It's not fucking like, I don't know, the best acting ever or anything. Don't come to it for that. It's not bad by any means, but it's it's a funny, dirty, like foul mouth,
the dirty
crude,
part. I want to jump on that. I was surprised because I think of John Cena as a very G-rated character who wouldn't want to soil his image. Maybe I'm off on this, but I've only ever seen him be kind of pure and family friendly. He's buck naked fucking women in this thing.
That sex scene is so good. Like it's so over the top that it's not even gratuitous. Like you couldn't jerk off to it, I guess is what I'm saying. You could only laugh at it.
Yeah, challenge accepted.
They did both.
and
I'm like the Joker. I'm laughing.
Later on, he
he
fucks. I don't want to spoil it, but later on, he talks about the sex, and he's like, "I made her come 4 times." I feel like that should be noted that I made her come 4 times.
They're like, "How is that relevant?" I guess it's not. I just wanted to slip it in. I didn't think you'd notice.
He's talking to the girl, and he's like, "Oh, that was great. I haven't had sex with a woman in a long time." He's been in jail.
Oh yeah, and then when he talks about his dick being so big that it hurts people. No, it's too big. It hurts people.
Wait,
they called me chip arm in school.
Isn't John Cena a human, or is he's super?
No, he's just a regular human being who was trained from childhood by his father, who was a supervillain himself.
The racist.
Super racist. That's
to be
a
segregation man.
Kyle, are you sure he's meant to have like literally no superpowers? Because he does some stuff like durability, jumps off a rooftop.
I don't think he is a meta human. I think that he is like a Batman type figure.
We talk about it in Suicide Squad, where him and Deadshot meet, and he's like, "Well, I'm stronger, I'm faster, I can shoot better than almost anybody alive." And Deadshot's like, "Well, that's the same as me." So they're not like genetically different, superpowered, but they're super well trained. They're exceptional, like Olympic athlete level people.
Yeah, exactly. Like the way it's always described in like lore is peak human physical capability, this whatever that is. He bench presses 450, he squats 1,000, and he can run a mile in 4 minutes. He's a bad motherfucker.
Were there like rewind like flashback clips of John Cena's dad, like whatever his, like the supremacist,
A lot of that.
or whatever his name is, and he's like, "I'll save that water fountain, citizen," and like he just bullies black people.
So what you
I
gotta
noticed
keep in
something
mind-
troubling on the front of that bus. And it just flies away.
What you doing here, boy? And just like jetpacks them away but just to the back of the bus.
Just to it's a very short flight.
Know your place, citizen, and then flies away. Like, I took it to be that he was like a terrorist, essentially, more than anything, because that's kind of. And when you see his costume, it's awesome. It's one of the cooler costumes in all of comic books, I think. The horns and everything. He's the white dragon.
Character buildup was intimidating too. Like they did a really good job. Yeah, Robert, the former T-1000 Terminator, now playing a racist supervillain, actually kind of works.
Yeah. I like Robert Patrick as an actor. Everything he's ever been in, I've always really appreciated him. I love that one insult that the Asian police officer throws at him. She calls him like a walking scrotum, and it's like holy shit. Like they wrote that line thinking of Robert Patrick. There's no way they wrote that line and then they cast Robert Patrick after. They were like, what would you call Robert Patrick? Come on, fucking walking scrotum. Look at this fuck. Get out of the sun, Rob. You're gonna
you know what his
you like a vampire who almost got burnt up by the sun.
Is that the guy you're talking about, the white dragon?
Yeah.
Okay, like this guy's hair, it looks like he always just like grabbed a live wire, like Merv from Home Alone. But I'm looking at his outfit. Marv, yeah. His outfit with the horns. Okay, this is a very cool looking outfit. Like
he can fly. So the
horns,
thing about
not a good move if you're a good guy character though. Horns.
He's not a good guy character. He's
a villain.
Racist super
No,
villain.
but he thought he was.
He didn't. He knew what he was.
Oh, okay.
It's Peacemaker who has this sort of like.
Right, yeah, because Peacemaker thinks he's a hero. He thinks, I'm going to go out and do good in the world and blah, blah, blah. But he's hindered because his dad, like, fucked him up as a kid, and he's basically a fucked up person.
Now, this picture, the outfit looks terrible. He looks glow in the dark. It looks cheap.
That's under, like, really bright lights, like, in his, like, laboratory. That's the most... Look, it's a show about people who, like... It's a show about a lot of nonsense, but the fact that Robert Patrick has some sort of, like, pocket dimension in his ruck room... is a little far-fetched. Yeah, he's literally created like some sort of pocket dimension, and like I'm just nerdy enough to know that that's nonsensical. And then he like pushes look. It's a good show. It's fun to watch. It's a popcorn show. There's some great titties. There's some amazing gore. There is all I've said about I'm not going to spoil anything, but battle at some point is done with an intelligent gorilla. Okay. Yep. And you're gonna want to. That's like one of the coolest things I've seen.
I fell asleep in that part.
Intelligent.
What?
I did.
As intelligent as you can imagine, like more intelligent than you.
Whoa.
Hyper intelligent girl.
That is a good.
That's a reasonably okay guy.
Before the reveal, I thought it was Gorilla Grodd. But it turned out not to be.
That's what a lot of people. They're like, was it that? People keep asking me that. I'm like, no, it's not that. But
Gorilla Grodd on CW.
It's a great show. Check it out. HBO Max, I guess, or wherever you get your HBO, or wherever you download your shows illegally.
Wherever you get your shows illegally. And so we're talking about shows and stuff. So I was doing a little more research on the Lord of the Rings upcoming show. And Kyle, I don't know if you know this, like they didn't buy the rights to Unfinished Tales or the Silmarillion. They only bought rights to Lord of the Rings trilogy and the Hobbit trilogy. And so they're not going to have any characters from the First Age, the Silmarillion, Unfinished Tales. It's just going to be the Amazon writers with like 2 anchor characters like Elrond and Galadriel, and then just inventing a story of made-up characters to exist around them in the world. It is going to be terrible. They don't even have the rights to tell the full story the way it's meant to. So it's literally just going to be they bought a version of the Tolkien world, and now they're going to invent characters that never existed to interact with characters that somewhat did exist, and then ones that did, like Elrond and Galadriel, in ways that never happened. So it's like, what are we doing here, guys? Come on.
So
you need to buy the rights to the Silmarillion if you're going to tell a historical tale through the First or the Second Age.
I'm predicting another Boba Fett, man. It's going to be just like the book of Boba Fett.
So I'm really good. I'm really good at judging books by covers, and I feel like I dodge a lot of nonsense.
It's a skill. It's like I just go to the library and I just look at books and I just get a good sense of them.
Also called being racist.
Yeah, what colored books do you avoid?
I didn't mean literal fucking books. although I could probably judge them quite well by their covers.
No,
you know,
Kyle does have a good intuitive ability with TV shows and movies. He does.
I'll tell you this. I watched Mandalorian so religiously, and I have like Mandalorian like merch. Like I'm a big fan. Like I've got like tank tops and like I got a helmet in the other room. Like I'm really into it. I dig it. I got one of those fucking what's the little fucking green cocksucker? I got one of them, and I saw Mandalorian coming a mile away. I didn't watch a single episode. Haven't seen it. Haven't even smelled a whiff of the reviews. I don't need to know because I saw pictures of the Mandalorian, and I could beat him to death. If you put him in his Mandalore armor and he kicked my fucking door in right now, I'd beat him to death with whatever that tripod that camera's on right now. I could kill that fucking actor in his full armor with give him that staff or whatever the fuck that chunky elderly there at 4 p.m. for dinner because it's $7 off.
In some ways, he did kill the mountain. I don't know why.
Dude, that old country buffet coupon bringing bitch.
You're thinking of the Mandalorian. I don't want to fuck. I'm not fucking with the Mandalorian. He's slick with it. That guy's probably actually taking
about the actor Pedro Pascal.
No, I'm talking about Boba Fett. Boba Fett.
The old guy who's doing action and he's clearly bulging out of the armor, and they have Ming-Na Wen, Fennec Shan.
He's like trying to pose and be cool, like standing straight up doing the single-handed pistol shot. It's a real iconic like pose you can take. For not for Boba Fett, for like action, right? Man standing holding gun. It's very iconic. There's a few ways to do it, and it looks good from various angles. He's trying to do one where shoulders are back, chest is forward. He's like this. The problem is when he does that, he doesn't present his chest and shoulders back like, big superhero man. He's got a bulging gut. He's got a plate of armor that is
powerful.
The armor isn't wide enough to cover his love handles. There's a scene there. I saw this. Someone linked me a GIF or a GIF if you prefer, where he's getting like accosted, him and like his like Asian assassin friend who was cool. I'd rather watch her show. I bet she's cool in his show. Because I liked her in The Mandalorian, the Asian assassin lady.
Yeah,
they're like getting
she's in a lot of stuff. She's also in the Street Fighter movie. She's who's the legs? Chun-Li in that one.
Okay.
Wait, Kyle, are you going to draw this back to Lord of the Rings, or are you just making a Mandalorian comparison?
Oh, we're shifting gears. No, like I'm just talking about like I can smell a rat coming. I can smell a rat coming, and I'm not going to watch a single episode of Lord of the Rings unless it's like one of those things where everybody's freaking out. It's like taking over pop culture, and it's like everybody's like saying quotes from it. If that happens, I'm like, Kyle was wrong again, and I'll jump on board, right? But I'm just telling you.
If it's
the question is, did y'all watch Boba Fett?
No.
Gina Carano was fatter than Boba Fett.
That guy looks like he's 62 years old.
That guy is 62 years old, and Gina Carano in the first season, she got fatter. She was okay. I thought.
Yeah, but it all went to her tits.
Look, I think she's still hot when she's chunky, to be fair. She's looking pretty fucking
You ever
good.
seen that video of that big white trash fat woman who like smashed a Coors Light can with her big heavy tit?
Yeah. Like
she could do that.
or something.
Yeah.
All right,
it was on the Man Show with like
Gina Carano is literally like a model. So but look, she got too chunky to be an action star. That's all we're fucking saying around here. And that old man right there, look, I think it's really cool that they cast him as Boba Fett. I just wish they'd done it 15 fucking years and 35 fucking pounds ago when he maybe could have done it. Because he is not Ewan McGregor, who's still like looking pretty fucking good. This dude looks old. And look, this is his best shot. Notice the helmet is covering a lot of his mass. The helmet is so well positioned. Like look at that big old belt. Why is that belt 3 inches thick?
That looks a lot like my belt.
The fucking girdle he's wearing.
You can see it in the show when he has it on and he's stretching. You can see the bulges under these armor. You can see the breastplate. Like it'll like instead of just coming down, flat, it'll go down and like angle out a bit.
That's a titty plate. That's not a breastplate. That's a titty plate because that man is overweight and he's too old to play that role. And if they're gonna like the worst part is even when he's got the helmet on, apparently they're not making him they're like throwing a stunt double in there or some shit. Like, because I saw that thing where like some robots were poking him with some like energy spear, and he was doing some fucking like kung fu shit, block him or like grab him, do that badass shit, and it looked weak. You ever see somebody work a heavy bag that can like work a heavy bag?
Yeah.
Or anything boxing related, something with your
thunderous.
hands, something
With
combat
kicks.
related,
Yeah.
and you're like, holy shit, that guy is like an athlete. This guy can't do that.
This guy, he doesn't like all the bullets in his bandolier are different.
Yeah, then none of this makes any sense. But you talk about old people and being too old to do action. If you pull the image back up, guess how old the actress next to him is?
Well, Asian people don't fucking crack, dude. She's probably 50.
50?
58.
56. Damn
She
it.
is
What?
58.
Oh, no, I was close.
Still doing her own stunts.
Wow. She's looking
Yeah.
great. And that's what she looks like in real life. This isn't a show with movie magic and filters and makeup. That's her.
Taylor. Hang on. No.
No,
Taylor.
I guarantee this woman looks exactly that age in real life. I'm fucking
Taylor.
around.
All right. Here's the thing, Taylor. I'm very quick to believe that sort of thing out of people, but the problem is she's next to Craggle Rock there. And
Fraggle Rock.
and they've struggled to make Fraggle Rock. No, that's Craggle Rock. His
Aggro crag.
and
The
like,
aggro crack.
I'm sure that like if there's like movie fuckery or Photoshop editing that can be done, it was done, and this is the best they could make this man look. Look, he's not a fucking superhero. Come on, I'm not watching.
I don't dislike his face. Like I haven't seen the show, but he does if Boba Fett, if he's getting on, he's aging a bit. Like he does look like a guy that used to be very intense and used to be very fit, right? Like he's
not really.
Maybe it's the bald brow intensity there.
This is the guy who played the character, or look, it gets convoluted. Maybe because they're clones, and one of the clones treated a clone of his as his son. So just fuck all that convoluted nonsense aside. This guy was the character in the trilogy in the early 2000s. Like he was in that trilogy.
This is the guy that confused me, because like they used him as clone material, and then like there's like white, black, Asian.
See, I don't think
troopers in the future, and it's like, but it was all gathered from this guy.
Okay, look,
No,
we're
but
gonna
they had
get
to
into
recruit
no,
people
no.
later because the clones started dying.
After a while, the clones were degrading in quality, and the source material was, and I think maybe the clone place got destroyed or something. There was a whole anyway. They had to start recruiting. There was also some political stuff going back and forth. Like one side is like clones are what we need, and the other side is like my special troop. Doesn't matter. It's nerdy shit. But later on, they're recruited. That's why you got like black stormtroopers and stuff.
Is there anything in The Mandalorian? I think it's from episode 1. Those like cool robots they made to kill Jedi that I don't think ever succeeded in killing the Jedi, that have shields and they roll like a sand shrew from Pokemon.
So not like sand shrew style, but like,
and they go with the.
Did you not watch The Mandalorian?
No. Well, I watched up until Bill Burr was on the scene, and then I stopped.
Well, there's that Killbot thing, right? The one who's like a main character almost, who's got like, Benny
played
head.
by Taika.
Yeah.
Actually.
I was meaning like that more.
that's
more
cool.
like arachnid looking thing with the curved back, almost looks like a serpent.
No, that's some George Lucas shit that needs to stay away. That
I thought that was cool. But also, the last time I saw those movies, I remember my main takeaway was that General Grievous was the coolest thing ever.
Yes,
because I was
for
like
one whole
12,
episode,
13 when I saw that. Yeah, and I was like, I remember watching, being like, man, that's going to be a damn shame if Yoda takes this guy out, because he's a robot. He's got 4 lightsabers. They're not even the bullshit like 1/2 ones that seem like they'd be counterintuitive. He's got 4 programmed,
like helicopter blades, just going to town.
There was no excuse for him to lose to Yoda. He would buttfuck Yoda, unless Yoda used the Force, which General Grievous probably couldn't, because you probably need to be alive to use the Force.
No, he was alive.
Yeah, he was a cyborg. He was not a full robot.
Yoda considered
he a human, like
second most
or
powerful,
alien,
the best swordsman.
I don't know, but Yoda was.
You're as wise as Master Yoda and as powerful as Master Mace Windu. Bad acting,
I like
the trilogy and legacy.
Who was Mace Windu? Count Dooku. That's who it was.
Mace
Not Mace
that
Windu.
was
Christopher Lee was
Lee.
Count Dooku,
Yep.
and he was my favorite character. Like as far as just the intimidating presence of his nature, like he was so booming on there.
The dark side.
Yeah, he was so he played Saruman to a T. He played bad guys for like 65 years so well.
I bet he did a Dracula here and there.
Yes.
Right?
No, he was in the old Hammer Dracula films in the 70s. He would play
Yeah.
both Van Helsing and Dracula in different
that's
films.
cool.
like real cheap ones.
I've come to realize that I think Obi-Wan Kenobi is the best character in all of Star Wars. I think he's got the coolest story. Everybody else is a fucking, like, their story is either like, I don't know, it's poorly written or just like I don't like how.
For those of us who don't know, what is Obi-Wan's story?
Obi-Wan, his master's killed at the very beginning, right? And he's this responsibility.
Yes, Liam Neeson.
To train the boy is like thrust upon him, like all this responsibility. He just has become like a master or whatever. And now immediately,
I'm sorry, I've pissed my pants and I can't keep training you.
The drink has ruined my Jedi skills.
He also drinks a lot, apparently. Like you see him in the Clone Wars and stuff, always like drinking alcohol and stuff.
So the coolest part about him, right, is this like love story that he's got with that queen from that other planet. Her name escapes me, but he's got like this. The Jedi are supposed to be like warrior monks, so he's not supposed to be falling in love with this lady. I think he could probably fuck her. I think that would be okay. But he loves this woman, and she loves him. And like spoiler, like that does not work out because his greatest enemy kills her in front of him, the same guy that killed his master, and he has to watch her die. And her dying words are like, I always loved you. And he's like, I would have given up the Jedi Order to be with you. And they just cry and she
does this
fucking
happen in
dies.
the movies? Or
No, this is Clone Wars. And then like, the
it
whole
does happen in the movie. Oh no, this happens in the cartoon.
But the TV series is canonical, so it's canonical, it happens.
So it happens. And then like
it's real.
Yeah, it's as real as any of the rest of the of Star Wars, right? But I'm just saying his story is the best. And then obviously like losing Anakin, defeating Anakin, whisking Luke away to Tatooine, being overwatching him like his entire like childhood and into adulthood, and then guiding him into the Force, and then like giving his life for him. Then coming back as a Force ghost to continue to guide him. Like he's got the best story out of any of them. Luke's story's fucking lame. Anakin's story is even lamer. And
emo.
Yoda was around for thousands of years.
Yoda's a fucking quitter.
Maybe
Yoda's a fucking quitter, is what Yoda is.
Go on.
I mean, he lost that one fight with the
He's also
Emperor.
Short.
He lost that one fight with the Emperor, and then he like retired to that swamp planet for like 25 fucking years.
That is really
Luke
really
did
embarrassing.
that. Yoda did that. Probably someone else.
Well, Luke went because he needed some training, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, of course, they all
Luke
do it. They have to copy and paste the same story and over and over. So of course, Rey had to go to like a planet and train with Luke Skywalker. Fuck all that shit. Fuck all that made up dragon shit. I am going to watch the Ewan McGregor thing though. Fucking Obi-Wan Kenobi show when that comes out. It's a mini series, like it's contained like 8 episodes or something.
Dude, it's so funny how I can sit here and like you're talking about Star Wars and I'm like, this is so stupid. I can't believe it. And meanwhile, I'm like, and they're not following the canon of Lord of the Rings, and they didn't buy the rights to the Silmarillion, which means all of our beloved characters from the first age and the second age are going to be there.
No one knows the Silmarillion characters.
Taylor,
they do. There are people that read that like the Bible, man.
It is the ramblings of a madman. I've said it before. It's a guy. There is no flow. After I finished the Hobbit series, and I read the Lord of the Rings series first, and then the Hobbit series, and I was in middle school because that's when the movies were coming out. And then I was like, oh, Silmarillion. This guy wrote more shit. I wonder what characters we're going to flesh out. And it is just him being like, and another thing in the first age. Here's something Elendil was up to. Oh, also, God, I forgot the dwarves at the time. The dwarves, they found out Mithril, but not quite modern Mithril, a slightly different Mithril. And this was the mix. Oh, by the way, the elves also, something I can't wait. It's like a guy on coke telling you a business idea, which if you guys have never been in that position, I'm sure many of you have, where like people are doing a lot of coke around you and they have an idea for something good. I would rather be trapped in an elevator with a drunk person for 2 hours than have a 30-minute conversation with someone gacked out on coke, because it's like actively stressful. They tell you the same idea 6 times. They explain it 5 different ways. None of it makes sense. And it's all just like, and it's because it's going to be like, yeah, it's going to be like, it's like Tinder, but for like, cats. And it's like it's like,
all the energy too, because they totally believe it in the moment.
We're gonna call it P for Pete, pussy for pussy, trying to get it going, like settle down.
It's a winning.
It's like all the NFT bros.
We just need a programmer.
Tomcats.
Tomcats. That'd be a
pretty good one. Pretty good one.
A great name. Well, we're targeting a user base with no thumbs and no money.
All right, Taylor, I got a question for you. If you're going to be stuck in an elevator, do you want to be in there with the guy pitching you a regular business idea or somebody who really believes in NFTs and that's all they want to talk about?
Oh my
Definitely
God.
the NFT guy.
I
Unless the original guy is giving me an in. If he's just describing to me a business that's totally viable and I have nothing to gain, it's going to make me like, God damn it, this guy's way smarter than me. The NFT guy, I'll either be like, oh, this guy's bragging about selling NFTs. He's probably a pretty smart guy making money. Or it'll be, oh, this guy's bragging about buying NFTs. He's probably a dumbass. Like,
But Taylor, blockchain, and don't you know they get registered?
no, I don't even know what that means.
Dude, I've been
Decentralizing art.
to Warren Buffett talk about Bitcoin lately. Like I listened to it, and then YouTube is like, this guy has a passion for listening to Warren Buffett talk about Bitcoin. So I just start watching another and another, like this YouTube videos on Warren Buffett shit. He hates Bitcoin. He fucking hates it. And he does another guy like Charlie Mung or something, who's like his partner or lover. I don't know what the fuck he is. He hates Bitcoin just as much.
Why'd
Why'd
they say?
Basically, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't have any value. It doesn't produce anything. Like if you own stocks, then you own a piece of a company that's making money, that's doing a thing. If you own land, then you're owning like, I don't know, a part of a land that's producing a crop or whatever. If you own Bitcoin, you are literally just, you're owning something that doesn't do anything, hoping that down the road, someone will pay more than you did for it and it will still not do anything. And I get it. It's currency. That's what currency does. But that's Warren Buffett's argument for it. And because I also don't know why cryptocurrency has value, I'm like, aha, me and Warren Buffett, we think the same.
Me and Warren Buffett, two peas in a pod. Combined, we're billionaires.
You imagine your YouTube
like
is all Warren
Brent
Buffett
Gretzky
videos.
to Wayne. Like,
Yeah.
Yes.
You're
adding you 3 points.
the 37th richest duo in the world.
That like,
But yeah,
that,
so-
like I don't know anything. Like I'm in the same boat as you, Woody. I don't really get the crypto thing enough, but like I see a lot of people putting it forward like this is the future of currency. It's a way to get away from centralized government and power. And it's like, but like this is even less tangible than fiat cash. And so it's like, so it is totally dependent on electrical grid and on all these servers and things running. And that confuses me, where it's like, if everything did go down, and it's not going to happen, but if there was a calamitous collapse of power grid structures, food lines, supply chains, if that happened, it's you're like, it's not really worth
your
anything.
phone would still turn on.
Well, yeah, but some people think Bitcoin would be more valuable then, because if that happens, maybe the U.S. government doesn't have any value. So what's the next best alternative? That's what they would hit you with.
That makes sense too. I don't know.
This whole thing's like MLM. It's like
electricity. I don't know. NFTs, I feel like, are the easier one to pick on. Owning the rights to a stupid picture, but other people can still use the picture, but you own the rights to the stupid picture, but not a copyright. Just the flex rights. You own the ability to say that you own it.
I'm telling you, Woody,
it's
I've
like
been
the
ripping-
I Am Rich app. Do you remember that one when iPhone first came out? You could pay $10,000 and it'd put this little diamond on your phone and it just says I am rich.
Like a red ruby or something. Yeah.
Yeah. I kind of feel like NFTs are like that. And the people that push them really hard are like those Karens at home that do MLMs and be like, I'm a CEO and entrepreneur of my own business.
Mhm.
And let me tell you all about something. I don't even know what the hell all the MLMs are these days. And that's just what it's like.
Amway.
NFTs. Let me tell you about decentralization and the future of art and how we're going to change the world. And
did I tell you guys about the DoorDash person who was like advertising for their MLM like on the order?
Was it
oh
Amway?
no, I want to hear this.
It was Avon, I think. It was like one of those cosmetics, like
Okay,
multi-level marketing things. So like I don't know. I ordered some hibachi. It's like perfect thing to order. Like they'll give you so much fucking white rice and like steak for like $12. Anyway,
And they give you shrimp in the middle as a bonus every time.
always a bonus shrimp. You just got to throw away that yum yum sauce, and it's a delicious meal, Jerry. And so like I always wait till they leave. Like, not only to avoid like the awkward, they give me my food. Oh, you need to take a picture of it. Do you want me to sit it down, or do you want me to hold it? Do you want to take a picture of me holding it? Do you want my face in it? Like, how does this work? So I wait till they fucking leave, and I go out there and I pick up my bag of food, and it's got a sticker on there, and it's like, hey, like, it's got one of those QR codes or whatever that you can scan, and it's got like it's like, hey, I'm Diane, and this is my MLM, like fucking
Diane and Mary
business.
Kay.
Yeah, like I'm fucking CEO and president and fucking queen bitch over here at this thing where I sell cosmetics. I just stuck this sticker to your fucking DoorDash order so that you can be exposed to me, and I'm just like, all right, I'm going to report you now
to DoorDash.
So like I file this whole report. And I'm like, she's advertising her like Avon cosmetic business in my order with stickers. And she had been like real persistent at the door. That was the other thing I left out. Like, she knocked and yelled, DoorDasher, DoorDasher. And like my note says like, leave the shit and bounce, basically. And she's out there like trying to get me. And I'm playing with the waiting game now. I'm just looking out the window, like laughing at her. Like, I'm not going out there, but I am going to wait until you fuck up your driveway on my curb, or your car on my curb. So she did that as well. But it was funny. Like, the instant like message back from DoorDash was like, hey, this lady was advertising a multi-level marketing scheme in my order with like a scannable like picture and a note that she like stuck on it. And they immediately reply back, how's $7 sound? And I'm like, that's good. That'll work.
How's $7?
Yeah,
dude. If you like get into the chat function with anyone on like DoorDash, Postmates, Grub, pick any of those, and if you're someone who's used it more than 3 times in the last month, you can be like, hey, they dropped off the wrong food. It was $62. I can't even eat this because I'm allergic to whatever. You can say whatever you want, and they're like, all right, well, go ahead and keep that food on us, and here's $62.
Yeah,
they're pretty good about it.
Because well, I mean, I'm sure if it's your first run, they're not going to be as understanding. But if they see someone like Kyle on there, they're like, make this right, like make this consumer happy.
Amazon
for me.
Good.
Oh, Amazon for sure. I get, if I get something that I'm not like totally satisfied with from Amazon, I just take it to a Kohl's near my house in the box, and you just send it right back.
Do you ever get like your neighbor's Amazon stuff delivered?
Yeah, because it's such a rush. Like, the people are pushed so much, they'll just like drive by and chunk it out of the truck or do it super fast. So sometimes they get like a house or two off.
Yeah, I don't know how they fuck it up so badly. I think my address is like really close to my neighbor's. Like, the numbers are just like transposed or something. But he's just like, I'm always getting their shit, and I keep it. I keep it all. I keep it all. I'm keeping those fake eyelashes. Those are mine now.
Gotta put them on sometime.
I'm
keeping beautiful for us.
I got that ginseng, like fucking curcumin, like mix, like going right in the medicine cabinet, bro.
With all the MLM skinny tea.
I take a lot of pills.
Yeah, is that one? Is skinny tea?
Yeah, that's an Instagram thing. Every influencer sells skinny tea, which will totally flush the toxins out of your body along with about 8 pounds of shit.
All these toxins are giving me a headache. I need some tea. Clear my brain.
Did you see that Pokimane tweet the other day?
Oh, about this face will earn more money than most of you will in a lifetime or whatever.
So people like took that the wrong way. I think they took it as her like flexing on people that like, I'm rich and you're poor. What she's doing is like, she's like no makeup, and look, she's an attractive woman. Obviously, everybody's like melting down over how hot she is online, but with no makeup, she looks very ordinary, I suppose you'd say. Like that's a polite way of saying it. And she's just like, this face makes more money in a month than you'll ever see, or something like that. And I was like, I like that because I guarantee she's not like saying this out of the blue.
How's that not her flexing?
Hang on, I guarantee that's not her saying that out of the blue. She didn't just wake up one day and say, you see this face? This is the face that makes more money than you'll ever see, bitch. She's responding to some hate she got. I guarantee somebody said, look at this ugly bitch without her makeup. And she was like, oh yeah, this is the face that makes more money than you'll ever even see. She's not saying that to the world.
No. That's how you show you're secure. Is you take something tweeted by a guy with 19 followers, and then you make something that gets 20,000 retweets to show how much you don't care.
I've seen
it doesn't bother me. I'm not coping in a huge way, right? Like come on. I don't know the situation, but it is like it is a total. Woody is right that it's a total flex of like, I make more money than you.
Of course, it's a flex, but it's a flex in response to something, not just there's a difference.
I'm sure it is. I don't know shit about
if everybody's sitting there like there's a difference between like literally flexing for no reason and flexing because somebody thought you were weak. Like, actually, I'm not that weak. Look, like, oh, okay, I was wrong. That's what she's doing. They're saying you're ugly, and she's like, I'm ugly. It's these looks that make more money than you'll ever even see.
I have lots of money.
Come on, I dug it. I thought it was her defending herself. And I don't look. That's
it's not a good comeback. If a dude tweeted that, you would be like, "Dude, cope." Like,
no.
I
It's
don't think so.
It's like, remember when they were going after Vin Diesel for being like chubby between roles? Like this is a guy who like transforms his body like whenever he needs to make another $15-30 million. And in the meantime, the picture of him being chubby, by the way, he's on a yacht with beautiful women. It's like they're like, look at, what do they call him? They came up with a pun for like chubby Vin Diesel or like whatever. And like they're making fun of him. And it's like, come on, this is the guy whose physique has launched one of the biggest movie franchises in existence with this Fast and the Furious thing. It's not my thing, but every time they what did
Vin Diesel say in response to that?
He got jacked again and made another fucking Fast and the Furious.
So he didn't tweet about it.
That's what he.
No, of course he didn't tweet about it. He was busy being balls deep in all the women on the boat.
He was too busy with his successful life.
Oh, you don't like my Audi? You should see the woman sucking my dick right now.
Dude, look at how much his forehead wrinkles look like the pi sign. That's wild.
3.1.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Oh my God.
It's exact.
It really does.
3.141.
Put the Twilight Zone music as Zach zooms in. That's really funny.
Man, he has got an Audi.
If your belly button's not an innie, then I'm outie.
No, I don't actually know anything about Pokimane, so I don't know what hate she was responding to. It's just, as a rule, when I've seen celebrities and popular people as a response, like take a picture of them holding money and stuff, it's like, well, that's not that impressive of a thing.
I'm kind of with you. It's kind of weak sauce.
Can I just say, like,
I've got lots of money. It's like, yeah, everyone knows that.
Can I ask you this, Taylor? If you knew that she made an absolutely astounding amount of money, would that change your mind? Like, if I wasn't talking about 5 million, I was talking about 50. Would you be like, oh, well, I had no idea? Does that matter?
No, not at all. Like, if anything, if you have 50 million, you should be like, huh, people are being angry on Twitter. That's hilarious. I'm on a yacht right now.
I don't know what she does.
I don't either.
I have no real feelings about her in general. My only exposure to her is that she's got a rust skin, and I see a lot of these fucking weebs putting her as either, if someone has her skin on their base, it's either done ironically or, this is a lame fuck. It's usually the case because it's pretty.
I'm just saying, maybe I'm missing context, but saying I have a lot of money as a own is not impressive. Like,
look, yeah, there you go. This face makes more money than you'll ever see in your life. I like that. I like that drop. I like it.
She also didn't she move from Twitch, and she's yet to announce the new platform, which everybody suspects will be either YouTube or Facebook, which is probably another multi-million-dollar contract for her. So she's doing good. And Amaranth, if y'all know her, she bought an inflatable company and a gas station and all this crazy stuff. Y'all remember the pool girl? Like the hot tub streams?
Amaranth is not the pool girl. Amaranth is the multi-millionaire.
But she's been buying inflatable pool companies. She's going to be the queen of pools.
Wait, inflatable pool companies? How many people are buying those?
Apparently her.
So Amaranth is making millions and millions of dollars from her OnlyFans every month. That's why she's on Twitch on ASMR. And I was talking to Finster about this the other day, about like the gargantuan amount of money that Amaranth is bringing in. And like, again, like, this is not a corner of the internet that I'm like plugged into. The same thing with the Pokimane stuff. But I was explaining to somebody like last night or the night before what ASMR was. And whenever somebody doesn't know, I have to like pull up Twitch real quick on my TV and show them. And there she is, like, she's incredibly attractive. Like, she's a beautiful, beautiful woman. And she's sucking on 2 ears. And God knows how long she'd been sucking those ears. Because like I came back 3 hours later and I was like, you want to see something funny? And I opened it again. She's still sucking them ears. She's working at it. Like I wonder what, does your mouth get sore after 3-4 hours of sucking?
I mean, I bet it tastes like latex.
My observation is their mouth gets sore way
before then.
Yeah. It's like Sometimes just
I can only get off if my wife whispers at my dick. Like
What, your wife is a literal dick whisperer,
she takes my hard dick and then she's like, I'm gonna suck this at some point, and I'm like, oh yeah, keep whispering at me, baby.
Oh my!
What if she did
when
that,
you get older and you get kinkier? She starts crinkling Saran wrap next to your dick.
Oh no,
it's really great.
Oh yeah, make some sea sounds. Yeah. Ooh, give me the foghorn.
Thinking about the food stuff, the weird like squishing like tomatoes and tearing lettuce and carrots, and you're just gonna have all this like food all over you.
We have strayed so far from God's light,
dude. So some of the ASMR people are like genuinely doing ASMR, like they're trying to create some sort of soundscape to like maybe relax you or help you sleep or whatever their goal is. But like most of them are just like titty girls that want to get as like sexually provocative as possible. But it's fun to scan through like from most watched all the way to the right to like you get into the single viewer stuff and
it gets weird there.
It gets weird there.
Can you do ASMR just like a?
Yes,
probably.
Yeah, you can jump right in there right now. Like, so here's what I see. I see a lot.
He is playing a flute. It's not a skin flute, but it's a flute.
Kyle?
It's a.
I was gonna say that you see a lot of. Yeah, and another thing I've noticed that I know what the bit is. I'm waiting for you to.
I know. Wait. I know.
I'm not annoyed. I know when it's a bit.
I know. In all seriousness. All right.
What was I saying?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, now I don't remember.
You're talking about ASMRs and deep throating ears.
Some of them are actually doing like legit ASMR. Like they've got like I don't know, like fun things to listen to. They're scratching on things or crinkling things or what have you. And then I saw. Oh. Then I saw one guy and he's just like leaning back and forth in his seat, making it squeak. And I was like, Wings missed his fucking calling. Like Jesus Christ. What if we'd only known. That guy has 3 viewers and they are just listening.
Okay, do you guys like ASMR? I'm just gonna say I genuinely never saw the appeal to it. And even the really gentle ASMR videos, they tend to make me very angry. It's just the noise won't stop. I find it very grating.
One thing,
it's like someone chewing with their mouth.
I listen to ASMR porn while driving by myself, and it keeps you up.
What?
Yeah, there is ASMR porn. You can search for that on Pornhub.
Okay,
There's nothing to watch.
I believe you. So what is?
Did you do 10 and 2 or one hand on the wheel?
Yeah,
it one right in the middle.
It was 10 and 2, except it was
just riding right here.
Except only one hand on the wheel.
Kind of 10, 2, and 6, if you can picture that.
Wait, so did you just pick the first one that came up?
Yes. Well, I'm driving. I can't spend a lot of time, and but basically, it's a woman telling you how much she would like to be having sex with you, and if you're like sleepy and nothing keeps you up, it does.
Jesus,
so to speak.
That's really sad.
This is a pro tip. This is a pro tip. You remember 10 years ago when Wings told us Bing was where it's at? Look, if you're sleeping while you're driving, this is where it's at.
Does your wife know that you do this?
Not yet.
I mean, does she watch the show?
Not until Saturday in this episode.
She doesn't. She's not on the internet. Thank God.
But Taylor, you were talking about that being sad. When I first got my VR headsets, I was testing stuff out on YouTube, which, by the way, oh my God, is it stuck? That's lovely. These little guys, 4K VR, they're literally sunglasses. They've been super fun. But I'm just like testing out videos on YouTube, and I found a VR section where you're supposed to put on glasses, and it's not quite pornographic, but you just have like a loving wife or a girlfriend. It's the saddest thing I've ever seen because the whole section is you come home and there's a lady like, "Hi, honey, how was your day? I really missed you. I cooked you dinner." And you like reach out, like give you a pat and just generally be supportive for like 15 minutes. And there's just like a whole section of that.
Dude,
tons of views. So there's tons of guys just there in their VR headsets being told how great it is that they're back.
Dude, that is so fucking sad. Like these poor guys are just like they want some kind of affirmation or attention, like, and they're going to VR to get like this. The end point of this is not nice. Like the end
Taylor,
point of a
Ralph.
huge number of men who are not able to socialize to the
Yep.
extent that they can get laid, them resorting
Taylor.
and kind of distancing from reality and joining the VR movement
Taylor,
as
this
this
is a
gets more
moment.
advanced. Pretty scary.
Taylor, this is a moment in history
Yes,
where you can
scary.
rally the people with your conservative dog whistles to go back to conservative ways.
Mhm.
Yes.
Women, put the women back in.
Back to 2019 when the Blues won the cup. But no further than just 2019.
2019.
That's where I want to.
It's the
It's actually
perfect year.
specifically June of 2019. It's just gonna go.
Wasn't I in prison?
Well, but the Blues were winning the cup, man.
Or, no,
you
that's
win
why
some, you
that-
lose
Oh,
some.
we all have sacrifices to make.
It's for
I
the
hated
benefit
June
the
of
world.
2019. It was scary.
Dude, but think about it. Like if like VR gets wildly realistic, which it will, because technology seems like a continuous march, albeit slowly or quickly through different things. Like, and there are a bunch of guys who grow up entirely online because that's how all socialization happens, and they feel uncomfortable in real life conversing with women, having conversations, coming on to them, making a move, whatever it is. And if they decide instead, you know what, path of least resistance, I can get a more accurate, skinny, big-titted VR bitch to suck my dick while I put this machine on there, or fuck, like that is absolutely coming, you would imagine, right?
It is. So teen
And that
sex is
can't
at
be
an
good.
all-time low right now because of stuff like that, and also
Not if
societal
Kyle has
pressure.
anything to say about it.
God damn right. If you don't
Oh,
think I
God.
was about, if you don't think you stole the words from my fucking mouth, then you're just out of your goddamn gourd.
That's why we're such good friends.
Yeah. That's it.
What about the incel army out there? What about when they finally get fed up of not being able to have sex and they want real girlfriends instead of digital ones? What happens?
I don't know. Like, I imagine. Well, that might, for some of them, it would be a good thing. Like, force them to go out and like get a haircut and go to a bar or go to a club or something. People think that like
A
bars
shower.
and parties are the only place to meet women, which is like a Hollywood thing. That's not true at all. Like, you can join a club, you can go to the park. There's get a cute dog and walk it around the park.
Or
You're
find a cute
welcome.
dog.
You're welcome. Find a cute dog that belongs to a hot woman. Kidnap them both. You're made in the shade.
Well, wait. You don't have to kidnap her, just the dog.
No,
Yeah.
she's the key part.
No, if you find a chick that was like going to the same park every day, you know, a routine and stuff, if you can nap that dog, then show up like 3 days later, which is really distraught, you know, with the dog.
I didn't think. Oh, you were saying steal the dog to demonstrate your value.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Well, that's
This is
perfect
the-
then.
I call this the hero play. Okay, you're coming in, you're or AKA finders keepers. You find the dog, you keep her. Yeah.
Yeah. And she needs to pay you back to get the dog, or you'll wink, wink.
Usually
take it
don't have
to the
to.
pound.
Yeah, usually
and
don't have to take
nail
it
it.
to that place, but one way or the other, we're going to pound town. Like
You and the dog. No, you and the woman.
well, someone is. It's up to her.
Listen, lady. 2 of the 3 of us are fucking today, and it's
Well,
up
it
to
might
you.
just be her and the dog, and you have to sit in your sad corner of cuckery and watch. You never know.
This is taking such a weird fucking
And you're-
turn.
you're
This
like,
was
man,
funny when we started, and it was just.
I was still laughing. Like, you're just getting cucked by her dog. Damn, that Cocker Spaniel's hung.
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, he kidnaps
How
the
would that
dog
go?
and brings her back, and she's like, "Oh my god, you brought him back!" She just goes to making out with the dog right there, just right in front of you,
what
like
do we
deep
think-
throating the dog.
Probably.
Small
Deep
shift.
throating the dog.
Small shifting gears, but what do you think about people who kiss their dogs a little too much? Like I think there's a
How
line,
much is
right?
too much?
How
All
much?
right, I'm
too
with
much?
Pretty
All right.
big dog kisser.
I'm a dog kisser too. So here's
Same here.
first of all,
What if my mouth is closed but I'm hard?
Problematic.
I mean, my mouth is closed, but I'm not going to disclose
you-
where I kiss
are
my
you
dog.
are you like Winnie the Poohing it during the dog?
What if
the
my
Facebook?
mouth is open and he's hard? Because both my
Well, then you know
dogs-
what
Where's your
comes
mouth at this point exactly, Taylor?
I keep my mouth closed, but like he can like lick, you know, like on the bottom of my face, lick my forehead or something. That's all right. That's funny dog kisses. But I've seen those people who are like full on like tongue kissing their dogs, like where the dog's tongue is like going all up in their mouth and doing that.
No.
You know how dogs' tongues
Yeah.
can like go into like peanut butter jars and explore? Like they're doing that to people's mouths.
Glad you brought that up, because if the dog's tongue goes in your mouth, then you're being kind of a weirdo. On the other hand, if you just slather peanut butter on you, it's the dog who's being a weirdo and not me.
couldn't agree more.
I think
Yeah.
you've got that backwards. He's
Yeah.
hungry.
Mhm.
You're disturbed.
No, I'm just sitting there.
Being excited, I assume.
You shouldn't have used chunky.
I mean, it's exciting. I love my dog.
Your first mistake.
I love my dog. I get so aroused every time my dog comes in the room.
I mean, he's such a good boy.
He's such a good boy.
Trained him so well.
Just
Dog
a
weighs-
Great Dane.
The dog is
Pink
just
dick
gaining
hanging out.
huge amounts of weight. hitting multiple jars of peanut butter a day.
Oh yeah, just a Great
was-
Dane dick.
I was on this Reddit thread.
Like a
and
red
they said-
Fanta hanging down.
They said, "What's the weirdest thing you've ever seen at a sleepover or done or something like
I
that?"
saw that thread.
Okay, so a couple of them were like, I threw up at a sleepover. I did this. I got my first period at a sleepover, stuff like that. And there was one woman who she was like, it was at an all-girl sleepover, and one of the girls there was like, I know somebody else who can masturbate by hanging from the corner of a closet. I picture like the door sills, but I'm not sure the casing that goes around. And she would do like a pull-up and sort of rub her mound on the door. That was how she masturbated.
Probably fit as shit.
That's kind of impressive.
That was
actually.
the point. So she said she knows someone else who does it and demonstrated it. And then the girl was telling the story was like, then I realized just how fucking jacked she was. I tried it. I could barely suspend myself. And she's like just doing pull-ups on this door. Like, look at what my friend does this. And her arms are fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger arms.
He just got only has delts. Like that's the only thing.
That's awesome.
Damn. Good for her. That's impressive strength.
Yeah.
I'm kind of imagining a girl now that looks like Derek.
I'm picturing Linda Hamilton in that scene in T2 when they look into her room to see what she's up to. This is Sarah Connor, and she's in there cranking out those
Little did you know that's a
real
sex scene.
Those real deal man pull-ups where she's fucking getting up above the bar, putting her chest on the goddamn thing, and she's cranking them out on a medical bed. She's upended. So hardcore. She's jacked as fuck in that movie.
She is very, very fit in that movie. She's a very believable athletic female protagonist because you get people all the time like,
there's a scene where
this
she fucks up a guy.
superhero, doesn't look like she's tough, and it's like, okay, fair. That superhero clearly wasn't on a weightlifting regimen before she joined the Marvel team, but yeah,
there's a scene
in Alien. She looks great.
That's a different movie.
Or not
Yeah, you're
Alien,
thinking about Sigourney Weaver, who also fantastic female protagonist.
Sigourney Weaver was also jacked, but not as jacked.
No.
And they had Vasquez in there.
She was
for
lean.
part
Sigourney
two.
Weaver had little tucks in the corner of her
She was thin.
shoulders.
Sigourney Weaver was always like a wisp of a little girl. But she's like a really great actress, and she played a badass character. But she was never
Really?
she didn't get a little. She got a little bit jacked in Resurrection, but that was like that thing where they put you through those Hollywood boot camps to get like a 45, 48-year-old actress in shape to be like in another movie, and she had gotten in shape for that, and that's the best physically she ever looked. The closest she ever looked to muscular. Look at her ass in Terminator 1. That's the flattest ass you've ever seen.
I'm actually kind of agreeing with. So in my mind, she was really kind of a badass, and I'm thinking about all the roles she played, kind of in a leather jacket and dressed up where you couldn't see her body.
Yeah, she's a little skinny girl. Like she was never a badass physically. She always had a gun or a loader. It was her bravery and her and the fact that she was the one who would be like, "Whatever, well, just shut the fuck up and listen. Just listen and stop panicking." Like she was that character, and she's in the loader and she comes out. So it's like, get away from her, you bitch. Fucking great, so good. She is a badass. She's an action hero. Action star, and one of my favorites.
I think I projected a athlete's physique on her because of the role she played.
That's just her doing a good job at portraying a badass. That you think of her that way. I don't think of Danny DeVito as quite as short as he is, but I bet if you saw him, we'd all be shocked, even though we know he's 4'10" or something.
He is like
short. I feel like all the Hollywood on-camera figures are just 2 inches smaller than you think they are.
They are.
You seen Tom Cruise? He's like.
Tom Cruise is 5'6", and you for the longest time when I was watching Sunny, when season 1, 2, or I guess not 1, but 2 and 3 came out when I was in college, that they would Danny DeVito would be standing there and he's so little, I would see Mac and Dennis, and in my head I was always like, damn, Mac and Dennis must be 6'2" or something tall.
Mm-hmm.
And then you look them up online, and 5'10", 5'9" are their Hollywood heights, which subtract a bit from that. And it's damn, what is it with actors and just being smaller people as a whole? And that's what helps actors like The Rock, who is 6'4", 6'5", whatever it is. He comes in and he looks like a giant compared to this guy who claims he's 5'10", but he's 5'6".
No, they stick. He does those movies with Kevin Hart to play it up.
Kevin Hart, like almost like a lot of his bits are how little he is, so he's not trying to like hide how tiny he is.
Of course not. They're
the other thing,
whereas Tom Cruise would want to hide how tiny. Like, do you think Tom Cruise would ever want to take a photo standing shoulder to shoulder with The Rock or is Liam Hemsworth? What's his name? Chris Hemsworth.
Chris Hemsworth. Liam Hemsworth is the other Hemsworth who my dad knows.
Either way, one of those guys. Like, he would never want to take a photo there because they would look like so disparate.
The other thing about actors that surprises me is when you see them outside their roles, they tend to be nerdy, effeminate theater geeks. And it partly, of course they are, right? They were all the nerdy, effeminate, like high school theater guys who probably got way more sex than I did. Well, everyone got way more sex.
What I was going to say about John Cena.
Fair.
But when you see Steve Rogers play Captain America, he's such a badass. I'm watching Ewan McGregor now do his, motorcycle trip around the world. And he is like, I don't know, kissy, snuggly. Like, he's not a badass action hero like he plays on TV. He's a theater geek, and it just comes out all the time.
That's why Sean Connery was so cool.
Yes, I smacked her because she was sometimes a woman. She keeps talking to you, and then she keeps wanting the last word. And you give it to her, but she won't stop there. And what are you supposed to do other than give her a smack? And Barbara Walters like, do you think that's appropriate to give a woman a smack? If that's the only option left to you, that she's left to you, yes, of course. Of course you have to give her a smack. And it's like, damn, this guy's very cool. Like,
and the way he phrased it was like, I've always felt to be a sort of a threat in that moment to Barbara Walters
oh man, imagine how amazing that would have been if he'd have just backhanded Barbara Walters there in the interview.
It is absolutely a veiled threat that he is delivering to her in that moment. In an interview, he is saying, sometimes, you've let a woman say what she wants to say, you've let her have the last word, and that's still not enough. And then
still not enough for her.
I'll slap a woman in an instance like that, Barbara.
Yeah, he was clearly implying, like, sometimes you get in an argument and you allow them the last word. And I've given you the last word. And you're continuing to.
That's all he's leaving out is he has said everything but, and now I'm giving you the last word.
I'm going to beat the shit out of you and have my friend Liam piss all over you.
Barbara Walters is a cunt.
I don't know anything about her.
Remember when I can't remember which.
Is she on The View? Is that right?
I hope she's dead. I can't remember which child star it was, but he was like coming out and talking about how he was molested by like Hollywood executives. And
Corey Haim.
Yeah, Corey Haim is like he's telling this woman, Barbara Walters, who's supposed to be like fucking a news media person or a journalist, I should say.
She was a journalist, and she's 92 now.
He's saying, I'm part of this thing, and these men molested me for years. These men in power, and she's like, don't you have any concern for what you could be doing financially to a whole industry? And it's like, I wish men had come in that moment and drug her out of that room and fucking capital punishmented her. Like what she is saying there is like, I don't care that you were raped by men in power. Don't you understand that me and all these other people in power are all part of the same money machine?
Yeah.
And you're throwing your little rape butthole into the mix. Shut the fuck up, take the money, and shut the fuck up. Did I mention shut the fuck up?
And Barbara Walters.
And it's like,
I'm looking here. Barbara Walters had been involved in show business since 1951. So she 1 billion% knew that Corey Haim was telling the truth about he and all these other child actors in the 80s, 70s, even before and after, all being molested. And her response was, don't you realize you're like threatening like the livelihood of everyone who works in this wonderful industry, who just all you have to do is suck Harvey Weinstein's dick and any producer and you can get work. I did it. You're not going to do it. Like it was like it's easy to forget how much, because celebrities do the open secret stuff now where they're like, well, we all knew about this. It was an open secret. And it's like, that's really interesting. Fucking Mark Ruffalo. So everyone knew about this. I just picked a random.
A lot of people
anything
do.
about him, but it's
He's
like,
a good man.
so everyone knew about this and no one said anything. And now that it becomes politically expeditious to point it out, Now everyone has something to say. It was an open secret since 2012 that this 11-year-old was being raped, and now I'm coming forward. Oh, you didn't come forward in 2012, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Like now that you won't lose your gig, you'll come forward, which is it's easy to throw stones, but like if it is an implied threat from a producer or executive producer, like, hey, this job that you've worked your life for will be stolen from you, and you will have to go back to work at Denny's or whatever. Like that is a true threat, and that's scary, but it doesn't excuse it.
Yeah, I think she's a terrible person, and of course, I've seen like I bet if you go to YouTube and search Barbara Walter being a cunt or being an awful person, whatever, you'll get a montage like just that the interaction she had with Norm Macdonald that time when he's been trying to be a little jokey, and she's being so fucking serious about the whole thing when he's trying to talk about how the Clintons are murderers. And she's not having it.
I want to hit you guys up with a weird story because I got invited to one of those parties once.
Ooh, an Eyes Wide Shut party?
Kinda, yeah. So I was in LA for a COD event, and I caught up with an old friend, and I'm gonna scrub as many names from this as possible for legal reasons. And this friend works in the film industry, and we talked about a bunch of stuff. And he's like, by the way, very famous person that I'm working for is having a boys party this weekend at the mansion. And, I could introduce you, social media, whatever. It's usually a bunch of like teenage male models or whatever, but sometimes they have fun with regular guys or more interesting personalities. And, if you wanted to get into the industry, you could come to this party and hang out. And I was like, what the fuck? And I asked a little bit. And the thing was that I was expected to be open to anything. If I didn't want to consent, I shouldn't be there. But they're like, hey, you're an interesting person. You can come see if you're their flavor, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, no, I'm good. I'm not going to do that. That's too weird. I'm not down like that. And they're like, okay, but it's an opportunity.
Damn. Really? So if you blew me, you might have got a new job. I mean,
something
you could have
like that,
position on the podcast.
Yeah. I mean, it was to the point where they were.
We waited on you
models.
till 1 a.m.
No, and
I mean, how do you think Taylor got the job?
I bet those. Yeah, it's because I blew both. It was a lot of layovers and flights that day. It was a ton. I got to take 12 hours to blow 2 guys to get a podcast.
Woody and I were so messed up on the coke by the time Taylor got there. 4 hours later. I don't know how many flights it was.
They were so gacked out, I could barely get them on.
We couldn't perform. So Woody gets his shoe in there, and Taylor's taking it.
His shoe in there.
I'm a little
so Kyle starts taking me from the ass, and I'm saying, put a few fingers in, man. I need a little depth here. That's what you do. You like,
and lo and behold, he puts them in your pee hole.
You get sounded. Oh fuck.
Yeah,
shit's disgusting. Yeah, that is interesting.
That's scary. Matthew McConaughey got molested as well. He talked about it a little bit recently.
I was getting molested before.
Yeah, Terry Crews, even if you remember his thing, he said that the guy groped him, and Terry Crews, who is a literal wall of a man, was afraid to do anything to whoever this mystery person was because the power difference was so great.
Yeah,
and that's concerning.
Yeah, it's a producer in Hollywood, a guy who can make or break you. Like, imagine being so powerful in Hollywood that you're one of the hundreds or thousands of producers that you feel confident walking up to The Rock and being like, nice balls, big boy. And then just walking away, and The Rock being like, I don't know. I can't do anything because this guy will destroy my life. And it's like,
super villain powers.
Everyone could be yours. Right? All of Hollywood. Like, if you walk up to Terry Crews and touch his dick, assuming that it'll work out in your favor, like, you must think everyone at that party is at your beck and call.
And the reason they do that is because historically everyone at that party is at their beck and call. That's how Hollywood was run. Oh, you want to be a young starlet? Suck my dick and I'll give you a role. Like, the fact that, like, it's funny when they're like, these like bullies like Harvey Weinstein, these predators. It's like, no, he wasn't breaking the mold. He was playing the game. That's what it is. The same way that they're like Epstein. Thank God we got that guy, the one guy who was doing this. It's like, no, that was one guy in a game of many players. Like, this shit's been going on forever. Like, Hollywood is, and situations like that, especially with young people, have always been casted through advantageous older people taking advantage of them. Like you can go back to the Greeks. Who the fuck did like Plato and Aristotle tutor? The ones who would suck their dicks. Like
Pedestry was the name of it.
Yeah, so. Pederasty was the which still sounds.
You got it in gaming
bad.
too. I mean, look at all the stuff going on with Activision, and now all the bad stuff rolling out about Bobby Kotick. And the woman that the weird one in that story was there was a lady who complained about sexual harassment, but then she was forced to go on a work trip with her boss, which was like a team building cruise. And she killed herself by throwing herself off the boat. And then when the police searched his suitcase, they found a whole shit ton of sex toys. And it was an accident. Like it was.
Do we know what kind of toys?
Butt plugs mostly.
It's unrelated.
Well, yeah, so yeah, totally. But no, it's all this super sketchy stuff.
It was a butt plug with a chain and then a giant block of lead. So I tossed them both into the sea.
There was a small one and a large one in the suitcase, but the medium mysteriously missing.
Very mysterious. So this is fascinating. We can get back to it, but first we're going to hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors for tonight's program. Fall is here. And we could all use a stiff breeze. That is right. This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, confidence can take you far in life. It can also help in the bedroom, especially when it comes time to step up to the plate. That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at bluechew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online. So no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. It's very discreet. It says custom medicine. So if you could get benefit from extra confidence when it's time to perform, Blue Chew can help. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code
That is
PKA.
a good price.
Free? What?
And beat free.
Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's bluechew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit bluechew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast so much. That's so funny they include that in the read. And we thank them for, and we prostrate ourselves and we flagellate ourselves to be worthy of a Blue Chew sponsorship. But in all seriousness, if you want a hard dick, look no further. You're going to be turgid. You're going to be rigid. You're going to see veins in your penis you didn't know existed. Right. You know when a bodybuilder like grabs their forearm and you see the vascularity? That's what your cock is going to look like. Women will run in fear as you run through the public park erect.
You guys out there think you have a hard dick now because you're 22. You will have a super physiologically hard dick, and women will be like, oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. You walk into a window with a Blue Chew boner, shattered glass everywhere because it's so strong. So check it out, bluechew.com or promo code PKA. You get 3 pills, just pay the $5 in shipping. So check them out below. Feals CBD. CBD isn't about what you feel, it's about what you don't feel. Stress, anxiety, pain, and Feals is a better way to feel better. Feals is a premium CBD that will help to keep your head clear and feel your best. It's hassle-free, delivered directly to your door. CBD naturally helps reduce stress, anxiety, pain, and sleeplessness. There's no hangover and no addiction. Place a few drops of Feals under your tongue. It's Feals. Place a few drops of Feals under your tongue and feel the difference within minutes. The thing to remember about CBD is that finding your dose is important, and everybody's dose is different. In fact, Feals offers a free CBD hotline to help guide your personal experience so that you find your perfect dose. The Feals customer service team is dedicated to making sure you get the best use of your CBD. Joining the Feals monthly membership makes your self-care easy. You'll save money on every order, and you can pause or cancel anytime. Start feeling better with Feals. Become a member today by going to Feals, Feals.com/PKA, and you get 50% off. 50% off your first order with free shipping. That's a huge discount. That's Feals.com/PKA to become a member and get 50% automatically taken off your first order with free shipping. Feals.com/PKA. That is Feals.com/PKA. 50% off your first order with free shipping. So load up on CBD if that's something that interests you. It is a very helpful thing for sleeplessness, helping you get to sleep. I'm someone who has a lot of trouble sleeping, so I actually need to get some more from them. Reach out because I am out. I've used everything they sent me. But yeah, good product. Check it out if you are interested. Link below.
Is it?
And Lock and Load.
Yeah.
Lock and Load. You've been coming like a bitch made motherfucker for way too long. Come like a man. Buy our cum pills. Code PKA 20% off. Lots of people. You know what's funny is I was at a Super Bowl party this last Sunday for the Super Bowl, of course. Oh. And like I was at a friend's.
I thought it was for the
house.
sex, but okay.
Yeah, it was for the sex. Well, that's secondary. But it was. I'm there, and you know how Super Bowl parties are. First of all, incredible spread. I ate like a monster, like an absolute fiend. Like they had thank God they had they in their dining room they had the spread, and so everybody's watching the game, and I'm just like mentally being like, is it too? If I went back to the table now, would people notice like that I've like hit the table like 4 times and but I kept doing that. Basically, I was at this Super Bowl party, and you meet your friends and stuff like that. And some guy was like, "So what do you do for a living?" And I was like, "Well, I told him the initial thing, working in consumer products, for consultant for a few companies, and then I also do a podcast." And he started getting really into that, asking me all these questions. He like looked it up on YouTube and was like, "Oh shit, like I thought you meant like you and like your brother do a podcast for like 6 people." I'm like, "No, it's real. It's been going for a long time."
We have one of the internet's first podcasts. Just to be clear, like when we started a podcast, no one knew what a fucking podcast was. I didn't understand what it was for a long time. Those 2 words I'd never seen put together before when we started doing this.
And now it's been so long since you guys started it that you guys got on. You were first adopters of the format. But basically, my buddy who was hosting the party introduces me to a friend of his who we start talking. I tell him I do the podcast. He's like enthralled with the idea of me doing a podcast as like a gig, as part of my job, paying the mortgage with it and shit. And he was like, "Oh, so do you guys like, you get sponsors and shit? Do you sell stuff?" And I was like, yeah, we get sponsors and stuff. But we just started a sale on Lock and Load cum pills. And he was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And I was like, "You want to come?" Like I just started telling, like a buddy of mine who's I'm good friends with, who had heard the cum pill spiel before, was like, every time we like come to a new place, some guy just keeps drilling Taylor with what he does for work, and then he talks about cum pills again." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm working right now. I'm selling." He bought a bottle while we were there talking.
Nice job, Taylor.
Yeah, because he was like, "That is
just so you guys know,
hilarious."
The way we handle the payouts for Lock and Load, it's not a standard system. We have sort of a multi-level system built in here. So I came up with the idea along with Taylor, but I come up with the idea for the MLM right before Taylor could. So Taylor is sort of a junior member, so he's got to go out there and make those connections.
So now I'm in Kyle's downline.
He's in my downline.
And Drift0r, I'd love to add you to my downline.
Drift0r, I'll tell you what. I'll slide you up above Taylor. You can be in my downline if you jump in now.
Drift
right now today.
And you shake hands
before.
Shake my hand before I walk away.
I don't think that's how regular MLMs work. I think
Drifter, if you want some Lock and Load, we can get you a link where you can buy it.
Yeah.
Okay, so all jokes aside, last time I was here, I kind of wanted to ask for it, but given all the weird hormonal things I have going on, it just doesn't seem smart because I'm kind of like a hormone butterfly right now. I don't want to add.
Yeah, but look at the packaging.
I had that thought too.
Look at how powerful it is.
What if it cured my weird ass problem and I was healthy and just blew huge loads?
Yeah.
Win-win.
You make a video.
It won't make you less healthy.
Well, that's a good start. That's a very good start.
Like,
that is our PKA guarantee.
Dude, most of the shit that's in here is shit that most people are severely deficient of anyway. Yeah, nobody really gets enough vitamin D. Like, did you see they like did studies and it's like 80+% of Americans don't have enough vitamin D because nobody spends time in the sun anymore. Like, pretty much everyone needs to be taking vitamin D supplements.
I meant to do some research on this. Do you get vitamin D from a tanning bed?
Yes.
I don't know if it's
Depending on the kind of light you can. Yeah.
Okay, good. I pop in that thing like every 8 weeks or something for like 10 minutes. Just keep
8 weeks. That's not a lot. You need more vitamin.
Is there oral vitamin D too?
But
maybe a little more. I don't know. Every time I'm like there and it's like convenient to do so. Like I don't like to like use it right after someone. It's stupid though, right? Like it's less appealing to use a toilet seat that someone just got off of than to wait 10 minutes. Like if you told me,
I'm over that now. I like the warmth.
If it's, I was going to ask about the warmth. Like, what if the toilet seat's warm when you sit down?
I just pretend I'm in Japan and like it's a high tech thing, not another guy.
But you're in Walmart in Kansas, so
yeah.
But I'm in a mid Missouri Walmart, so it's probably not right. Have you guys ever taken a shit in Walmart?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's genuinely not that bad as long as you get the crippled stall.
No, here's the thing: if I'm taking a shit at Walmart, it's going to be over very quickly. That's the nature of that shit. It's like,
I'm checking hockey scores. I'm checking records. I'm checking
American
everything.
bathrooms are a little weak. Like if you go to a random restaurant bathroom for a first world country, this is not very impressive. The bathrooms you get in random Mexico are at least as good as American bathrooms. If you just go to an IHOP bathroom or a Waffle House bathroom, like there's some real danger there that there's piss on the floor, toilet paper strewn about. That's what it's like. Don't even get me started on a gas station bathroom. Well, they kind of run these polars, but like they can be the worst of the worst. Like it's legit. You don't want anything but the bottom of your shoes to touch that floor.
Yeah.
Even your shoes will be sticky, man. You'll feel it peel off when you walk.
Are lame. Like no one's in charge of cleaning them.
Well, like the thing you got to
spend more time cleaning our floor mats in our cars. Those things must be. I just thought about it. That thing's got to be disgusting.
Those things are rancid. Do you know what we're talking about? Floor mats. It made me think of shoes, which made me think of this. So we've gotten a bunch of snow here recently. We got a bunch of freezing rain and stuff. Last year, when I was like shoveling my driveway, I have kind of a steeper driveway. Like I almost fell and cracked my head open like 3 times because I was wearing tennis shoes. Like trying, and I would like start falling, and I just like angle the shovel downward, like slow me down. But like it didn't work that well. And so I looked up the absolute like grippiest shoes available after last winter. You know, Doc Martens, like it's like a brand of boots, like work boots, and like it is the grippiest shit I've ever worn. I don't think you can like even wear these shoes during like summer because it would be too grippy. Dude, but it's like. And it has something called an
like
air sole, and so it's so
fly
soft.
Traps that are just glue.
It's like that,
human
like,
size. You just stick, or like we need Taylor to repair the spaceship. Quick, put on your Doc Martens so you stick to the surface of the hull.
Plant them on and chug up the way, and like I'm like I took the garbage out today. It was sleeting, frozen rain. There's ice on my driveway, and I'm wheeling down my big garbage for the pickup tomorrow. Don't slip once in these monster shoes. It is like. I've never felt more powerful and secure moving through the snow and ice than with these Doc Marten workers' boots.
I wish I had snow and ice to deal with.
They're
you don't. It's terrible.
I was saying they have something called an air sole, and so it's like the spongiest. Like if you're walking around like on my hardwood floors, you feel like you're like bouncing almost. But when you're in like grippy, shitty environments, it's more like you're walking normally because it's not being as gritty.
Okay.
They're tremendous. I can't believe I ever shoveled the driveway without these things. Granted,
you sure they didn't
like,
sponsor the show?
No, they didn't. I wish they did. They were like $130, but everywhere said that they would last forever, and like I could be like 30 years from now still wearing these. Shoveling my driveway without dying, unless I get like a heart attack from being as fat as I am then. But yeah, still high quality. If you're in Minnesota, the Midwest, somewhere there's a lot of snow and you're slipping all over the place, Doc Martens, man, those grippy as shit. PSA.
Keep that in mind because apparently it snows every year in Texas now.
Really? Wait, where in Texas? Just northern Texas near Oklahoma, right? It'll
hit down Austin, San Antonio, Houston. Last year Mexico got snow. Mexico City was white with snow.
That's insane. We had.
We're not prepared for that.
Is the weather actually getting more wild, or am I just old enough to know now? Because like yesterday it was 63 degrees here, and today we had freezing weather and snow.
I think it's objectively getting more wild because the jet stream is weakening. So it makes the weather less predictable because there's less of a consistency buffer from cold weather coming in from the north.
I have no idea. I always think that.
I hope so.
You hope so.
Yeah. I mean,
Why?
No, I want it to get warmer, dude.
it's gonna. We're good.
Thank God.
You're in a terrible place though, because I think that you're gonna get more tornadoes there, like in the next decade or so. I think we all are, and it's gonna be interesting to watch. You know, I love those disaster movies.
We already
like
get so
Day
many
After
tornadoes.
Tomorrow and 2012 and stuff like that. You know, and I don't think we're gonna see anything like that because that's science fiction and like just bad movies. But I bet we'll see some big hurricanes and big tornadoes and stuff. Like I want to see some crazy stuff, like 3 tornadoes like melding together and then taking on some sort of like consciousness and then going like rogue.
Didn't that happen in Twister without the consciousness part?
Yeah,
There's a bunch of tornadoes and the cows flew around.
That happened in Oklahoma. Like,
that happens
like,
real.
like 4 months ago.
That happened like 8 years ago, 10 years ago here in Joplin, Missouri. It just got totally.
I remember that.
It got deleted from the map, basically.
I remember where I was when that happened. Like that was such a fucking disaster. Yeah, that Joplin. Yeah, that was crazy. It was a lot of dead, right?
Yeah, I think it was a lot dead, and like the entire town was destroyed.
I wonder.
No,
I think there's giant tornadoes, but the giant tornadoes that hit towns are the ones that really get a lot of attention. For all I know, there's a lot of giant tornadoes, and they're just destroying a little crop here or there.
You're right, Woody. Like that's the thing with tornadoes versus hurricanes. Is like hurricane, there's like one major storm that's coming. Tornadoes, it's like, oh, we'll get like alerts here where it's like tornado sighting at fucking 70 and Washington or whatever it is.
You know,
then it'll be like 2 more tornadoes further east here and here. Watch out for converging storm. But I don't think they ever go Twister style and actually.
Yeah, you know, in the movies,
up.
like a lot of times in the movies, the thing that like leads to World War III is like the fuel wars. You know, like petroleum gets Mad Max and lots of stuff like that have that as a concept. But I was watching this thing about, I think it was the history of oil or petroleum or something like that, and it was way more interesting than it sounds. I promise. Like it starts from like early man finding it bubbling up to like the point when it started to become more valuable in the turn of the century, and then obviously like the rise of OPEC, the first Iraq war, and then on to today. And like I learned a lot of stuff that I didn't quite understand before watching that video. It was fascinating. I had no idea some of that stuff. But the key thing I took away from it was there's enough known oil deposits right now to last like another 60 years. Like yeah.
That's not like that long.
That's not. But I feel no. That's accounting for like a rise in usage. Like that is an enormous amount.
Wait,
of oil.
So that's
what they know. And every year they're always finding greater and greater deposits. Like one year it's like, oh yeah, we just found this thing in Siberia that's like Saudi Arabia 2.0. And then they're like, actually, with the new tech, the American like oil sands are where it's really
that's that fracking shit, man.
We should still get moving towards like solar or something. I don't want the environment to be fucked up forever.
Taylor, this is
I hate to tell you, bro, but that's not happening.
Yeah, we should get off the train. We're like 8 inches from the building.
I agree with you that it would be nice, but like
we're gonna
literally in Texas, we have a guy running for governor that wants to ban green energy. He wants to shut down all the windmills and stuff because they're evil for whatever the fuck.
Wait, are windmills? I thought windmills were like the really inefficient ones. I thought that like solar was way more efficient.
Neither of them are as efficient as just burning fossil sauce you dig out of the ground. But like, no, they were fine. But it's a political thing here to bag on green energy and go heavy on oil. But like you said, this train left the station and has been going for 150 plus years. And we never once even thought about slowing it down. And we're not slowing it down now either. I try not to be like a really like doom gloom, like black pilled kind of guy. But the environment's not looking so rough. I don't know about you guys, but my retirement plan is to die fighting in the climate wars.
There's not going to be a climate war anytime soon. All of us will be dead by the time it really even matters. That Greta bitch will be dead before it matters too. But eventually,
that
I hope you're right.
Yeah,
I hope you're right.
But like in the next like 100 years or so, it might actually matter. But I think we're going to be fine. We're not going to lose Florida this year or anything. Like we're all good. But,
what about food security, though? And also, what about, like, let's say there's a crop shortage in, say, Brazil, and there's like 100 million Brazilians that try to cross the border that makes our current problem look like a speck of dust.
We're really good at that, like fixing problems like that. We're just really good at it. We just kill them.
What?
Great, that's the future I want to live in, the genocidal one.
First of all, it's called castle doctrine. where in Texas, which is where the Brazilian invading force is
It's
going to be
in the
making their
Bible.
headway. Okay, and like I'm sure we've got plenty of like drones and missiles and machine guns and bombs and napalm.
Your attitude is so we've got ours, and fuck you, rest of the world. If you
Yes!
want it, you can come take it from my drone.
I
gonna
don't
live in
pay
the last-
Brazilian taxes.
Yes.
I don't know what
we
to
gotta
make
look
of
out
this.
for our own.
Like, so
Gotta look out for Americans.
I
That's why
kind of
Trump
lean on
won.
this whole like environment problems are real, right? You know, the global warming is real. You can measure it. Let's not pretend that it's not real. It's happening.
Yeah.
But it does always seem to be a little further out, I guess. It always seems to be a little further out. It just, you know, running out of oil in 60 years. I feel like I heard 20 years ago. And then they found
That was peak oil, but
I
similar
remember
concept.
peak oil. I remember peak oil in 1998, hearing about how we were going to run out of oil soon. And we were peak oil. And now they just keep pushing the peak along. Who
Yeah,
knows
the United States, OPEC keeps like trimming production, and the Russians keep messing with theirs. And the United States is like, oh, you want to mess with the market? We'll make so much cheap oil you never. And we did, and we became the biggest producer of oil in the world because it's convenient for our economy if oil is cheap.
That's not how I remember it. I remember oil went up. The price of oil went up, and we were all of a sudden it was like, oh, well, this shale shit we have, which is a expensive way to get oil, is now profitable. So
You're
we're
talking
gonna
about
make it.
70s when
No, I'm talking
What
about
about early 2000s?
2008.
Oh, okay,
stuff.
okay.
Yeah. So like, you know, we're probably at war with Iraq or something, who knows.
Mhm.
And oil's super expensive, and because oil is super expensive, our expensive way of extracting oil is profitable. Whereas previously, only their cheap way of it popping out of a hole on its own was profitable.
That's mentioned in the video too. Yeah, I think you'd like
Okay.
this video. Like you're more clued into like the history of petroleum than I was. I enjoyed it a lot. It explained a lot of the hostilities between Iraq and Iran and the whole region and how all that's tied in. They're like, even though Saddam Hussein was begging them not to invade, it didn't matter because the wheels were in motion.
Yeah. Yeah, that was
That's what I actually I saw a Reddit comment on that was, I sent you that video of all the Russian military helicopters flying over in a convoy.
Mhm.
It's some civilian
that.
video somewhere in Russia.
okay. I didn't watch
It's
it.
all right. So it's a convoy of military helicopters, one after another in the staggered formation that just goes on for 3 minutes. Lots of them, and you know, I don't know if any of us know what a fucking Russian helicopter looks like or which ones are which, but the comments were like, oh, that's their TI-95 and their BR-67s. They're bringing out the big boys. This represents 17% of the entire Russian helicopter fleet. And what you've got to keep in mind, boys, is the expense of just the fuel of getting those helicopters there. Bear in mind, the fuel to get them back is waiting on them there. They sent that weeks ago, and the parts to repair them have been waiting. The orders for new parts have already been placed. The wheels are in motion. There is going to be an invasion. There is no stopping the business at this point. It's like they've already opened a new restaurant. The food's in the fridge. The drinks are on the table. The customers are in line outside. To stop now and say, we changed our mind, it would be a disaster for everyone involved. People have to die. They're going in.
I was watching a thing about, are they really going to go? Right? Are they like, there's one thing you can do, which is like, you know how guerrillas charge, but they don't mean to. All you have to do is stand your ground and it stops there.
Yeah.
How can you tell if it's that or if it's a real attack where they're about to hit you?
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, well, when they just do the guerrilla charge thing, they just put troops near the border, and that's it. They amass it. He's like, they're doing some other stuff here. They have set up hospitals along the border, MASH units. They have blood that will otherwise go bad on the border in these MASH units to treat their casualties. They have sent propaganda to their citizens to convince them that it's a good idea to do this. They don't propagandize, I think that's a word, their own population. If they're not going to do something, that would be counter to their own interests, right? Then everyone's going to think they're a pussy or that they should have done it. No, they only do the propaganda when they intend to really make this real. It is every indication that it's not fake.
Which is exactly what you would want to do if you wanted to use this whole thing as a master bluff, as a bargaining chip. Next time there's some NATO wants missiles here and Russia wants fuel rights there, sort of thing. But I would lean on the side of like Occam's razor is that they actually just mean business, and this isn't some like 3D chess James Bond villain stuff. Although you cannot put that past Vladimir Putin. I'm one who's like. When they start talking about Hilary Clinton eating babies, she doesn't seem smart enough to pull that off. Like after watching her talk about wanting to see Pokemon go to the polls.
I've got Red Hot in my purse.
Like, bitch, you're not that bright. Actually, it turns out. Like you're smart. Don't get me wrong. You're a genius. You're smarter than me, but you're not smart enough to like master a new thing, which was like social media and pop culture. You couldn't do that. And I would someone that I would like think of as a genius could like she couldn't figure that shit out. That shit's so cringe. Like losing to Donald Trump is like the greatest failure in political history.
That's a pretty big L because he shot himself in the foot and face over and over again and still won, which is insane. But you talk about eating babies. If that's real and adrenochrome is real and all that stuff, why aren't there just factories for it in India and China where they don't give a fuck? Like, why do you need an underground pizza restaurant and cooperation of Hollywood? Just everybody would fly out to like remote Bangladesh or something and just eat all the children there. They'll farm you children. They don't care.
Yeah, I'm just like throwing a wild thing out here, but maybe the baby eating is almost like that pedophile thing, like where it's to like make it's like if they all do it, then they all have that over on one another. You could never come out and be like, I'm part of this underground group that's been like pulling the strings on society and the global economic food chain since the dawn of time. Because immediately they'd like release the pictures of you with like a boy or something like that,
taking a bite.
Yeah, like for all we know, like maybe like that's who Epstein was. He was the first whistleblower, and he's not a pedophile or a bad man at all. He was a hero. Like for all we know, he was trying to expose the global elites, and they coined a phrase by Epsteining him.
I think you're right. Epstein was the real hero in this story.
I don't think that's true, but
I heard you say it.
I never said anything of the kind.
I'm not going to disagree with you.
The better question is, do you believe that there's a real underground, like giant pedophile ring that you got to have like a secret handshake to get into or whatever?
I 1,000% know that those exist because they're
why, Kyle?
Because they're uncovered.
Why were you really in jail? Why don't you tell us now?
I would. If that's why I was in jail. I wouldn't have made it out.
Operative.
I wouldn't have made it out. No, but those are literally uncovered like every month. Like, I don't know if you just peruse Reddit's real good about like, hey, another pedophile got caught, guys. Like, look, they're really good about posting those. So like, how often do you see like 37 individuals taken out, 5 terabytes of this, that, and the other? Here's what I learned about those gargantuan numbers assigned to the amount of child pornography these guys have. Because if you ever notice, these guys have like astounding amounts of child pornography. And for those of us who have like any concept of what a terabyte of video is, and assuming even that it's 4K video, it's just so much. Even at 4K resolution, 5 terabytes of child pornography is like more movies than I've ever seen in my life.
We're talking about terabytes of child pornography?
I mean, if you're getting 4K, that's the really premium stuff.
Are there even enough kids to make that much?
Apparently so. So
they
like,
make more kids all the time.
So here's what it is. Here's what it is.
Snowpiercer.
Because I just watched this. I saw a Reddit post about this, like this couple that was going to prison for some pedophilia stuff. She was a teacher, and they had basically what they had done is her sheriff's department SWAT team leading husband had masturbated on cupcakes that she then served to her junior high school students, and they videoed that. And that's the leading story in the article. And anyone who's familiar, do you know what else they did that was like at the bottom of the article?
I didn't even know they did that.
Okay. So like the main thing is the cupcakes with semen on them, which is disgusting that were served to children. Horrific. She got a year in prison for that. But then like the article, like
did the guy get any time?
Oh yeah. Stick with me here. They haphazardly mentioned she got 40 years in federal prison total. And I'm like, what the fuck else did she do? And this article is so trash, I had to go to Reddit comments. They had raped a 12-year-old girl and recorded it together. And she was, and they're both going away for essentially the rest of their lives for raping children and
that wasn't the lead.
That was not the lead. The lead was the cum on the cupcakes, because that's more salacious, I guess, and more unique.
Yeah,
it was ridiculous. But
that's wild.
What was I going to say about the cupcakes? The terabytes of pornography. Like I read in the comments, because they said that they were in possession of 5 terabytes, and for those of you who don't know, that's just a shocking amount.
Yeah, that's so much.
If there's a visual representation of what it looks like, it's one of those things that would blow your mind.
600 hours worth of HD movies.
Sounds about right.
That's and like
that's insane.
But here's the thing: if you've got a folder of photographs and you put one child pornography picture in there with like a bunch of regular porn, it is all child porn now. That's what happened. What happened was this guy had a huge amount of pornography, and he has what is an indeterminate amount of child pornography, and they will not take the time to be like, this girl's of age, this one's not, this one is, this one's not. That's his child porn folder.
That's
child
bullshit.
porn. Yeah, that's what happened to Jared Fogle. Not that I'm defending Jared Fogle. I'm just saying that is what happened to Jared Fogle.
I thought Jared Fogle had physical contact and molested
young girls. He also had an enormous amount of child pornography.
Was it young boys? Was it young girls?
It's girls. And he also had like a bunch of child porn, and like when the two are going hand in hand, it's this enhancement type thing.
It kind of looks bad, doesn't it, when you're raping kids and looking at child pornography?
Again, not defending him. I'm just saying.
I would say that's two strikes against you, bucko. One more
strike.
For now, you're free.
One more to go.
For now, you're still an okay guy, but one more strike. You don't return.
It's a good thing you're the little league coach, because you won't forget the strike thing.
So I'm going in a weird direction here. Let me get my thoughts together. We were talking about how much 600 terabytes of child pornography is, because that's a lot. And then I thought, well, my only experience with such things was very low resolution, and the majority of the time you see that it's like a really compressed cheapo file, and then you're going to say, holy shit, this guy's watching child porn. I did have a personal experience with this during, it was like 2019, 2020-ish, when I was being harassed by 8 Thoughts and all the trolls and stuff. There was a day for, I think, Oni-san or somebody on YouTube got accused of child porn. Man gets on Twitter, makes tons of jokes about child porn and molestation and blah, blah, blah. His community is filled full of horrible, nasty incels. And at the time, I was spying on the community with a burner account in their Discord so that I would have advance notice if they were planning a swatting night or something like that, right?
Okay.
So I didn't think anything of it, and I go check Discord to write down all the illegal shit every day and send it to the police like I normally do. And since today was all jokes about kitties getting diddled, the Discord was just shit tons of child porn all the way down. Just like nasty stuff. I had no fucking idea what to do. So I called my lawyer to tell them, and I'm like, hey, this, makes my case look great, but how the fuck do I handle these files? Is it legal for me to like save this? And they're like, we don't fucking know. So we got to go and we got to call the police. And the police is like, well, this is online and it's not like local to us, and there's not much we can do about it. So they're like, let me put you in contact with the FBI. So call the FBI, and the FBI is like, yeah, don't download anything. Don't save anything. It's questionably legal. It's bad for you, blah, blah, blah. And what we want you to do is write down all the usernames and IDs and everything you know about people posting this. And if you've seen anything, we want a detailed description so that we can hopefully identify the victims. So
that puts you in a shitty situation where you're having to be a commentator for child porn.
Yeah, so I had to write detailed descriptions of all of the child porn.
Collateral.
Yeah. And it was really awful stuff.
Your host with the most.
It was mostly like super low res videos of infants being
Jesus.
I'm just gonna.
So these guys were like the topic of child porn came up. And their response, instead of like absurdist humor and jokes, was to post child pornography.
If you like, you press the like button. If you don't, leave a comment.
That's
they did eventually get cleaned up. Like somebody with brains showed up and said, "Holy shit, this is bad." But it was up for like 8 or 12 hours just sitting there, and it was one of the most miserable days of my life to sit there and just like write descriptions of shit to mail to the FBI. And I talked to them and I'm like, hey, I'm having all these other problems. Maybe this gets you interested. And they're like, no, we're going to handle this. We got a whole team to handle this. But it came up because what's insane about it is you say 600 terabytes. And my limited sample of this is all of these files are like tiny, shitty, like cell phone copies, like 5, 10 megabytes. So if you're talking like 600 terabytes at 480p or less,
600 hours.
Yeah, 1,600 hours is about the average. So that gives an even greater scale for what the average haul is like, which is honestly terrifying. And nobody's laughing. This got too dark.
No, that is terrifying. It is darkly humorous imagining you scrolling through abhorrent photos and having to be like, light pink backdrop, naked child, bow and hair, penis out. Okay, next. Scroll down. Like that seems like a horrible afternoon.
Yeah, I want no
It
part
was.
of that.
It was not a fun one.
Could you have been like, no, you guys are the FBI. I'm not an agent. I'm telling you what there is. You pick your most perverted agent to look through this shit.
Like I almost want to be like, look, here's my login for this account, for this like Discord account, so that you can go in there. But you got to be careful these days. Like if someone is completely tech retarded, they won't understand that they'll be like, I logged into his account and there was child porn. Whoa, you don't know how Discord works, so we need to take a whole time out here, sir. No. You're logging into an account that has joined a room in which other people are doing criminal things. It's like you picture real world rooms, okay? And you walk into one and some shit's going down. I am allowing you to walk into a room, sir. It is not my room. It is just a room.
And that's an excellent point, because some boomer judge would absolutely be like, his account was logged into and there was a terabyte of child porn found in that forum, and it's
right there on Discord.
Yeah, and then a boomer jury might fall for that.
We what was the guy's name that he had a whole bunch of prison stories with Bowie?
Atwood.
No,
Sean Atwood.
It wasn't though. It was it was younger.
Josh Palalt.
That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah,
he was the one who went to a website and didn't download a game, and they had no idea the difference between downloading and not downloading. And he was like, I have all the evidence that proves I didn't download it. Here are my logs, etc. They're wrong. I didn't do this thing they said I did. And they're like, well, I'll just grant you that point because I don't know the difference anyway. But
because I don't know what download means.
Yeah, because and it was like, shit. So I won the point, but you haven't changed your mind about me. And that's what happened to him.
Yeah, that happens a lot in court.
I didn't know what download me.
It's so scary, when someone in a courtroom is ignorant about something, because you're not in a position where you can be like, I'm not going to deal with you if you don't know what you're talking about, Your Honor. You're stuck here, and you've got to make do with what you have and hope that your lawyer can.
When I was being trolled and swatted, the police just seemed to have no idea that I wasn't the person doing it, or that I wasn't instructing all these people to do it, or that I wasn't the ringleader of it. People are ordering stupid pizzas and sending them to my house, and the pizza guy had no idea that that I didn't want this to happen either. So
and they act like it's your fault. Like, what did you do to deserve this? Or you're getting bullied for a reason. Don't encourage these people. Your reactions fuel this.
Is this
really
I'm
reacting because crazy shit's happening.
They asked me, like, why don't you just stop being online? And I told him my salary, and he's like, oh, okay.
I mean, like, you're so right. Like,
why don't you stop being a police officer?
Right?
When I've gone to like local PDs, like when I get doxxed or something happens, and I tell them like, hey, if you get a call about this, there's this. Like, no, here's my private number. You call me. Like, if you get a cop who is, and I know because I've done this multiple times, if you get a cop who's in his mid 40s and above, like Woody, obviously huge outlier in that age group, they think that you are like bringing it 1,000,000% on yourself. The last time I did it, which is probably over a year ago at this point, it was a guy probably between me and Kyle's age, like early 30s. And he, like, as I said the name of the show, he like had his phone out, pulled it up, like, oh, this actually is a pretty big show. Okay, I see what you're saying. Oh, I'll make a note of this on your file for your address. And I was like, thank you so much. Thank you, because Lieutenant.
And that note will live in this drawer right here.
Yeah. The
the
first guy I talked to, who was like probably almost 50, was like, what's that? Yeah, I'm going to keep this safe right here in the circular file. And it's like, God damn it, man. Like, please don't show up my house and shoot me.
Oh, God. You could have the opposite experience. I got kind of spooked by a cop one time. All this nonsense is going on. I go out for a walk and there's like 4 squad cars outside my house. And I think, fuck, not again, right? Turns out had nothing to do with me. And it was my neighbor having we'll say, domestic dispute with his wife that turned out unpleasant. And I guess the police around here didn't have much to do. But I didn't know that. So I just walked up to an officer and I asked him kind of like, what's going on? What's your business here? And he told me, and I'm like, okay, that's good. I was like, 4 cars is a lot. And I told him, I've had some harassment problems. Is this anything related to me, or am I just good to go on my walk? And then he called me by name and said, you're good to go. And I'm like, what? And he's like, yeah, I know who you are. I know what's going on. And I'm like, oh, you're working the case. And he's like, no, I've just seen it on stream. And I'm like, oh, well, that's really cool. It's nice to meet you. Are you one of my stream regulars? He's like, no, I don't watch your stream. What was the only other stream where that was happening?
Yeah. That's not ideal.
Nope. Nothing you can prove or do anything about that. But I was just like, cool. That's rad.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it is. Jesus Christ.
Good times. We can steer the topic back around
world.
to something a bit less dark.
Anyway,
What a dark world we live in.
Yeah.
Liven it up a little bit here.
Let's see.
Tell us about another time. Tell us about another time the shadow people were.
Oh, good. Okay, that's more
light.
fun.
That's
Okay.
yeah.
Let's see. I saw a glowing
And did they always
light
look
one
the same,
time?
or did?
Well, I've seen the old
you said
hag,
you've
not
seen
the
a glowing
hat
light,
man.
too.
Excuse me?
Glowing lights.
Oh, you've never
Orbs.
seen that? Yeah. Wait, you just said Hat Man. So like
my wife
I got
saw
into
Hat
reading
Man.
about
Yeah.
does she abuse Benadryl?
No, none of us do. No Ambien, no Benadryl, none of that kind of stuff. Or a fun one. I used to live on a property that was formerly owned by a cult, and it was really weird. And it was kind of haunted-y. So some of my Spanish in-laws thought it'd be a great idea to have an exorcism. So I got to watch that when I was a little kid, which was bizarre. Short version, we bought a house way out in the middle of nowhere in Texas. It bedded like 18, but mostly in weird bunk beds that were built into the attic. And it was very fish, like greenhouse, very self-sustaining. And the people that lived there all of a sudden moved like overnight and sold it like dirt cheap.
This is a lot to ingest, bro.
Dude, who are you?
Huh? I'm a lot of people and a lot of things.
You were growing up in fucking Waco or something like
Yeah.
It's a lot more remote than Waco, but yeah.
Damn.
The town had 40 people.
Oh, David Koresh was terrified of our compound. We
Anyway.
kicked him out for his simpleton views. He wasn't extreme enough for us.
The house was very weird. There was always weird noises, always weird shit going on. You could never sleep because something would go bump in the night. Nothing like super horrifying or shadow people or whatever, but it fucked with everybody in the house. Mostly would come from my brother's room, which was weird because we thought he was getting up in the night. So we would make him sleep downstairs and it would still happen. Or if he slept up there, he said he would never hear anything, but downstairs sounded like a nightmare. And it happened once when one of my in-laws was at the house and she happened to be a devout Spanish Catholic, and it freaked her right properly the fuck out. And she came back with some of her friends. I don't think they were priests. And they started putting oils on the walls and crosses and out with you demons, and then shit in Spanish that I couldn't understand, and consecrating and cursing and blessing. And I'd seen scary movies growing up. So I was like, oh, this is really cool. I want to see this. I've never seen an exorcism or a blessing or a demon warding, whatever it is that they're doing, because I don't speak Spanish. I don't know. And I was very pissed off because I was not allowed to, I was the only person not allowed to witness the exorcism because I was the only person in the house that was unbaptized. And they were all afraid that the ghost or whatever would go into me. So I had to go way on the other side of the property while they banished evil spirits or whatever. And the short version is it didn't do a goddamn thing. All the spooky stuff kept happening.
So
yeah, of course,
I'm,
because
Jesus
it's all
Christ.
fake. And
Woody, are you baptized?
Yeah, I believe these people buy NFTs.
Drifter, you're
Yeah,
not
probably.
baptized. You're not baptized?
Me?
Drifter? Yeah.
I am now.
I'm the only one. Huh.
I guess I don't think I'm as remotely
You've never
religious
been
as I used to be, so I
baptized?
don't know if that counts, but I did get baptized, yes.
Dude,
I'm
you're
not-
going to hell so hard, man.
You know, I don't know why, but like we used to do that thing.
Dude, I
don't
can't
know.
wait. Me and Woody gonna be fucking high-fiving, riding a tandem bike up in heaven.
Oh God.
On a cloud somehow. Taylor, I'm not getting any traction.
Can I just
I'll hit you guys with a less crazy one, more of a funny one. It was when I was like 16, 17 years old. I'd moved away from that bad place to a, we'll say, different place in Mississippi. I lived in a very small house. We were not rich people. My dad made like $4,000 a year, and there was a little bit of subsistence hunting kind of stuff going on. And I was big into video games. I'd play.
Hold on.
Yeah.
$4,000 a year.
forget that, Taylor? Could you just say the words that you hunted for your own food?
A little bit. It wasn't anything crazy. You know, you catch fish from the river, you shoot a deer here and there. If a redneck has something they want a trophy and not the meat, I'll take it.
This is awesome.
Yeah, so stuff like that. My wife would eat raccoons and stuff and possums and whatever the fuck. They're really chewy and gamey, but we did a lot of that.
Did you kill them or find them by the roadside?
You're not supposed to
kill them. I just pop them, shoot them with a 22. But the point is, we lived kind of broke as a really small little house. And I lived in a really small little room. We didn't have any heat or air. So whatever it was outside, it just was inside. And I had to deal with it. But I would sit there on my little TV and I'd play video games. And I was big into video games. One night I go to bed, everything's normal. And I hear this giant fucking crash and slam and like glass breaking. And the only thing I can think is that my brand new fan that I got installed, by the way, I'd lived like 3 years with no fan in the summer. I was super happy to have my fan.
That blows.
I thought the fan had fallen down because we used the cheapest repairman possible. And I thought, fuck, I'm going to have to spend all summer with no fan. So I get up and go kind of like around the walls of my room to avoid stepping on glass and turn on the light. And everything is fine. Everything is totally fine and normal. And I'm like, have I lost my mind? And then I look over to my little desk where I would do my homework, and there's a giant pile of old video games. And when I say old, I mean 1980s old, like the Ghostbusters game and Super Mario Duck Hunt, the original boxes in pretty good conditions. And what was weird about this is these were things that I had owned eons ago, right? Desk was clean when I went to bed. These are things that I had not seen in 10 plus years at that point. When you give something to a 3-year-old in 1989, it tends to get torn up. I remember moving and throwing them away. And then suddenly in the middle of the fucking night, for no reason, there's a whole pile of vintage games just sitting on my desk. You know, there's no explanation, no nothing.
You know, Drifter, I find you to be a charming and talented man. I really enjoy it when you're on. I look forward to it because
there's a but though.
But when you talk about things like this, I think that, well, I hope that everyone's ears are perking up and hearing these things. And look, I have a side of me that thinks that there's a chance that you are haunted by demons. I am not made that a zero-sum thing. Okay, you may be haunted by demons. I want you to do paranormal videos where you like film yourself, like do like set up one of those night vision cameras by your bed, dude, and like if anything ever happens and you could string this together, I'd be a viewer, because you creep me out by telling me this stuff the same way. What's our friend who came out a while back who does the scary stories? You're
muted, Taylor.
I'm muted. I'm so sorry. Wendigo.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Wendigo.
When you start telling me like stuff about your childhood or adolescence, or maybe even the last few years, this stuff about seeing things, it creeps me out the way that Wendigo. I want to get his name right because I do like him. I watch his videos all the time. It's just
I think it's like Wendigo, but Wendigoon.
Yeah, but it's because there's a mythical monster called a Wendigo.
Is it
Wendigo? Yeah,
Skinwalker kind of eats people.
Exactly.
Yeah, it pretends to be people, and that's like and
that's one of those monsters. That's one of those monsters that like something that takes the form of humans. Those are the ones that, like, if you're whatever you want to call it, open-minded or goofy or silly enough or whatever to believe in crazy stuff, that's one of the ones that can make sense to like sneak by. Like, no, you don't understand. Of course, we don't know they exist. They take the form of what we see every day, people.
It looks like a normal guy just walking down the street or maybe minding his own business in the woods. You don't know.
It's like The Thing, which is the greatest horror movie ever.
Or maybe like reptilians, taking the form of humans, the whole overlord
the
thing.
Reptilian part,
like they live.
It doesn't make sense because like the like reptilian conspiracy thing, it says they're underground. They're cold-blooded. They'd be way too hot.
It'd be warm down there.
It'd be warm.
They
down
need
there.
that to stay warm. They need that to live.
They'd live on geothermals, and to live above ground, they want to. They've taken positions of power.
No, it's not like basking in the sun hot down there. It's unbelievably hot.
It depends how deep you go, Taylor. Okay, have you been to the mines of Korgoroth? I think
no. I'm making this up as I go along.
Have you seen the steam pools of the deep Gogala?
Yeah, if I hadn't, I wouldn't have made
where the reptile men are numbered in the millions and the reptile women do whatever you want.
Do you think they have tits?
You ever seen one of those You ever seen one of those alligator cloacas, that little slit? It's like humans could learn a few things about vaginas from alligators.
Oh god.
Right?
And dolphins.
Yeah.
Oh god.
And dolphins. Like I saw a Impractical Jokers bit where like he's like, you ever wonder what dolphin puss looks like? He has to say that to a pretty woman, and she literally goes, "I think it's just kind of circular." Like she just rolls with it, and it's just like, damn.
Love it,
dude. Every once in a while, they run up against a cool person who's just as down to be silly.
Yeah, but back to the thing. I worry that maybe like you're hallucinating, right? Do you think you're hallucinating?
That's the most logical thing, right?
And I'm not trying to be shitty. I'm not trying to be shitty about this, or like we've talked about this when you weren't here, and I don't want you to think that like I'm doing that behind your back or anything like that.
Kyle's fascinated by this whole thing.
Okay, I don't get offended easily, so it's no worries.
Yeah, don't think that I'm like behind your back, like laughing it up about.
No.
No, it's ridiculous. I tell these stories here because
the situation is just ridiculous, and it's interesting to me, like genuinely.
Yeah. Last time you were on, Kyle was like, "Guys, we should have stayed on the paranormal shit the whole 4 hours. I'm fascinated."
Yeah. I could go on about that forever because so much like weird shit happened. But the short version is Woody's gone. I feel like he just didn't want to hear this shit, and he probably
no. He's I think he's doing some home improvement stuff.
He's pooping or getting a snack.
Yeah.
The reality is that a lot of this happened at a very not so great time in my life. My home life was broken. I was moving a lot. I was stressed out a lot. I was the kind of kid that would have to stay up late at night and keep the shoes by the bed because you might have to bounce like that. And it's very realistic to say that the stress of that does not do good things to the psyche of children.
For sure.
So as I move into adulthood, these things happen far less frequently. They do still happen. So I think, well, did this shit really happen? Which your subreddit tore me a whole new asshole about this, about supposedly lying or whatever.
Oh.
But the practical version is I have to think, well, it only happened experientially in here, most likely, because I don't live my life making decisions based on what I think shadow people or demons or whatever the fuck are going to do. I'm a very logical, scientific person.
That's what I appreciate about what you're saying, because you're not coming here and you're like Dan Aykroyd, for example, a guy that I really am a huge fan of since I was a kid. I think he's a brilliantly funny man from SNL and Ghostbusters and all the writing he's done. Mm-hmm. But he's a whack job when you hear him speak. And when he talks about aliens or secret societies, and he's got that really, really quick Chicago accent, and he's explaining it to you, and you're just like, Crystal Skull vodka. And then he starts talking about aliens, and you're just like, okay, you're a whack.
Dan Aykroyd is into aliens and
Yeah, his whole family used to be psychic mediums. And stuff.
Dan Aykroyd is incredibly wacky. You know his character in Ghostbusters, how he's like a paranormal psychologist.
Yeah, but I thought that was just him.
No,
they were all kind of paranormal.
A lot of the wackadoo writing is him going to Ivan Reitman, who just passed away, and being like, "Oh, we gotta have some stuff about the occult in here." Like they wrote that fucking movie, and he has always been wacky like that with the occult, conspiracies, aliens. And he believes stringently in it. He has that Crystal Skull vodka company. And
wait, that's his company?
Yes.
Yeah. He makes a lot of money selling that
has got like so many people know that like you walk through like your grocery store and go through the alcohol aisle, and like so much of it is just the coolness of the designs that gets you, where you're like, okay, well, this one looks like a wine bottle and it's $7.99. This one looks cool as shit. It's got a skull and it's $11.99. I'm going to always go skull. It's cooler.
That is one of the best gimmicks ever.
I've never had that kind of vodka.
It's not great vodka, but it's not awful vodka, and you get a skull out of it. It's cool. Like you can fill it up with sand of different colors, like doing those little sand art things. You can do a lot of stuff with it. I saw someone take this glow in the dark sand that you can and they filled it up with that, and then the whole skull would just glow under black light. I don't know. They're neat little props to like throw on a desk or something like that too.
I think,
but what I was getting at, I'm sorry, I don't want to get away from the point.
No, go for it.
That's a wacky guy who I think is just a loon. I don't think that of you at all.
I appreciate that. A lot of people do.
But when you casually talk about this stuff, it can lend itself there. But what I see from you is not someone who's trying to convince me that there are paranormal things happening. It's someone who's telling me about what you're talking about, your mental illness essentially, and how like traumatic events have triggered this more at certain points in your life, and how you basically see things that aren't there, and I don't know how you cope with that, because if I thought like right now I've got my monitors in front of me, some lighting and shit, but like across that room there's a door over there. If I ever looked up, and I'm alone at my house right now, if I ever looked up and I saw something look at me through there, it would upset me so much that I don't think I could live alone anymore. I talked about this with someone like yesterday because someone asked me who was coming on, and we had a very similar discussion to what we're having right now. But I told him like I couldn't even live alone anymore, I don't think. And I don't think like getting a full-time like live-in girlfriend would do the trick. I think I'd have to move back in with my father to feel safe again. If there were dark men in my house, like that sounds silly.
Well, no,
if there's static man or shadow,
if there's dark shadow people or something like, and something I'm interested in with what Drifter said is,
I'd be so scared.
When you described experiencing it as a kid, you talk about like seeing a figure for extended periods of time. When you described it just now as an adult, you were like a fleeting image in the corner. Like, is that how it tends to be now as an adult? It's more of a fleeting, like it could be a shadow, and it's just your childhood reminding you like, oh, that could be that.
Yeah, something like that. As an adult, very fleeting. I don't hallucinate things very infrequently. 3-4 times a year tops if it's busy. Audio is a little more frequent, but it's usually just very, very small things. It's not whispering voices and crazy shit like that. But I think the improvement came to an improvement to my psyche when I left the very toxic environment. But that doesn't change the memories of these things. And as a kid, I was rationally, like you, very scared. I wouldn't stay certain places. I wouldn't do certain things alone. I wouldn't go places. I wouldn't touch things. And they take me to child psychologists, and I would tell them about these things. None of them were impressed. I got a variety of medications, which kids probably shouldn't have.
Agreed.
But at the end of the day, even though I'm very cognizantly aware that there's like a 99% chance that everything I see exists only up here, it doesn't change the reality of the memories for me. Like, so Kyle, or Taylor, you're very reasonable people. If a very unreasonable thing happened, a very spooky shadow person or ghost just peeked around the corner and said, fuck you, Kyle, and then just disappeared, and you saw it for real, totally for real, you couldn't unremember it. You couldn't remember it like any other different way.
It would be in your mind forever.
So let me ask you this. I like where you've led me here. The memories that you have of these encounters, let's call them, are they just as grounded? Do they feel just as real as like your 15th birthday party or something like that?
100%. That's why when I first started my YouTube channel, I can see you laugh already. I endeavored to tell these stories, and I told almost all of them in about a 10 or 15 part series, so that as I get older and my memory changes and you recall and you retell and things change, so that at least the best memory I had available at the time existed as a sort of log. But I do remember them as real. Matter of fact, I had something happen when I was 15. It was a bunch of weird noises that made me leave my house. I didn't really like it. I didn't know how to deal with it. So I just fucking left and went to a friend's house. And I had a very awkward conversation telling my friend that, I want to spend the night here because something is following me around the house and making noises. Like, I don't expect you to believe that. Just humor me.
Oh, not only would I believe it, but I would be like, Mom, he's back. You promised you'd do something. like, Mom, you said you'd call the police this time. He keeps coming back. You know he's haunted, right? I saw it too. They say if he sleeps at your house, it kills you in 7 days.
Kills you in 7 days. Don't watch any VHS he brought with him.
You're being drug away by your mom. You're like, it's Jurassic Park.
That's very interesting. Like,
no. God,
so
it's weird.
So you said that the visual hallucinations as a kid, very intense, as an adult, fleeting, and it's more almost maybe an anomaly in the corner of your eye that triggers an internal memory of a similar shaped thing. Is auditory the same thing where when you were a kid, it was full sentences, full voices, and now it's more of just kind of something curious that you don't think exists?
Well, weirdly, I had no voices as a kid. Nothing really so much. Every now and then you would get thoughts that weren't yours, so to speak, more of an idea and less of a words, a voice babbling.
Time out again.
Okay.
Okay. So up until now, again, I don't know much, but up until now, it seems like you've described a lot of things that seemed like they were external. You experienced them as external events, but now you described something that you experienced as an internal event, something where you had a feeling or a thought that didn't feel like it was yours, which is a maybe a sister mental illness, but I don't think coincides with the same mental illness. I wish next time you come on, we're going to have a doctor here.
Okay. Yeah, you can bring a doctor. I'm sure I'll give them all sorts. I'm keeping doctors busy right now, as a matter of fact.
And I'm glad that you're open to it, and you realize that I'm not trying to like make light of this. That like I'm genuinely like interested.
If
I'm
we
glad,
can't
and I'm
find a
telling these
doctor,
stories because they're interesting. I think it is interesting content.
It's very interesting content. I love spooky supernatural stuff, or just hallucinations. All
right. If you do, then like I mentioned a minute ago, but Wendigoon, like. God, I hope you get your name right, bro.
Wendigoon, yeah.
I fucking love you, by the way. I watched his video about like sea mysteries, and maybe I was just in the right mood, and the lighting in the room was right. It was like 2 a.m. when I watched too. It was creeping me out. I was getting like the chills a little bit, like I was getting a little uncomfortable.
You were getting those goosebumps,
pulling the blanket up a little bit.
Yeah, because he's telling a story of like this turn of the century boat going from America to Europe, and the captain brings his wife and his like young child. He crews the ship with 15 good men, like half of which are close friends and confidants, all experienced sailing men carrying 1,000 barrels of ethanol to Europe. And the ship is found about a few hundred miles off the coast of Europe, completely empty, with no signs of struggle. Food is on the tables. Ink and parchment is out on the table, so the ship couldn't have rocked very much. There's a little water in the hold, but that's kind of standard for those ships of that age. And one, I'll get to that. And one of the lifeboats, the ropes have been cut and it's missing. So Wendigoon makes the point that like in that time you wouldn't cut your rope as a sailor at sea on a cross-Atlantic voyage. You have so much rope, and then you have no rope, and rope is your rigging is your life out there because your sail is your life.
You need it. Yeah,
they need that rope. You wouldn't cut the rope except in an emergency. We need it now. There's no time to like untie a knot. 10 seconds doesn't exist here. We need, and so the people who find it, another experienced captain who takes the ship in to get the salvage rights. So then there's a court proceeding to determine if everything's legit, because you have and so like. They investigated this thing thoroughly and came up with every conceivable theory. And in the end, no one has any idea what happened to the captain, his family, his 12 or 15 crew. They can't come up with a scenario that makes sense for them to abandon their ship like that. And the other thing, the valuable cargo.
Was there anything stolen from the ship?
No, that's what I was going to say. The valuable cargo is there. The captain's sword is in his quarters. You'd think that, if things got rough, he'd have the sword, not under his bed.
Pretty logical.
Yeah. So what was the conclusion of it? Like they have no idea.
So he tells like 5 or 6 stories about the sea in this one video, and the end of every story is, who knows? like no one knows. And that all the cargo is intact, 1,000 barrels of ethanol, which I suppose is like reasonably valuable at the time. Certainly not a small amount of money. Yeah, it's
ethanol.
For some reason, those creep me out. It's alcohol.
Yeah. So it's just alcohol.
It's alcohol for industrial use.
Oh, okay.
It's not ghosts, right? It's not bullshit. It's
no.
Not spirits. So why would people leave the ship quickly?
If you think the ship's going to go down, you leave the ship. If the ship is like in a position where you think she's going down, and the boat is a more reasonable choice than staying on board. Mm-hmm. So you got to think of like all the scenarios in which that thought occurs to you.
Fleeing from pirates, weirdly.
Pirates would rob you, right? They take the ethanol, you think. So like in my mind, I have to get so convoluted. I'm like, all right, maybe pirates come, but it goes bad, and the captain's family is killed, and one pirate turns on the other pirate, and he kills that pirate because he doesn't like that a family's been killed. He's there for the money, not for all this craziness. And then everybody But no, that doesn't work.
It doesn't make any sense.
There's no blood. There's no like sign of struggle. I want to say that the 300-pound block that they put the compass in. I don't know what those are called. It's some nautical term for the thing the compass goes in on a sailboat. It's a big thing that was knocked over, which was odd because it's heavy. And
so I'm assuming in all these examples, everybody who jumped ship and like got on the lifeboat, they died before they got to shore. So there was never anyone.
They never found a body.
Oh, the SS Ulysses. I was on that. What happened was XYZ.
No. This is like 15 men who were never seen from again. Another one was more modern. This was that because the first one's 100 years ago. The second one was three guys on what looked like a catamaran, like maybe like fishing vessel type thing.
Yeah.
And like all three of them somehow they found the boat. With the sail ripped, empty, and the food was laid out on the table again. The engine was in neutral, and there's a fishing pole out on the deck, and the fishing line is the hook is in the rigging under the boat. These are all the clues we have, and so they had to do another one of these like coroner's report things in a situation like this, and the coroner has to write the most plausible thing for what he thinks happened. And his is that guy gets his fishing line stuck, falls in the water. The other guy says, "Oh no, I'll save you." He jumps in the water. Third guy throws the boat in neutral because two of his friends are in the water, and the mast swings around and hits him Three Stooges style, knocking him into the water, and the boat cruises off, leaving them all to die.
This doesn't make any sense.
That's what Wendigo said. He's like, so it needs to be like some sort of slapstick comedy style.
You need Moe and Curly to make that work.
Clean out the whole ship. They're all gone. Yeah. What about a methane gas bubble? But that would probably sink the ship too.
So if something like that happens, then maybe that could explain people abandoning a ship, though, right? But that wasn't the case. The boat didn't have water in it, and in the case of in one of the instances, the records were so meticulous that you could tell the hour that it had happened. It was like, all right, it happened between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. on August the 3rd. Something happened, and because there's an account from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. and then 9 a.m. to 10 never happens.
That is bizarre.
It is, and these make for very creepy stories.
Yeah, he's got
that could be you.
Stories. He's got.
You could go on a boat with your friends and just disappear. You don't know.
The ocean is so fucking scary, and
that was scariest. Like demons are arguably the least scary thing out there because I don't know if demons can swim. Sharks can, octopus can. Everything in there that wants to eat you can. Like
the ocean's like a big murder factory. Like if Aquaman could hear, he would just hear constant screaming of everything eating everything else constantly. In the ocean.
Have you never like read those like excerpts or vignettes from soldiers who were part of like a destroyer in the Pacific that got sank in World War II, and they're just like hanging out, bobbing for hours and hours,
Sharks
waiting for rescue. And there's like they have people writing journals, like some of the soldiers, like and every so often someone just gets torn down, and it's like you're just waiting for yourself to be that.
I don't know how many sharks there were. Maybe 500.
Doll's eye, dark eyes like a doll's eyes. Yeah, fucked up shit. That's very interesting though. And Drifter transitioning seamlessly to the standing desk.
I usually mute and try to do it less noticeably. The motor can be a little loud.
No, we didn't hear a thing. That's the USS Indianapolis, right? The World War II bomb transporting ship. That
it might be. I don't know many of the U.S. I think they surrendered on the USS Missouri. There was a USS Connecticut or something that got sank during the war. I don't know the USSs.
So I don't know if you're making a joke or not, but I'm talking about the boat from the Jaws story. That's a true story, about the boat going down and the men in the water with the sharks. That happened.
Well, I'm sure it happened a lot of times throughout history where a boat goes down and there's sharks.
No. The story, the spooky story they tell the night before in Jaws.
Jaws is based on that bull shark or whatever that swam up the Jersey River and like attacked a few people in that brackish water inland. They loosely based it on that. But the story that Quint tells in they're down below deck drinking, showing off scars, right? And laughing it up. You see this one? No, she's broken heart. She broke my heart, and they all laugh it up. And he's like, "What about that one? What about that one?" And he gets real sober and quiet. And he's like, That's old tattoo I had removed. What did it say, Mom? It said USS Indianapolis. It's like, you were on the Indianapolis? Yeah. And Roy Schneider's like, what happened? Tell me the story. And it's just like not a happy story. They were transporting the fucking bomb. And the mission was so secret that they never radioed that their boat had been torpedoed because their boat wasn't supposed to be there. So like 1,500 men or something go into the water, burnt badly in oil slicks that are still burning in some cases, covered in oil, shit, blood, and death as the ship sinks, and no one's going to be coming looking for them for a week or something like that. And they're bobbing up and down, and the sharks show up, and it's the Pacific fucking Ocean. So there's a lot of them, and they ate hundreds of men.
Do you guys ever?
It's arguable how many sharks ate and how many sharks killed, but it was a lot of men who were eaten and killed.
What's the TV show, the website with the gossip? I have like TNT in my head, but
TMZ.
TMZ, thank you. Did you see the shark attack on TMZ like this week?
Yes. This dude just swimming and goes under for a second, and then kind of part of a body comes back up.
So
Did
on
he die?
TMZ, it was a little blurred out. Yeah.
Oh,
And
when you're floating face down and half your body's missing, odds ain't so great.
I must have seen a blurred version, but what was remarkable to me was the blood, because I just saw a blurred version, and they're like, "Oh my god, this is a shark attack." And in my head, like, if someone's in that much trouble, you contemplate helping, but the shark is ripping him apart. All
He's
you
dead.
can do is give the shark more food. Like you can't do anything against a giant shark that's eating a person.
And if you look at I'm sure I can picture this. I haven't seen the video. I'd love to see this video, but like the amount of blood is like, I imagine you, Woody, like as a pro, you would be like, oh, that individual is already dead. I'm not going in there. Dude, that doesn't make sense.
The whole, like, I want to say like a 12-foot diameter circle turned pink and red. It's insane. Like it was outrageous.
Even if you do go in, what are you going to do? I mean, it'd take you 10 minutes to get there because you move like a turtle in water.
And you're gonna rescue a dead body.
You can see it here if you click on this. I don't think we can show it to the viewers, but it is outrageous. If someone's being attacked by a pit, right? If someone's being attacked by a
attack.
It is a shark.
This is a man being eaten. He's very much dead. This is a shark feeding. Like the man's been dead, right?
Well, he wasn't dead till he met the shark.
This doesn't even look like an area. This doesn't even look like an area of the beach that you would swim out to.
Really? That caught my attention too. Is he a surfer or something?
There's no beach there. There's no waves to surf. Like, what is he doing?
Coral, right?
And now look at that. Look at how quickly all the seagulls descend on his dead corpse to eat him.
At 36 seconds, you can see how like bloody the water is. It's outrageous.
So you can see, like, I think what that is, Woody, is that the shark like surging upward with the body and then like turning back down.
Or
you see some sort of something.
Oh, that's a big shark, eh?
Yeah. And like, so what I was trying to say is, like, if a person's getting attacked by a pit bull, any one of us could do something. Right? We could hit the pit bull. We could dissuade it from continuing the attack. We could probably stop it. We could hit it with a stick. Like, I probably got a multi-tool in my pocket. Like, there are things we could do. This shark, I have nothing that catches this shark's attention.
They're saying at least 13 feet.
A 13-foot shark. That's more than twice as tall as me.
Yeah, they're saying at least 13.
Probably heavy, too.
Heavy as shit.
Probably 4 times my weight.
Have you guys ever touched sharks, dolphins, big water animals, big fish?
Yeah.
They're like strong and muscular. Like when they hit you, you just bounce.
If you move your hand the wrong way on like a shark, even like a nurse shark, you can feel like
a cat's
just ancient scales of armor. Like this way totally smooth. This way you're like, oh, no wonder they're so fucking tough. There's just a layer of like enamel and cartilage or whatever it is surrounding them.
And it's an 800-foot muscle just moving through the water.
Pound. Yeah. They're terrifying. And like for some reason, like those hippies told us that we couldn't kill them anymore. So like now there's just so many out there.
That is not true. The sharks are going extinct.
They're saying that not only are there more sharks now than there have ever been at any time in the planet's history. This is a PKA fact. But they're saying that now these sharks, because of the hormones and the people they're eating, are a much larger, aggressive shark.
I believe you made that up.
No, I
100%
believe
of
it. You know, milk is making girls hit puberty at 9, and then
See,
the sharks are eating the girls hitting puberty at 9.
It all comes full circle. The reason that Wings is in all of this hot water, and the reason we have these shark attacks is the hormones in the milk. Okay, the hormones.
Because he's a dumbass who has the PR skills of Harvey Weinstein.
No, even Harvey was clever enough to pretend like he was crippled and sick.
Even Harvey pretended to be retarded. Like, that would have been such a funny thing if like Harvey was like, after being accused, Harvey slipped on the stairs and is now retarded. Are we going to convict a retarded man for
put him in a home?
Of a well man? I don't even remember raping. It's like,
dude, who's the Kyle? I need help with a name. His name is Pete something. He's on SML. He dated Kim Kardashian.
All right, so I know the answer. And SML. Okay, well, yeah, it's Pete Davidson. SML doesn't exist.
No, Kyle. Kyle. Saturday Night Live.
Did I say SML? Anyway, he has a great story about Louis C.K. And I guess Louis C.K. was on SNL, and while he was on it, Pete Davidson smoked weed. And he goes to Lauren or something, the guy who's in charge of it.
Lorne Michaels, yeah.
Lorne Michaels. And says, this guy should get fired. He's smoking pot on SNL. So Lorne Michaels calls him in. And he's like, Pete, were you smoking pot? And he's like, yes, I always do. And he's like, yeah, that's what I thought. And the story kind of ends. But when he tells it, it's fantastic because Louis C.K. is like a titan at this point. And he's like, Louis C.K. is this comedian and he's hosting SNL and he's the boss. His career is peaking at this point.
Yeah.
I'm a new comedian. Nobody knows me. I've got this little role on SNL and I'm trying to break into the business. And he's this guy whose approval you might want.
Trying to break into the business. He's on SNL.
Well, yeah, but they do break into theirs. That's a starting job. They make $250,000 a year, I think, and it might be out of date.
Yeah.
But anyway, he's like, so he's the guy whose attention you would want. He's the guy who's maybe respect you would value at the time. At the time, this is a person who you might look up to at the time. And he just kept like nailing how Louis C.K. Is no longer someone.
Can we give Louis C.K.
okay? Well, then I
ended great.
Pete Davidson was cool with the smoking weed thing, but if he's ripping on Louis C.K., he can go fuck himself. Louis C.K., I don't know anything about Pete Davidson. I haven't watched this SNL thing since there, but I'm saying
started it. All he did was smoke pot on SNL, and Louis C.K. went to his boss and tried to get him fired.
That's Louis C.K.'s side of things.
That is Pete Davidson's side of things, first of all. And Louis C.K. on his worst day is funnier than Butthole Eyes on his absolute best day. Go back. This is a PSA to everyone out there. All these comedians you think have gotten too soft, look at Opie and Anthony shows with Louis C.K. from 2008, 2009. Look at O&A shows with Bill Burr from 2006 to 2012, or actually 2002 to 2012 with Bill Burr. Look at all of these tremendous comedians and look at how fucking edgy they were. Amy Schumer was dirty, offensive, anti-PC. She said wild shit on the Opie and Anthony show back in the day. Like, that's how people got
stand-up comedy.
Like, they were hilarious. I don't know anything about Amy Schumer's comedy. I haven't watched her stand-ups, but like Louis, Burr, all these. I'll just fixate on Louis because apparently that's who Pete Davidson decided to challenge. Pete Davidson is a fucking loser compared to Louis C.K. Louis C.K. is funnier on his worst day.
And Ariana Grande.
I don't give a fuck. They're comedians. The bar by which they are judged is funniness. If you're a comedian, the bar by which you're judged.
They judged is who they bone.
If you judge a comedian based on who they're fucking, then they're not funny.
Hey, chicks dig funny guys, so.
Look at that guy. Look at how unfunny he is with his AIDS eyes.
Look at his face. Dude, everybody saw the Suicide Squad, right?
Kim Kardashian and Ariana Grande are after him for his.
I liked him in Suicide Squad.
Look at that, dude. He's posing with what looks to be an exhumed corpse, and
that's Machine Gun Kelly, right?
No, that can't be. I don't really know. But that guy's mouth looks fucking photoshopped on.
All right. Well, I've had enough of this.
I don't care. I'm defending Louis C.K. Louis C.K. is a funny ass comedian, and if Pete Davidson is hunting down Louis C.K., no, I'm taking Louis C.K.'s
Louis
side.
C.K.
He's a
started
funnier
it.
guy.
Pete Davidson won. Fuck Louis C.K.
A Pete Davidson one. We'll see.
He did. Yeah, we'll see. I guess that's true. Hey, I got a new motorcycle.
No one is beating down the doors.
Did you say you just got a new motorcycle?
He's with Megan Fox.
How many do you have now?
Is that 6?
No. I have.
Is it 5?
I have 3 street legal bikes and a dirt bike. So you could. Some people count the dirt bike.
What's that come up to?
Don't. Well, some people don't count the dirt bikes, but so 3 or 4. I have 3 or 4 motorcycles.
I count them all.
We're gonna say 4.
I count the dirt bike too. To me, it's a motorcycle, but
some people, the people who are addicted to buying motorcycles, don't count it.
If there's some cocksucker out there that would take issue with Woody answering the question, how many bikes do you have? With 4? Actually, that's not road legal.
It starts to make more sense when the dirt bikes get smaller and they're like pit bikes or little things without suspension with a lawnmower engine.
2 wheels and a motor. Bike. You got a motorcycle.
Well, then I have 4, Kyle.
That's a lot of bikes. You're starting a gang.
Yes. Here's what happened. So all my bikes have like dirt tires on them, which is fine. They're street legal, but they're, kind of a hybrid. And I wanted a real road bike, one that could take corners faster and had smaller tires. And I was going to make a supermoto out of one of my bikes. And I forget who I was talking to. It might have been Scum, but he was like, Woody, if you can afford another bike, you should do that. You don't want to have to swap the chain and tires for changing the purpose of the bike. Just get another bike. That you'll be happier with that. And I just happened to update the chain on one of my bikes, and it took me like half a day. And I'm like, fuck it, I'm not fast at this. I don't want a half a day's work in the heat every time. It's all right. I'm looking at classifieds, and the guy's like, I don't want money. What do you have as a trade? And I'm like, I got a pickup truck that's been rotting in the sun for 3 years. You want it? And he's like, yeah. So I take it to the car wash. The battery's dead as a doornail. Like I had it on a battery tender, and it still was fully dead. But I could jump it. It wouldn't take a charge. The alternator wouldn't charge it. So I bought him a new battery, ran it through the car wash, and I traded the old Tacoma for a new motorcycle. And I've been having a blast with it.
What do you have? What bike?
So it is a KTM 500 EXC in Supermoto trim. It also came with the dirt wheels.
Is that orange?
It is orange, and it is a hooligan bike. It's basically a scooter that goes 100 miles an hour, but it looks like a motorcycle. It doesn't look
low end torque, like a torquey bike that you could do wheelies.
If you just turn it, it wheelies by accident. It is outrageous how powerful and like zippy this thing is. All of my bikes have like 21-inch wheels. Yeah, that's actually looks a lot like that.
Yeah, that's
all of my bikes have like 21-inch front tire and I guess 19 in the rear. And they don't lean and turn and change direction quite like that zippy little thing.
So you've got tires like that on there?
I do. Yeah.
Man, you're gonna be able to do some slick stuff if you wanted to with this thing.
I'm already driving like an asshole. The first day I took it out, I went down like a flight of stairs in front of some store that was closed down into this.
Dude, I was hoping you were about to say some high school kids or something to show them up.
Yeah.
No, I'm just like driving over curbs, pulling wheelies at like every stoplight in Raleigh.
What's the ticket? 150.
Give me 2 because I got more wheelies.
That's the price of admission. You're like, that's cheaper than a ticket to Six Flags and that's more fun than I can imagine for $150.
I'm just driving it like an asshole everywhere I go, every day. I taught my wife to learn to drive it today. So we went last week to the Harley Davidson dealership. We were like, what if we get one of those big bikes? You've seen them on the highways where the woman is like elevated and she has armrests. I was like, what if we do that? And like that becomes like a weekend vacation for the Woodworths every now and then. It'd be fun. And then she got the idea, like, what if I like learn to ride a motorcycle too? And I'm like, well, fuck, we'll try it on, see how it fits. So I was going to put her on the DRZ, but it sat too tall. So I put her on this ridiculous machine that does wheelies like by accident. But it turns out in the grass, if you turn the rear tire just slides.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway,
you can't fuck this up.
What could go wrong? She did fall twice, but I've got her all in her own like gear and everything. She's all padded. And
Man, this is great. I love
I
this.
like this.
Yeah, so she's just
So you're a
in my-
lieutenant in the gang?
Woody, do you know Zach, will you pull up the Pokemon picture where it's like the guy and girl back to back with their arms crossed? Like wearing their like trainer uniforms?
Team Rocket?
Oh my god.
Team Rocket with Jesse and James.
Yeah, Team Rocket.
You know
like,
what's funny? In the later
they're like
seasons
back
of
to back with their
Pokemon,
arms crossed.
Jesse trained
Hang on a minute. I want to watch Woody's wife ride a fucking motorcycle here. That I want you two like that, but with your motorcycle shit on.
Like leather armor and shit.
Like helmets on and everything.
What is it? It used to be when I turned my phone sideways, the image would go. But anyway, there she is.
There's a
learning to
setting
ride.
for that.
Yeah, if you pull down from the top and activate
there
she is
the
going
wobble
by.
selector. Yeah,
There's
that's
a
awesome.
setting at the top.
Yeah, there's a wobble selector.
and
I
that's-
believe it's called.
Woody, is that your yard?
Yeah,
You have a wonderfully flat, usable yard. That's great.
we do have a pretty flat yard.
You
It's
know
nice
what?
for launching the paramotor too.
Oh, I know that's true, Woody. But how long before we put in the BMX stuff in the backyard?
How long until the RC track?
every day you put the BMX stuff off is a day you don't have BMX stuff. Imagine this.
That is undeniably true.
I don't know how much one of those foam pits costs, with the foam cubies. I bet they're
Sure.
like too expensive. That would be wild. You could do any kind of acrobatic stuff you ever want.
That would be awesome.
You could
make
learn
it
to do backflips on a motorcycle safely for, I guarantee, less than $12,000.
I mean, why wouldn't I?
Yeah. Woody, are you trying to lose money on this deal of foam cubes that you could put in a pit in your yard? Think of the property valuation. Oh, there's a huge pit with rotten foam cubes in it because it rains here because it's
Okay.
the world.
I don't know how you
It's
solve.
the-
Look, I don't know how you solve the rain on the cube scenario.
Just cover it when you're not
All
using it, right?
You would think maybe a big
Just a hot,
slide
hot
over the
fan.
top, like
They do it
a
with
swimming
pools.
pool.
Yeah.
You could just use your swimming pool, drain that bitch, foam goes in.
But
Wait,
if you
why don't we
miss,
just land in
you
the
hit
water?
concrete.
Yeah,
Well, the
water-
water
You're
will
on the
fuck up your
motorcycle.
bike.
You're on a bike while you do this flip.
Are motorcycles waterproof?
No.
No.
What if you take it out real quick?
The
No.
water gets in the carburetor. It's
Let's
not what you
waterproof the motorcycle. That's clearly the cheapest option.
want. But anyway, yeah.
We'll
so I'm
call it
teaching my
a
wife to ride.
Ski-Doo.
I got a new motorcycle. My wife's riding it. She doesn't have a license or anything. She's just riding it in the yard. And she learned to stop and start and go around. And I'm having a blast on it. I ride it. I'm ridiculously irresponsible. And it's a good time.
That's
Go
a
ride
really
together?
good way to learn.
Like-
the idea is so that's like the thing we're trying on to see if it fits. The idea was she would be my passenger, and then she's like, maybe I want a bike, and I'm like, fuck, that sounds like fun too. So we'll see where it goes.
That's really fun.
That's very nice that your wife is taking an interest in that. I've experienced something on my own level of nerddom. I'm not into bikes. I'm into weightlifting and archery and that kind of and Magic the Gathering. Those are my main hobbies.
Women repellents.
Just an
So
absolute retard. I am the other side of the magnet with women with those hobbies. But my wife recently was like I bought these they have it's called Game Night. It's a Magic set that you can buy offline, and it's there's green, black, white, red, and blue. Those are the 5 colors, and it comes with 5 decks, each one monocolor, and then turn down life dice and like other stuff. And so I bought a set because I have some friends who like want to learn, and I was playing that with my wife. We were playing like in person because she was like, "You're always playing Magic. Like, I want to learn how to play it and play it with you." And I was like, first of all, you're awesome for indulging my nonsense in this. And she starts playing, and I get her after the physical games into Arena, and I download Arena on the laptop I bought for her and put it on there, and we start playing on Arena, and it is so much fucking fun. Like, she's enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. I'm like teaching her tactics and strategies. She'll like play a game against someone online with a deck that I built for her and be like, "Taylor, I don't know what to do here." And I'm like, it's good you came to me, because if you play this card first like you wanted, you're not going to activate those 3 triggers. You want to play this one, then this one to counter a potential thing, and then finally the third one. She's like, okay, that kind of makes sense. And so like I'm getting all the enjoyment of getting into Magic again with my wife, and we're playing all the time. Like I never thought, and I like am. It's one of those things where I'm like, are you actually having fun, or are you still humoring me? Like, are you really having fun? And then like I realized she was like really having fun when like we were sitting there and I'm playing Magic, she's playing Magic, and we just have Impractical Jokers up as the background thing. And I like get up to be like looking behind her, like, can I just kind of
picture this woman to be exactly like you, beard and all.
And all.
Married a dwarven woman.
There are no dwarf women. I get up to go behind her to like look at her screen so I can help her because she was working on the color challenges. And I was like, so you want to play this? And she's like, don't fucking say anything. I need to learn this. I need to know on my own what the right moves are. And I'm like, okay.
That's a good sign.
And like I'd walk behind her to watch, and she would be like, don't watch me. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed that you're going to see me do a move that you think is stupid, and then you'll think that I'm stupid. And I'm like, no, let me help you.
You had her where you wanted her. All you have to say is,
my wife fucking rules.
So you hug her and you say, you know me so well. And you kiss her on the top of the head, and then you sit across from her and glare.
Just sit across.
Play the fucking card, and then you like you have one of those chess timers. Click. Tick, 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 tick.
No,
really like speed magic.
Because like she's trying to figure it out. I took the time and I built like 7 decks just from commons, and that's called Pauper. That's a format. It's called Pauper. You only play with common cards, not uncommons, not rares, not mythic rares, because obviously the rarer a card gets, the better it is. And so it's a fun tactic to try and make a deck with just commons. And so I was playing her with these commons decks, and unfortunately, because I'm actually good at Magic, I made some fucking dope-ass commons decks with really good combo replay. Like, they wouldn't survive in, like, main match, but, like, against her, she was like, why are your decks so much better than mine? And it's like, because yours are one fucking stoned intern for 5 minutes at Wizards of the Coast being like, this is a bunch of green cards, put them together. And like mine is like, I actually built a deck. And so the next step to get her further into it is I need her to go to the deck builder and take the time to search the cards to build a coherent strategy. Because once you've built your first deck independently, you internalize the strategies more, and it becomes more second nature. And so I'm having a great time. Just late at night, randomly, it's like, hey, let's have some fun, and then we can play some Magic. And it's like, oh, this rules. This is great. Like, let's just play. And then sometimes I'm like, no, not until after we play Magic 10 times.
That's your warm up. That's what gets you going. But what are you going to do when she gets really good and she just starts like dominating you in Magic, and she's like, I wear the pants now, and she does the show and has the beard?
She won't. I'm too good at Magic. Can't be stopped. She can't be stopped.
I'll go with the other. Like, Taylor married a wonderful woman and turned her into him. It's a shame.
Turned her into me. No, she's still like something I didn't realize, Woody, which you were hiding this under a bushel basket or whatever for so long, is that when you get married, you don't have to worry about anyone's birthday or anything to celebrate ever again, because your wife just kind of logs it.
Yeah,
and just takes care of that stuff, which is very nice.
Hey, what are you getting everyone for Christmas? Well, I got my wife something shiny, and everything else was handled on my behalf.
And that's great.
Know those
I love
feels?
that.
That's good. You get a partnership. You kind of balance each other out. You have different skill sets. You do different things.
She does the stuff, and I grade it.
Yep.
It's a system that works.
We have. I've said before.
Taylor, do y'all smoke and play Delta 8, or you just?
Oh no, we smoke a tremendous amount of Delta 8. I take a huge amount of edibles usually, and then I'm just ripped to shit playing whatever, we're either Magic, or sometimes we play Super Smash. She doesn't like to play Super Smash that much because she doesn't know the moves, and I just kind of dominate. But yeah, Delta 8 rocks. It really is. Like, I've had people in my real life push back and be like, no, it's not the same. And then they like have to step back because of legal stuff, and then they start smoking Delta 8, and they're like, yeah, it was the same. You were right. You just have to take literally twice as much.
So Delta 8 doesn't really do it for me, but THCO does. Like THCO is pretty.
I thought you
wild.
liked Delta 8.
That's dangerous shit, bro. That gives people seizures.
Not yet.
What is
Good luck.
THC? Drifter, can you lay it out? Why?
THC is THC delta. I forget the delta, but it's an acetate. They add an acetate molecule to it, which I don't remember the details. It changes how it's absorbed in both your bloodstream and your brain. And there's blah, 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 blah math. Basically, THCO is roughly twice the strength of regular like California weed.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people like it. It also tends to be more hallucinogenic, which is super fun. But at least in the state of Oklahoma, they had a series of people having seizures from it because I guess it was too strong or something.
A bunch of pussies.
Somebody gave me a shit ton of it for free, and I was too afraid to even try it because it seems like unhealthy.
Isn't THC
you
like
want
a
it?
natural?
I can just mail it.
THC is a natural
right, drugs with a Z on the box.
Say that again, Taylor. Yeah, no, it is. It's supposed to be. I don't know why it does
THC
that.
is supposed to suppress potential seizures.
But if you want free cannabis, I'll give you a tip. All you need to do is upload a weed video. Not long after the October-ish appearance, I posted a tour of a cannabis farm where we did the whole thing. It was like 40 minutes of like me and this whole like endless field of weed or whatever. And it's got like 700,000 views. And all these companies, they just like Google people that are making weed videos. And I get emails all the time. Hey, do you want to try my products? Hey, do you want to try my products? Hey, we got a Delta 8. And it's pretty much just like, yes, 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 yes. And now I have this literal like basket of Delta 8 I can carry around the house with everything that you can imagine. It has been glorious.
Is there a way we could pivot the podcast into getting Kyle and I a bunch of free legal drugs?
So I was just imagining sort of a situation where we would just. We'll talk about this later.
Don't give away any good ideas.
Delta 8 sponsor. Or pivoting off of that, in a weird way, Delta 8 fixed my back recently. So you may know its spine's broken, 2 pieces, not super comfortable. I do a lot of core work to mostly hold myself up with the ab muscles. They're not anything impressive. It's unfixable.
What does that mean?
That means that the surgery you do to get it fixed has a much higher chance of failing than helping. So it's smarter, especially since I'm younger and relatively okay to build muscles instead. But that's not really the point. Bad back, ooh, boo-hoo me, whatever. Did a bunch of Delta 8 with my wife, very much so like what you were talking about, Taylor. We did a lot of that, and we played video games while some Adult Swim shit was on TV. That was my night. And then we moved on to other adult activities. And as a guy with a store back, I have to be a little bit more careful. We got to pick our positions a little bit, tactically, but I'm high as fuck. I am lit. I'm not thinking about anything of that. I'm just jumping on there like I'm 19 and like bang, 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 bang. It's kind of dangerous given the problem. And midway in, I do it and I feel a pop. And I'm like, oh shit. Because I can feel it in the vertebra that's not so well connected. And I'm like, oh God. I'm like having a fucking anxiety attack. And I'm like, well, it's not hurting. Might hurt like a motherfucker in the morning. This might be my last time for a while. Better go here. And, just pass out like that weed hangover, just like dead. Wake up in the morning. And the first thing I remember is like, oh, fuck. I had rough sex last night and I popped my back. So I'm like getting out of bed, like really cautiously with like all the little support handles. And I'm like, okay, doesn't hurt. Like weird. And I like move around. And I'm like, wow, that actually feels kind of good back there. You bend over, stand up, do a squat. I'm like, wow, I think that's like way better than yesterday. What the fuck did I do? I think I literally, I fucked it back into place. I was super happy with that. And I say that is marijuana, not marijuana, it's Delta 8 doing its job.
Yeah, that's medical.
See, like, I'm, first of all, it's great that you fucked your back into place.
But it's lovely. Best way to do it.
Kyle, you liked Delta 8 for a bit until you were like, this isn't strong
I discovered
enough.
There's something stronger. Well, it was never.
But is THCO? Is it the same feeling I'll get from Delta 8 and regular weed? Because that's what I like about Delta 8.
Yeah.
Is it gives me the same relaxation as regular weed. I don't mind that it takes twice as much to get to the same level because it's the same sensation. Like THCO, I don't want to feel like fucking neurotic or really energized or something on it.
You get like really, really itchy. But it's mostly your eyeballs, so you can't scratch them. So you're fine.
Fun.
Okay.
Like you're not going to scratch your eyeballs unless you do too much, and then you go like crazy at them. But just don't do too much.
Just do a reasonable amount of THCO.
No, it feels exactly like marijuana. It's just
It's just you need way less of it than Delta.
Then like Delta 8, and it's it's all cheap. Like I order it from that website where it's like 50 cents a gram or something like that. It's so goddamn cheap.
What's your standard dose? What do you take?
I've been using like mostly these vape pens. Like this is actually from my gas station. This is from the website. This is called Cannabeast. CANNIBEAST Cannabeast.com. And I've got the what is this fucking Acapulco Gold.
Acapulco Gold. They even spell cannabis with an I instead of an A.
Yeah, Cannabeast.
So it's like Cannabeast. It's not the same.
Yeah, and but and like the girl at the gas station, she's like, we have Delta 8 and 1.5, and I'm just like, no, I want the THCO.
Why is the girl at your gas station talking to you in this way?
Does the hallucination part of it work? It's supposed to be more psychoactive. Like, does it make you see things?
Fuck no.
That's a shame. I love that shit.
I've done a lot of acid before, and I saw things there. But even then, like you're seeing things alter themselves. You're seeing like clouds like pulsate or breathe, or like colors sort of expand and shrink and stuff. You're not seeing like a fucking pink midget dance into the room or a leprechauns and never.
Nobody wants that.
I would love that, but that's not what you
leprechaun.
If a pink leprechaun came in and was like, oh, and like had some gold and had to chase him around for half an hour, that'd be the best drug in the world. I don't know what I'd pay for that. If they were like, it's $1,000 a hit, I'd be like, how long does it last?
Okay, you've definitely done the most drugs
a year for that.
Have you ever had synesthesia from cannabis or Delta 8 or THCO?
I don't know what that is.
That's where you can like your senses get mixed up. You can hear things visually. You can taste sounds and stuff like that.
No,
it's where your brain doesn't interpret input correctly, and so like seeing blue might make you taste something, or like feeling something might make you imagine.
I'll tell you what, if I taste blue, if I ever taste blue, then I'm going to reevaluate this whole Delta.
No, it's not that. It's not that you're tasting blue. It's that seeing blue triggers something that makes you taste potentially something else. So it could be watermelon.
I refuse to draw a distinction between what I said and what you said. They're both ridiculous things.
Yeah, one was retarded, one was well thought out, but
same thing.
I was just curious. That's something that happens to me when I get really high, and very infrequently that'll happen, and I can like taste a sound or something. It's really weird, but I think it's kind of fun. It's not harmful or scary. It's kind of like Nito.
What was a sound that you tasted, and what was the sound, and what did it taste like?
A creaky door, a little bit less of a flavor, felt like a potato chips, like I was crunching on something in my mouth, because I think it was creaking and my brain was interpreting that as more of a crunch. Certain flavors would translate to like skin, tactile sensations. And
interesting.
The biggest one was that sound would come out a little bit more visually. Like if I hear certain musics and whatever, that I started seeing like a lot of multicolor triangles and stuff, but each little beat was a little different.
And wait, I'm curious about the sound thing. So was this at the same time period that you were experiencing that much more mild synesthesia, or was it after that? Like the other kind you were talking about where you might taste a chip?
I mean, it all happens at kind of the same time.
Interesting.
It's not super intense or insane or anything. It's just really neato. It's like a neat sensation that you don't normally get. So it's been fun.
No, I guess most people would never experience that, because like, and it sounds like something that like before we understood the science of the brain, people would be like, that's bullshit. You're making stuff up. That's nonsense. But because we know the different areas of the brain associated with different tendencies and feelings and sensations, like it is weird that you could have a sensation on your tongue triggered by your eye. So like
I got a good one.
Okay.
I watched a YouTube video about this. I can't recall what it is, but it's when someone has no sense of fear, they can't experience fear, and it's because a certain part of your brain gets damaged. It doesn't really matter.
They're called amygdala.
So there's a handful of people who have this situation, and there's this one woman that was part of this study, and she had never in her life experienced fear because that part of her brain had been destroyed. I don't remember why, maybe a virus or something, or a fever. In any case, like someone would come up to her and say, "Give me all your money," and she'd be like, "How dare you pull that knife on me? I'll beat you up." Like just not afraid at all, just sort of insulted. Rather, there's no fear. She doesn't know how to experience it. She never had, and they were trying to determine where fear comes from in the brain. And obviously, because she has this part of her brain destroyed, she can't experience fear. So they were trying to find out if there was a more primordial fear. What is the most base of fears? What is the first fear? And it turns out that it's
probably loneliness.
It's high concentrations of carbon dioxide in the blood from an external source. So that could mean drowning. That could mean exposure to carbon dioxide gas. So what they did is they took this woman who had never experienced fear ever in her life, and they gave her increasingly large amounts of carbon dioxide gas, and the parts of her brain that and the parts of her old brain, the parts in her brain stem that would process fear in a different kind of animal fired, and she was terrified for the first time in her life by this sensation of having high carbon dioxide in her blood, because that old reptile brain is saying we're dying.
So basically,
we're dying.
She got
waterboarded her.
She got to the point.
Waterboarding is another way to trigger that same fear section.
Waterboarding for science.
So she has her whole brain in function, and then they start to inhibit oxygen with the CO2. And so it shuts down the least important parts of the brain first. Parietal, occipital, frontal.
That's not what was happening here.
And then it gets to the hind brain, which is the reptilian brain, which has no impulse to give you other than I'm hungry, I want to fuck, and I want to sleep.
The area of the brain.
Or I'm scared.
No, so the area that's causing the fear is theorized to be part of like the brain stem or the old part of the brain, but it has nothing to do with other parts of the brain shutting down. Simply the high levels of carbon dioxide caused a fear response immediately.
Even though her amygdala obviously was less responsive because of the lack of
whatever that part of her brain is that causes fear doesn't exist. Like when you look at it in a scan, it's
I think it's the amygdala. Isn't that what
there were two lobes,
cortisol for stress and such?
They showed an MRI or a CT scan or whatever, and there was two dark spots that were symmetrically placed sort of in the frontal part of the brain, and they're like, this is the fear sector. They're black, they should be white. They're gone. Like she can't experience fear. And they did it.
Did this help? Did she experience fear again afterward? Because the brain can rewire and relearn things sometimes.
But they did do this experiment to other people who had the same the instance where they couldn't experience fear, and they had the same results. They could frighten them with but the core concept of the whole video was what's the scariest thing, and so they came to the conclusion that the scariest thing is that it's uncontrollable high levels of carbon dioxide in your blood from an uncontrollable external force.
But that is a chemical change to manufacture a situation in which chemically you are scared. It didn't find out what is the actual scariest thing to be confronted with,
No,
I think that's clowns.
Our brain is afraid of drowning. Our brain is afraid of suffocating at an older part of itself. And if you simulate that, then it just fires regardless of whether you're drowning or not. That's why waterboarding, like Woody mentioned, is so effective. We goofed around with that. I certainly wouldn't say I've been waterboarded, but we strapped me in a chair, turned it upside down, and poured water on a rag into my mouth for maybe 20 seconds or something, and I fucking hated it. It was awful.
I've heard that what you think works doesn't. 20 seconds. I think I can hold my breath for 20 seconds, right? Full on, hold nose, mouth closed, 20 seconds. I've got that.
Yeah.
Why is it that waterboarding fucks people up in 5 seconds?
What if
I think
it's going into your nose.
So
and because your nose and your mouth are connected, your mouth and that backwards throat starts to fill up.
As a swimmer, right? You're upside down sometimes, uncomfortable in this way. I exhale very slowly through my nose. And that just keeps the bubble, keeps everything traveling in the right direction. Maybe you guys have done this too, right? Where you're upside down underwater, and I exhale slowly through my nose, and it's not a problem. Taylor grew up with a pool. He knows the scoop probably. Why doesn't that work waterboarding?
So they take that rag and put it over your nose and mouth and hold it pretty tightly. So you can't really get rid of the excess water that's in there in a quick enough, faster than they're adding it back. There's always you're always 3/4 of the way to drowning. You can get enough out to get a gasp in, and then it's kind of filling up to the brink again. And even if you started holding your breath, you got 20 seconds of fuck you, buddy, unless they punch you in the stomach, right? And then it's I might actually die now.
And then you're gasping a little bit. And apparently, Like the Jackass guys used to say, like the best bit is one that hurts a lot and looks like it doesn't hurt. Waterboarding is the opposite. It looks like nothing, a walk in the park. But everyone who's experienced it says that it is the most grueling. I can't breathe. I'm inhaling water. My lungs are now heavy. They're not working the same way.
So you guys are young for this ish, but there was a time when there was a national debate over whether or not waterboarding was even torture, right? Yeah. It was okay. So you get people who really sort of stake their claim and their reputation on the idea that waterboarding is not that big a deal. It's not torture. And it's certainly not true that it doesn't seem to damage people. It just makes
we may have even taken that position on this show because I know we've debated it before.
Could be, yeah. And then these
I get pneumonia.
I guess what I'm trying to say without saying it is like right-wing radio hosts and TV hosts would say that it's not a big deal. They get waterboarded and in seconds turned around. And I remember this.
Like, I can't remember the names of who it was.
I think Hannity was one.
Was that Rush Limbaugh?
That's what I was thinking. No, it wasn't. Rush is too. Rush so, at the time.
Rush was probably
died
too
if he
fat
tripped.
to even try.
Yeah.
But
so Sean Hannity said he would in a debate. He's like, I'll do it. I'll do it. And then like I can't remember who it was, but they'll be like, it is now day 12,573 since Sean Hannity said he would get waterboarded next week.
This is gonna upset a lot of people, but Sean Hannity is a retard and I don't like him.
I don't think that upsets that many people.
I know that's the joke. Like everybody hates this guy.
Yeah. You ever listen to his show?
No, never.
Only on Fox.
He's his
you guys
radio
watch
show.
the news?
I don't watch the news.
I listen to news radio, or if you can call it that. I listen to conservative
Joe Rogan show.
I listen to conservative talk radio when it's on because I find it to be very fascinating. They're the most popular guys in front of microphones in the world. Like conservative talk radio guys. Like you don't hear about it. Like nobody goes, "Oh, Rush Limbaugh hits 13 million concurrent this week. Let's all fucking clap for him." Because he's dead. He's dead.
He is dead.
But you said that the most popular people in front of a microphone in the world. That might be Joe Rogan.
Well, he's lumped in with them at
Joe Rogan is the eternally curious
the hard conservative right. Joe Rogan, Sean Hannity, Mark Levin.
Joe Rogan, that hard right winger,
right? The guy who's for like gay rights,
and Joe Rogan who's like clips of him being like, "Yeah, I'd fuck a trans person. Who cares?" As long as
he's mad because he lets loony people on his show say whatever.
That's bullshit.
Yeah, there's nothing I hate more than when radio hosts let guests talk interrupted. Fucking hate it. It needs to be curated so I can know what to believe.
So
thank you, Taylor. Man,
who should curate it? Sean Hannity has a very good radio show. He'll present you with facts and he'll present you with experts that are like, experts in their field, and then he'll leave it up to you. He doesn't I haven't heard him do that anti-mask nonsense. I have seen him hawk his vitamins, but he's always
what kind of vitamins is he selling? Like what are
like immune support or something like that. But his thing is like,
it real shit or is it like actually immune?
I think it's like a shitload of vitamin C,
like D3 and zinc, and
I think it's a shitload of vitamin C and stuff. Oh. But he also talks about like everything, right? Like I think he's former like clergy. I want to say like he was a priest in his younger years. Like
so he's gay too.
Look, I don't know. When I listen to that guy, he seems very intelligent to me. It just seems like I don't agree.
John Hannity you're talking about?
Have you ever listened to his show?
I've never listened to him.
Then why are you Sean Hannity? Like, yeah. That
he did go to Wikipedia says he went to seminary school.
Is he a lot different on his radio show than he is on his TV show?
I think he's more extreme and more willing to like dog whistle, and it's kind of fun because he has like sidebar with like his like engineer, this woman who's there who doesn't get a lot of mic time, but she's kind of there for him to bounce his ideas off of. Like, you believe this? You believe what they're saying now? Yeah, that's right. That. He's definitely. I like listening to him.
Rhetorical Observer,
the Rhetorical Observer is amazing when you're talking about something like trans teen athletes, for example, something that we all fall on the right side of that little like Venn diagram, right? That we're like, yeah, I don't know. It seems like women's athletics kind of ends if we allow like trans athletes to compete against them because there's no.
Just make a trans league. Boom. Problem solved for everybody.
Well, then there's like two athletes, right?
I don't care. Then the worst you can do is silver. Everyone
See,
wins.
I told you people, you didn't believe me. Separate but equal Taylor. Right? Separate equal Taylor.
Well played.
That is very well played.
Comedy comes in threes. Comedy comes in threes, and so does bigotry.
Why not a non-gender
I told you, the Third Reich. Okay, for a reason. Okay,
Not the fourth, not the second, the third.
Nazi.
You never hear anything about the Second Reich. That must have been a colossal failure.
I think it lasted a lot longer than the third one.
Oh, well, don't correct.
Wasn't I want to say the tagline was like a Reich to last 1,000 years.
For the Third Reich.
Yeah.
Or for the Second Reich.
Whenever I see that footage of that big Nazi swastika exploding on the building, I always thought of that as like CGI for some reason. Like it looks like such a fake explosion when they do it, but it just really looks like that. It looks like something, I don't know, animated.
I remember like learning about World War II and being so like the only thing I took away from it was that every country had different kinds of tanks and all the tanks had advantages and disadvantages. And so I got really into tanks for a while when I was like 10.
What's your favorite tank?
Well, I like the Tiger. I like the Russian Tiger because it basically was no. It was the tactics they used with it. Because the only reason that the Tiger on the USSR side was able to even compete with the German Panzer was because they brought so many. And the meme is always, oh, it's the US with the Shermans that brought so many. The Russians did the same thing. And the T2 Tiger tank had a
that's what I was thinking.
gun.
We got a fact check live here. Tiger tanks are German.
I was trying to say that from the very beginning, but
wait, what's the big one? What's the giant USSR?
No. Well, what you want to go to is the mouse. But it's like however you spell mouse in German, like
T-34. I was saying T-22 or some shit. The T-34 Soviet tank. That was the big one.
Did you ever play that Company of
Company of Heroes?
The game where you move the squads around, the RTS game?
Yeah, I mean, you and I played it together.
I'm trying to remember if that's you that played that with us, like back then. Did you play that with us where you could move the tanks around? It was an RTS with tanks and squads and machine gunners and.
You think about Red Alert, right?
Maybe.
That was a great game.
I haven't played that in a while. I could be down. I've been playing so much Tarkov, but I could be lured away.
Tarkov needs tanks.
Tarkov does. Tarkov's getting APC soon, right? The scab boss on the next map's rolling around on an APC.
They'll have tanks before you know it at this rate, right?
I hate tanks in a game. I hate it when the way to do well in this game is to get in the tank, and then you can kill all the people who are on foot and pretend you're good.
Wouldn't it be fine if they gave the tank enough downside that one subversive person could kind of throw a bomb on it? And
we were playing a game recently. We were playing a tank game a while back. I didn't care for it, but everybody else was down. Where we were 3 or 4 men controlling a tank, and everybody had a job, so it was kind of neat. One guy's driving, obviously, and one guy's on the coaxial machine gun, the little one, and then somebody's on the main gun, and then we may have even had a fourth in there as a spotter who's just all the time just looking, and he's like, "Oh, fucking 3 o'clock, on foot," and the coax spins around, chopping guys down, and working as a team like that because. In that game, it was really well balanced. It seemed like it was hard to use a tank. The guys who had rocket launchers in the woods, you'd be hard to spot them.
Didn't Battlefield did that when they added tanks, right? They made them really hard to control as a way to balance it.
Games.
Battlefield is kind of dead right now. So
is it?
Battlefield 2077 was a massive flop.
Step back. It was a step backwards in a lot of ways.
Yeah,
2042,
whatever, 27. It just dead. Didn't they go free to play, or they're considering it or something?
Yeah, that's the idea. Good, because I saw this video, and look, I don't play Battlefield at all. I haven't played since Bad Company 2, which was a great game, but they showed a comparison between the previous entry in the series. Was it a 1942 or maybe a World War?
It was World War II, and then Battlefield 4 from 2013.
Okay, well they showed things like sprint animations, gun inspect animations, like mag check stuff, and the different. There was so many steps backwards on the fine details of the game that you had to imagine that the broad strokes were like cheaped out on as well. So many copy paste, but like poor copy paste, and so many just step backwards. It's like when you used to pull an empty magazine out of your weapon, it would appear empty. There wouldn't be any rounds in it. Now there are rounds in it. And it's like, look, come on. Like I hate to nitpick, but this is a AAA title. Like, and you had already like figured this out. Like you took a step backwards. I would have liked it if you took a step forward and like maybe there were scratches there because bullets had been in it or something. Like add more detail, not less. Yeah. Tarkov is getting more and more detailed every time they put a little patch in. It's getting the game, every patch, it seems like the game slows down a little and becomes a little bit more tactical and difficult to play.
Tarkov's crazy. That I don't know if another game will ever match it in its level of detail and gunplay and realism and like what they do with ballistics. You said you check to see if your magazine's empty, right? In Tarkov, you don't just see if there's bullets. Every bullet looks different. People who know the game better than me look at what the bullet looks like externally in their magazine to know what is loaded in this thing. Like if I take someone else's gun, I'll look at it and see the mags. Tarkov is super.
Like I was watching Willers play today, and I subscribed and I chatted with him for a minute there while he played. He's a really nice guy. He mentioned you. He said that you guys have played before.
Yeah, he carried me through a kill scat, dude. It might have been bullshit. I had to kill like 10 scavs with like out armor or something like that, and I'm on woods because I do kind of well getting scavs there. If I go through the woods, it's pretty common. I can get like 4 or 5 scavs, on my own, just playing solo and survive. Willers is like, what? You need 12? That should be no problem. And he is just like finding everything for me, taking me around. Where they are, yeah. He knows where they are, and if it's a PMC, he handles it for me. He carried me through that. Quite nice.
He's the best movement guy in all of Tarkov. He is a parkour master. He is one of the few players who can make this. So this game's movement feels sluggish. It feels cumbersome. You can feel like a boat moving in the water sometimes, especially when overloaded. And when Willers plays, he's playing so slick. He's like a parkour game or something. He's sliding down rails and tucking into windows and phasing through windows that you didn't think.
It's outrageous. He's jumping on top of shipping containers and stuff that you didn't think you could get on top
boing,
of.
Boing. It's great.
I could like get on top of the shipping container if I try it repeatedly and I'm not under pressure and I get a chance to, and it's like 3 jumps just to do the hard jump. So, but he does it in the heat of battle, hitting this stuff like it's nothing. Yeah. And like I've literally seen him jump on top of people's heads and they're confused as to what's happening.
He's got my favorite thing about him though, it isn't how good he is at the game. It's his sort of like entire attitude about streaming, being online, and how to handle that. He is a really chill guy. He always just says, get GG, and like the chat will get toxic or whatever. He'll be like, hey, he played the game same as I did. He came in the raid, he risked his gear, he played his game, and I played mine. And guess who's dead? Me. Get over it. I don't care. Why should you? Don't go to his chat and bother him. Oh, he's talking shit. Hey, people cope with stuff differently, right? He just lost a gunfight. It sucks. I know how that is. GG to him. Don't go over there and bother him. Let's have fun. And I'm just like, damn, this guy's positive. This is good shit. It's really good stuff.
I like Anton's vibe a lot. He interacts with his chat a ton, and it's often fun. And when I first streamed Tarkov, would like throw a temper tantrum when I died. Yeah. And then I watched better Tarkov streamers not do that. And I'm like, man, I got to be like these guys. I got to be chill. I got to relax. I do not like watching people throw a temper tantrum. And I think in my fucked up head was almost trying to convince people that this doesn't happen all the time. You know, like, oh, this is very upsetting for me. Oh. Can you believe I died?
So like I play for like a handful of people in like the Discord, and some of them have no idea what the game is. So when like I went in and like wiped out like a full 5-man squad and then 2 or 3 more players and like in sequence, and I was like, This was my best game ever. You should know. I've never done anything like this, especially that part where I screamed at them, "You're all going to die." This doesn't usually happen. This was an all-star moment for me, just so we all are clear. But then later on, like when I completely fuck up, I'm like, you see what happened there was I thought I knew how to throw grenades. I don't know what stream. I was watching a streamer the other day. I can't remember which one it was, but it was one of the big Tarkov streamers, a guy with 5, 6, 10,000 hours or something. And they were like, "Why don't you bring grenades?" He's like, "I don't trust myself to throw grenades." it's like this guy has literally played this game. Like he's halfway to that 10,000 hour thing. Where
he's had enough errors
master
against him with grenades to know it's not his jam.
Like he doesn't think that he's good enough at the game to use frag grenades. And I was just like, fuck, this game is.
I mean, if he's not good enough, you clearly aren't.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. I'd kill myself with grenades a lot. I did it very recently.
Yeah. And sometimes grenades don't do what the game shows you. So like I saw Larry threw a grenade, and what you do is you yell bad nade if it doesn't go like you meant it to.
Yeah.
And that means everyone knows shit, bad nades happen to all of us. Get out of here. There's a nade about near our feet. On my screen, it was a good nade for a second. For a second, I saw the nade go out the window and everything was fine. So I'm like, Larry's mistaken. It wasn't a bad nade. And then the nade comes back through the window and it's at my feet and I die. And it's like, fuck, I should have just listened to him. He told me it was a bad nade. I thought I knew better because I saw better. Tarkov, man.
Was that a glitch?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The game is, it's a game that's been in development this whole time. And there are pros and cons to that. People shit on that, and I don't like it.
Well, I mean, there's a very big pro to, as a developer, saying a game is always in development, because then you're above reproach.
See, that's one way to look at it, but these guys aren't above reproach. They take part in like community podcasts, which discuss the state of the game and where they want it to go and stuff. They're pretty transparent about that sort of thing, and I appreciate it. They know it's a work in progress, and it is, and so you kind of have to like take the bad with the good, I guess. But the good part of that is like, unlike a game like this most recent Battlefield game where they're scrambling and like, maybe we just make it free, huh? Like Tarkov can have a bad patch where they like break the fucking game, and it's like, don't worry, we'll fix it in like a week or two. Like, we'll get to you soon. We'll fix it as soon as we can. We broke the game. Don't worry, we'll fix it. And when it comes back, it's better.
It's interesting you're saying that, but like also anyone who is super into a game will say like, oh yeah, after a week, it's all good. Like, don't even like, it's all going to be fine.
Oh, I will not tell you that about Tarkov. Tarkov I started playing like 2 or 3 years ago. It was a fucking shit show. It was so terribly optimized.
Okay, fair enough.
So many issues. I'm still playing the same game. They've improved all of those terrible things about 30%. It's about 30% better across the board. It's still poorly optimized, but I get 90 to 115 frames. I can play on 90 to 115. I'm playing in 2K. It's still like glitchy, but the servers are pretty decent. I haven't disconnected in months. Like maybe 3 times this wipe, I've like disconnected and been like, what the fuck? What do we do? Reconnect. That used to happen so much. And this is a game where, fuck, that can be punishing. There could be an instance where you were the best you and you shit on everybody and you took your time taking the magical bullets out of their fucking clips so you could stick them in your asshole, and you just piled money on top of money and you're trucking it out, and then the game disconnects and you're like, I only have 60 more seconds before the game is over. I have to get out, and you don't have 60 more seconds to like fucking reconnect. Yep. Like you can get fucked. You get Tarkoved, as they say, like that, where it doesn't matter how good you are or anything. The game just says no.
Yeah,
but it's addictive as fuck. Having a great time as always.
Having a great time. So check out Tarkov if you're interested in Tarkov.
Tarkov. I'm joking. Load.
No, check out
fucking lock and load. Buy some cum pills.
Girl.
Check out Drift0r and whatever his endeavors may be right now. Anything you want to plug, Drift0r?
Just my Twitter. I do a lot of Twitter videos. Probably more on Twitter than on YouTube. So I'm very active there.
Ooh, at Drift0r with a 0, right?
Yeah. Same. I'm just Drift0r with a 0 everywhere.
0.
Awesome. Okay. And check out our Jizz Biz pills. Get yourself a manly load. We're load positive. We're load positive here, but not no pause loads. But what else? What are other sponsors?
Feals and Blue Chew. I think
Feals and Blue Chew. Get a hard dick and take CBD to help you sleep with your hard dick. So there you go, friends.
All right. PKA 583.
Oh,